The Temple of Speed, it's time to go once again. A staple of the Neo Endurance of the 24-hour eSports Championship. It's time to play host to 4 great races as we wind our way into the closing stages of the championship. So glad that you join us here on RaceSpotTV for a 6-hour affair. With 2 more classic races left after this, Monza's bound to set up championship expectations. Arjuna Kankipati, Ewan O'Leary here to walk you through the first couple of hours. And Ewan, I mean, what a start to the season we've had. 3 races in the books: Spa, Sebring and Silverstone. And now Monza, a trip to the Nordschleife, and yes, 12 hours at Barcelona still left to come. It's going to be a wild second half of the season, to say the very least.
It is. It's a European leg to end off the season, utilising some classic racetracks in the world of motorsport, but mainly Europe. Fittingly, 24 hours remaining in the 24/8 Series eSports Series for this season, and we'll be here on the first Sunday of every month from here until May.
That's a nice little touch, actually. Hadn't even noticed that. 12 hours, of course, to close the season off, but that, of course, means that once you get there, it's the longest race of the season. The first time we've done something different. If you're joining us for the first time, I mentioned 4 races out on track, 4 classes of competition in effect. The GT3's the fastest over the overall lap. One thing to note is not the fastest in a straight line. That Porsche 911 GT3 Cup that runs by itself in class is a rocket ship in a straight line, and keep an eye on that, especially here at Monza when they're trimmed out to play a bit of troublemaker in traffic scenarios. GT4, of course, we've got 4 options there from which to choose in the ever-popular category where downforce is stripped away, power taken away as well, and touring cars. We know just how interesting the racing can be. But always when you have multiple cars, you have to start talking about BOP, and here's what we've got in store today, Ewan.
Yeah, complicated is the word I'd use for this screen, because it is a lot of working out that takes to make sure that everything is balanced up. I think the thing that interests me most is the fuel limitations. Are these GT3s at Monza going to be able to make an hour? I think normal logic would suggest no, but we'll wait and see when we get to there. Same for the GT4s, actually. And as you can see, a bit of weight and power distributions to be dealt out as well for this racetrack.
Yeah, of course, you know, when you come to a track like this where it's so much dependent on engine performance, you've got to make sure they're all relatively equal once they get down to the end of the straights. Here's a look, though, at the standings as we begin to work our way through. Again, 4 classes of competition. Now, Drago Racing, Sebring not going great for them, of course, but Spa and Silverstone have set themselves up to be at the top of the standings. Still very, very close, though, between them. BS Plus competition, Williams Esports, Saybolt, and even Simufy. Again, remember, 20 points for a victory, 12 points through the top 8 cars in this category. Down in the Porsche Cup class, where, of course, you see some of the drivers sometimes show their mettle at the end of the straights in bravery. Scherer Esports have been able to build up what is not an inconsiderable lead through consistency over the course of the championship. And you and I think moving forward from this point forward, Monza, Nürburgring, and Barcelona, I think they're going to be just looking to add to the points total and stay out of trouble.
Exactly, they've done that so far this season too. They've not been off the podium yet as the 905 of Scherer Esport. Only 1 car for them in this occasion, and yesterday they were crowned Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series champions in that same class, or the class that uses that same car at the very least. So they've got the great confidence from all of that, and we'll be looking out for them today.
Let's talk then about the GT4s, where SimRC have a 7-point advantage over 07 Racing after 2 victories to open up the season. Zenith, Impulse, Movano, Corsa, the rest of the top 5. And in this category, let's not forget just how, with the limited downforce, you always expect these drivers to have to make strategy work as well, knowing the fuel capacity of the cars. Last class to talk through. We're not blowing through these classes because we've got a race to get to by Eddie Beans, qualifying just about to come to a close. But a tie, Ewan, at the top of TCR, where Impulse and Huysingveld currently sit on 56 points apiece, and then a gap further behind.
Yeah, it's very nicely balanced in TCR. Both of those top 2 have been on the podium all season long. They've pretty much mirrored one another. So will they do the same today? It's effectively going to be between those 2, I would imagine, for a race win.
And of course, touring cars, we know just how important the draft tends to be. It tends to be the thing that keeps the cars glued together. I mentioned qualifying, Ewan, which is literally just about to come to a close. Seconds left on the clock. How important is this qualifying session, knowing that it's Monza? We've got 6 hours ahead.
We have got 6 hours ahead, but there's no point having those 6 hours if you get taken out at turn 1. That's the big problem for these drivers who don't qualify so well. So it has been relatively important in terms of staying up there, but not necessarily in terms of you can't overtake, but in terms of you don't want to be in any trouble through that first lap.
I think that's a nice way of saying stay out of the danger zone here at Monza. We'll get a couple of minutes of a cool down now before the drivers get the command to get gridded up to go racing. And we are expecting, let's be honest, something quite special. In terms of previous race winners, we go back to last year when we came here. Williams Esports BenQ in the GT3, Urano Esports in the 992, Urano in then what was the Mercedes AMG team in the GT4 class, and Team Hoisingveld in the TCRs. I don't really know what to expect in terms of form book here, Ewan, because of course, this is the last round before a new build on iRacing. We're expecting changes to the car. Drivers have dialed in the setups for one final time.
Exactly, and that will be the final time that it will happen this season. So we'll have to see how it goes in terms of that. But they've already done it once, so they will be able to sort of work it out. I think the top teams will still be able to rise to that challenge and cope with a new build.
It's going to be interesting to see how they all get on. Let's go then down to the starting grid, run you down through the starting formation here for the 6 hours of Monza as we'll kick off the second half of the season. And it's going to be Andrea Bristow in the Mag Performance SRT machine that leapfrogs his way to the front of the qualifying order at 1:47.291, more than a tenth quicker than Tristan Iglesias, who has been flying in the Porsche, a flying lap from Bristow in that 99. Luca Wunsch in the Falcon Sim Racing entry alongside the big green machine of Tim Matska for Maniti Racing, and then Nicholas Matteo in that championship-leading Drago racing car had Julian Kesselhood, the championship contender, alongside on the third row of the formation. Back to 7th to find the WSR Esports butt kicker car of Lucas Prada, Jesse Jones alongside him, former motorcycle racer, and then Marvin Strell in the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC car, and Sota Muto for company on the edge of the top 10. Leiper and Team Hoisingveld 11th and 12th positions in a Porsche and Ferrari respectively. 13th going the way of Impulse Racing with Sebolt's BMW for company. Valkyrie Competition 15th, WSR Esports Bucket have a second entry back in 16th, and Obsidian Racing Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, and along with Movano Corsa and ATRS Esports making up the rest of the GT3 running. Down to the 992s where Valkyrie Experience and Bonjour Racing grab Paul with a 1:48.738, and of course third in the points, looking to try and make something happen. 700ths quicker than the Wave Italy Racing team. Fine margins here, and Maxime Marriott's got the big green Porsche in third. Simufy and David Bosga alongside. Kamil Grabowski for the Williams Esports Academy car has got 5th. Impulse's entry is 6th alongside, and then U-Race BR W2 ePro GP. What a team name that is to read. Flows right off the tongue. In the 987 has Kane Halliburton and Visceral Esports alongside on row number 4. Scherer and Luca Alpert, freshly crowned champions yesterday in the DNLS, have Yannick Lapchan and Altus Esports alongside, second in points here in this championship. Havu and Olympus then 11th and 12th. And as you work to the final car by themselves on the 7th row, Oystein Hereford has the Hydrace Geodesic Racing 962 at his disposal. GT4 as well, Zenith Esports and 07 Racing 1 and 2, McLaren and Mercedes fastest of them all. Sebolt and then Movano 3rd and 4th positions in the pair of Mercedes, and then Sim RC, the championship leading car, have the Roar Esports entry, the 488 alongside on that 3rd row of the formation. Geeks Energy fiercely forward, X-Racer 7th and 8th with GridandGo.com Esports and Aston Martin, and Impulse Racing in a Mercedes rounding out the top 10. The RaceR Esports team 11th, X-Racer's second car with Alexia Loma 12th, and then 13th and 14th for Wave Italy Racing team and WSR Esports butt kicker, a full second through the qualifying order. Last but not least, TCR's Totally Chaotic Racing, Entropit PFBR pole with a lap time almost breaking into the sub 2-minute bracket. Team Hoisingfeld almost then half a second off. Remember, draft could be a factor in the open qualifying session these drivers had. Obsidian Racing, U-Race-PR, W2, ePro GP 3rd and 4th, with Race for Cat Motorsports, RD Sim Sports on row 3, Impulse and Wave Italy Racing behind them, and the Carlar and the MA70 eSports team rounding out the field that's lined up and ready to go. 57 cars strong. What a monster field. What a monster field of traffic, Ewan, we should expect.
Exactly, that's going to be the big problem for these GT3s, working through all of the traffic, and it's going to stay quite close for quite some time as well. You referenced it briefly there, but the noticeable thing about running through the grid there was just how close the times were. Remarkable qualifying session, but that's what you expect at Monza, so these long lines of cars are going to remain for the GT3s to negotiate.
One thing that Ewan and I had kind of been discussing just before the race got underway, slight issue with how the iRacing weather is working. I think that's the best way we can put it. Means that we're going to stay relatively cool. It's not going to change from 9 a.m. virtual standard time in Ewan. For any team that was maybe expecting the temperatures to build up, they've got to make that adjustment on the fly.
They have, because it would have gone right over to the heat of the day towards the end of the day, so they've got to stay with the cool temperatures now and sort of work out who's that going to suit. I don't think it's really skewed the qualifying though, because we've sort of got people on one lap pace where they are anyway. It may have changed some things during the race though.
Now remember, you can see, or you saw for a moment there, all the classes rolling, but split class start is going to mean every class gets their own run into the opening corner, maybe not as separated as sometimes we would see. Ready to go, pace car off and away, and at the Temple of Speed, is it going to be a monument, a shrine to action, or is it going to be chaos? We're already 3 wide as we head off in towards turn number 1 as the 6 hours of Monza, the second half of the season, gets underway. 3 wide for the Cup cars as well momentarily, but onto the brakes. Drago Racing trying to hold on that inside line. Got to watch out here on cold tires as well. Just navigate your way through safely. Stay out of the danger zone and make sure you get through cleanly. Through that opening chicane, GT3s work their way through. Porsche Cup cars seemingly going to find their way through without too much drama as well. And now, Ewan, we just have to wait for GT4s and TCRs.
Yeah, GT3 certainly managed it, and I think as well the Cup cars did, but what about the rest of them? The GT4s seem to have done well, and not quite the TCRs. I saw a bit of smoke. I'm not sure whether that was someone going round or not, but we'll find out sure enough. But it's been a clean start at the very front of the field. That's the main thing, and Mag Performance SRT have held on to their lead there in what's a pretty Porsche-heavy front few rows.
I think the only drama we've seen is potentially a couple of cars running wide through the Lesmos and maybe the second chicane. No one indicated on my timing screen as having any issues, at least so far, as we rise towards Ascari. That's only 60 seconds done on the clock. Now, there are some race control decisions that we are going to have to make you aware of sooner rather than later, so just keep that in mind. Track limits may be going to be a topic of discussion here today as well, knowing just how strict some of the limits can be. Oh, and there's the first moment of chaos. It comes out of Ascari. One of the Valkyrie cars got tagged around, and now the Porsche Cup cars right on top of them, Ewan.
Exactly, and that's the problem with the fact that they didn't give much space at all in the 992 class. Not sure why they were so close, and someone might get in trouble for that, to be honest, but we'll wait and find out in that one. But it means that any problems for the GT3s, they'll immediately get caught in with these guys. And as we know from previous experience, from previous rounds, especially at Monza, these cars aren't dissimilar in terms of speed.
Glad you said the thing about the gap maybe being investigated by race control, because I don't think you're too wrong there. This is 3 wide for 15th position in GT3 because that incident has really separated out the pack, and you have to assume Porsche Cup cars are going to have to save a little bit of fuel right now. There is no choice for them. Fast in a straight line, yes. Not going to be as quick on the overall lap, though, as compared to the bigger GT3 counterparts. Straight away, though, Ewan, let's not dawdle. To the replay we go.
Yeah, let's have a look at what happened through Ascari. It was side by side with Impulse caught up on the inside. I thought it was going to be that curb that sets it off. It actually wasn't. It was them both sort of racing for the apex there, if you like. And in the end, the Porsche gets turned around. Let's see who's at really fault for this one. I couldn't really tell first up. Difficult really to put that on the Ferrari, in my opinion. They weren't given a whole lot of space on the inside there.
it was, I think, one of those things where there was also a little bit of the iRacing glue that came together and didn't really want to let them go. As change at the front of the 992 class, David Bosga is really charging. He's gone up 3 positions so far. And now Simeofi, Maniti, Valkyrie, Wave Italy. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. And a bit of separation because, of course, as mentioned, the fact that we had the GT3 somewhat interrupting the flow of these teams and drivers on the opening lap has potentially allowed for some separation to start to build. No change at the front of the TCR or the GT4 category. Maybe not a surprise to completely say that, Ewan, given that they were a bit more tidy and coordinated in the gap they built to the other classes and the starts they had.
Exactly. I think that's the main difference, that they let a bit more of a gap in front of them, and that's meant that if they were right in the back of the Porsches, for example, then they'd be nearly with the GT3s as well, but certainly those that had issues through Ascari. So I'm glad that they just held back for a moment and they got off to their own clean start, their own single foul start, as it turns out, actually, in GT4.
We are getting word from Steen Ledger that the RC notes in the briefing today were 2-second gap, so that seems to be exactly what the Porsche Cup cars did, so right as race control had asked for. Speaking of race control, I mentioned the penalty decisions. I think it's probably fitting that we quickly try and blast through some of them, because there are some big ones. That's a 60-second time penalty for the 427 Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward car for a registration infringement, registering a driver after the deadline actually was implemented. There's a warning for Drago Racing communicating, 20 seconds for the Impulse 915 in the Porsche Cup class, and then we get to the really big ones, or I say big ones because they come out of qualifying, all of these 3. Another warning for that Cup car, and then for a championship contender, you in 20 seconds for the BS Plus competition machine that's going to have to now, in this first 100 minutes, drop back in the order.
Yeah, and you'd imagine they'll take that during their first pit stop in the race, coming up at around an hour in. So 20 seconds is going to drop them back a little bit, but in the grand scheme of things, it's going to spread out quite a lot in this race. Is it going to cost them positions? Sure it is, especially at the start of this one, but overall, at the very end, is it going to have cost them loads? I'm not entirely sure it's going to, cost them the entire race, if you see what I mean. They're still in this, so it may well put them out of contention for a race win, but they can still pick up good points, and that's exactly what they've got to do here. Damage limitation and stay ahead of Drago Racing if they can. And
you mentioned Scherer Esports crown champions in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series yesterday, BS Plus competition. Champions in 2 categories, so I'm sure they'll be pretty pleased with that, if only it was assisted by some of their championship rivals not showing up. Drago Racing showing up on the inside, and now a drag race out of that first chicane and down into the Roja. It's almost a 1.2 kilometer dash, and so as now Jesse Jones, Nicholas Matteo try and urge their cars to go through the gears. This is where the BOP adjustments may play a little bit of a deficit. Remember, the Mercedes down to 99% power, Ferrari to 98.75, so there is a little bit at play here. Still side by side through the second chicane, and finally Matteo is on through.
And now that's the big danger for the Mercedes. Engaging in the battle for so long could mean that there's a real freight train now down the inside. More door-to-door action through Lesmo 1 between the 2 Mercedes, and they will tuck into line now. Thankfully, there was a bit of a gap in the road there that they could just get into, because when you find yourself on the outside here and on the non-ideal line, people can just bump draft one another and go straight past you.
Yeah, but now they've got a gap. It's almost 2 seconds to try and close, so hopefully they can try and bridge it sooner rather than later. Has changed at the front, by the way, as Tristan Iglesias has taken the point. I think we are seeing potentially something that Ewan had alluded to at the start of this race, but it's a lap where you spend a lot of your time full throttle, you're burning fuel. Is it going to be a bit of an ask for teams to make it 60 minutes in that GT3 category? And could there be some teams maybe thinking fuel mileage is important? Check out TCRs, by the way, because at one point, Ewan, Entropic had a 1.5 second lead. Draft has brought them back together as we wait for the traffic to be a factor.
Yeah, if ever there's a class where the draft is a real factor, then it is the TCRs, and that goes for almost any circuit on this calendar, with maybe some exceptions, but not very many. This circuit is really going to play into their hands in terms of staying together. It's not going to be like this for 6 hours, I'll add, but it is going to be like this for a little while, so I would find it very difficult for someone to get away early on and really drive home an advantage from the very first hour. It's going to have to be separated out during pit stops, really, and maybe during traffic as well.
And you can see that as the TCR is up towards Ascari, the GT3 is just coming down to that second chicane. Probably going to be about 5, 7 more laps at the very least before traffic's a factor. But from there, going to be quite relentless. And some teams, some drivers have opinions on I'd want to be the fastest class in a multi-class race. Some think they'd rather be the slowest class. It's all about preference, what you feel comfortable in racing with. I'm just saying that I'd rather be the faster class. I'm not sure about you, Ewan.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. And I think that's the consensus of some people, is that you'd rather be in control of your own destiny. If you're in TCR, you're not, to a degree. So it does make you feel a little bit more comfortable in GT3, but that doesn't make their job any easier, or a lot easier today. They've got, well over 30 cars to pass lots today.
Quite a few times. I will see how many laps down we end up at the end of the race when it comes to the TCRs in particular. GT4 is a conga line that goes back, well, from first position effectively all the way to 14th as they run right now. And so, yeah, again, you talked about, fuel capacities being hit for some of the cars. What's that going to do to them in this category in particular? Only the McLaren not getting a slight reduction in terms of fuel mileage. I'm glad I'm not a strategist today, I'll say that for sure. Yeah,
I'm glad as well, because the days are gone in iRacing where the GT cars would actually go, comfortably past an hour almost anywhere, and you've really got to think about it now. It's much closer to the hour, and it's a lot more of a difficult equation to sort of manage, and it's more difficult to be a strategist, to be honest, in GT. It used to be the easy option. Pit every hour and you'll make it to the end of a race, but it was the prototypes that used to be the headache, but now everyone's got headaches, really.
Yeah, no, exactly. Change at the front of TCR, by the way, so there is some chopping and changing. It's Fabian Siegmann that's taken the lead and drops that Entropic car down to second. Maybe again, though, fuel mileage somewhat coming into play. I said maybe 5 to 7 laps of traffic. TCR's to Ascari. Already the GT3's coming out through the first of the Lesmos, entering the second one. Lap time comparison, if you're curious. We mentioned TCR lap times in qualifying just over 2 minutes in time. GT3's doing 1:48, so that's a considerable difference in time. And traffic going to be quite interesting again, just to see how different teams have managed it. The gap, by the way, between 5th and 6th, the Drago Racing car trying to close it down, of course. Ewan, they really haven't been able to do too much just yet. They're waiting for the traffic to really make a move.
Yeah, it's going to have to come in traffic, really. It's going to be difficult to cross that gap on your own, even though he does have a bit of help behind him, does Nicolas Matteo, and that could help just bring the gap down from 1.9 seconds, which it is currently at. He's got a few Mercedes behind who can maybe help him along, but as you say, it is going to have to be during traffic. We're speaking to someone about this, or about a different series actually, a multi-class series that's going to Monza. I think the same principle applies, that traffic is actually not the worst thing in the world at Monza, because you actually pass a lot of them on the straight, especially when there's a speed difference between the classes. Now, the 992 cars might be a bit of a challenge for the GT3s, but the TCRs and GT4s might not actually be that bad, because you're on the straights for so long, you can work your way through a lot of the cars by barely doing anything.
Yes, but the problem comes not from passing the lapped cars in a straight line. It comes from passing them in the corners, as unfortunately we found out. So yes, you're right. We had coverage yesterday of Friday night primetime at Silverstone, and we were talking about how that's another track which is, pretty good for multi-class racing. There are tracks where, just by their nature, it lends itself into a little bit more of a natural flow thing to remember as well. Of course, GT3s as well as the GT4s do have ABS traction control, so they get a bit of assistance in the braking zones and on power, something that can't be said in some of the other categories. Simify have a bit of a lead now, because Wave Italy in this Porsche Cup class are now up to second, past the Maniti machine for third, and so now 12 minutes complete in this race. David Bolzger trying to draft off of the GT3 Porsche of Obsidian Racing and Fernando Busquets to try and build his gap.
Yeah, and he's doing it successfully as well. So if you can just get into the draft of one of those GT3s, you can really benefit for longer than you might imagine. Now there's the little bit of the power, especially on traction, from that GT3. But it is worth noting when we get into traffic later on, and I'm not sure it's going to happen very many times, but if we do get these GT3s and 992s together again for whatever reason, then there's a real benefit to be made, and I think some of that 1.6 second margin has been created because of this sort of dynamic we've got going on here.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's one of those things where 2 second difference in terms of lap times being generous. It's more like 1.5. yeah, it's going to be intriguing. That's a look to the inside from Mag Performance. Andrea Bristow, is he going to launch the move? No. Going to get into traffic though for the first time. We've got 5 cars still in this leading train. Is there going to be anyone feeling a bit aggressive? Already see Iglesias decide that he wants to be on the outside through Curva Grande, give the TCRs the inside through this corner, guarantees him the inside to the next corner if he was alongside with anyone though. No moves, nice and tidy so far.
Yeah, but now is the problem. This is the most technically challenging part of the circuit in terms of corners being relentless. You could argue that Lascari is the most difficult chicane, but there's 4 corners very close together here, which is not abnormal on other circuits, but at Monza it certainly is. So you've got that chicane and then the 2 Lesmos just afterwards, and that's where the sort of leapfrogging dynamic comes in with the GT3s. Get past one into one corner maybe, and then try and hold that advantage as you try and keep a lapped car between you and your rival. It seemed to have worked at least for a little while for Simifight, and it's all getting very busy here now into Ascari.
That's going to be the neaty machine of Tim Matska that holds up Julian Kesselhut. They'll fire it up the inside of that big red Honda Civic. Just about hold on and slide back into line for Julian Kesselhut, and now try and crisscross and cut underneath of the Race for Cat entry. That's a tidy sequence though. It's allowed the top 3 to stretch their legs slightly, but by no means is that an insurmountable gap. Kesselhut jinks down low. Mateo's going to follow him, watch behind as Lucas Prada, Jesse Jones still trying to filter their way on through as well. And now through all of this, TCR is going to be trying to figure out where do we take advantages. There's 4 still within a second or so at the front in drafting range that will now get chances to fight into turn number 1.
Well, are they going to take that chance though with the GT3s around, who are also in their own fights, diving right and then to the left as the TCRs keep to the inside line. They're intending to just help one another here. So it's almost sort of this group mentality in TCR where we just kind of want to survive together here, almost as if they're working together to complete this race. Obviously they'll be fighting a little bit later on, but for these next few laps, they're really working together to try and survive.
Be a while before we see traffic again for your GT3 leaders. They've got to close the margin to first the GT4s and then the larger gap to the 992 Cup cars. You'd assume they probably put a couple of laps on the TCR machines before they get the chance to do that. I mean, that's a scary sight as we head off into the Roger, that second chicane, where you've got to be careful with the sausage curbs. Definitely don't want to be side by side there as we just bounce our way on through. I think that was the U-Race BR TCR car that was just able to hold on to the inside without giving up 4th position. Oh, they've all got through safely. Credit where credit's due. We had a clean lap number 1. We've been clean through traffic so far, 15 minutes into this race. Ewan, this is remarkably good. Race control's not going to have much to do. Commentator's curse.
Good, well done. It's great to see, and I was just watching that while you were talking there and just marvelling. How can you not love multi-class racing? It is just the best thing ever, isn't it? It's fantastic, especially this first run through traffic. And what you was talking about earlier on has kind of come true too. The top 5 were together before the traffic. You just noticed on the way towards Ascari there, as they got past the TCRs, the front 3 were able to. So we got the 2 Porsches out front of Simify and Mag Performance, and Vulcan just about followed, and then we got that split. So that was sort of where this gap was created, and now we've got a front 3 for the lead rather than a front 5.
Oh, and we might get a front 2 because there's hip checking through the Curva Grande. There's 3 wide on the entry into the Roger. Oh, Sven Haas is going to be trying to send it the long way around. Credit to Simone Bassoni, who tucks back into line and gives him the room. Sebald and Alisalio Santosi are going to be stuck on the outside, and 3 wide off the corner as well. Oh, heavens above, you love to see it. And up the inside, Sim RC forward to 4th.
Oh, it could be 3 wide again here, but Movano didn't want to force the issue, and I don't blame them either. Sim RC could have cleaned up there, but I think they just made a bit of a mistake. And now you can see Impulse getting too close for comfort too. Are we going to be 3 wide again? Well, no, not quite. There's more cars coming in from behind, and this is the slipstream problem at Monza. There are so many cars that catch from behind because of battles. It makes these battles absolutely mental.
Come on, how do we get through that without contact? Simone Bassoni went for it. Simone Bassoni backed out of it as well. We, by the way, have managed to acquire that world's fastest drone from Formula 1 and brought it over to the sim, so we're going to get some great angles like that through the traffic as well. 3 wide. Please don't tell me 4 wide, boys. Please don't do this to me 18 minutes into the race. I mean, it was inevitable. WSR Esports butt kicker and Daniel Ferguson might be apocalyptic with rage. Frederick Schwartz is around as well for Geeks Energy, and heavens above.
That was contact as one of the Mercedes was trying to rejoin again and got hip checked on the way through. Should have probably checked a little bit more carefully as to when they could have rejoined there, but it was always going to happen, unfortunately. But great battling just before then, great clean battling, but unfortunately it did come unstuck right into the final turn.
Here we go, we'll look at it. I mean, I did get scared that the 4 wide was coming, and I think what happens here is that Geeks Energy is just trying to fade left to try and get a little bit of a better line into the corner, and then the chaos.
Yeah, so they're doing exactly that. They're just trying to open up the corner just as much as they can, but I'm not sure whether they think they're too wide at this point, or maybe they do actually. And so there's just the margins are so fine there, by the way. If either of those cars, any of those 3 are maybe an inch further back, then none of that happens. It's such a tight margin, but in the end of the day they were 3 wide, and it was just a fading over slightly too much, and this would be the angle to see it. You see the Mercedes ahead just drifting to the left more, and then they've got to react in the middle, which sends them into the Aston Martin on the outside, and unfortunately Impulse rather innocently get tapped around too.
And then what happened behind, because there was some, oh yeah, you don't really see it there, but I think Geeks Energy fiercely forward as they rejoined the track. There was a second bit of contact. Excuse us for the proliferation of replays here, but it's just to figure out everything that happened. Oh yeah, there you go. That's the bit of contact.
Yeah, so it's quite a harsh angle to rejoin on, to be fair, and so that's how they get sent into the gravel, unfortunately. But that's really spread out this field, doesn't it? We were seeing a really long line in GT4. That's no longer the case, although there is still a group out front in the lead. It's a very small one now compared to what we were seeing previously. There are the gaps, and that's certainly not what we were seeing not 2 laps ago.
Do you believe in the commentator's curse now, Lewis McQuaid?
Well, you can consult him about that. Yeah, it doesn't look good, does it?
If he doesn't believe in it, that's all I'm saying. I mean, we've got proof here. Unfortunately, as soon as we sing the praises of the drivers, unfortunately something chaotic is bound to happen. We'll keep an eye then on this GT4 battle, as potentially Zenith Esports and 07 Racing up front will try and pull away, but expecting traffic to close on them sooner rather than later. There, well, speaking of, GT3 leaders about to hit the tail end of the GT4 traffic.
Oh goodness, as if they needed any more sort of things going on around them. GT4s have now got the GT3s here too, and this is going to create a gap. Andrea Bristow is going to have to really dive on the Wave Italy GT4, and well, it was aggressive, but Andrea Bristow makes it work, and that's exactly what he needed to do to hang on to the slipstream of the leading Simify Esports Porsche.
And if you are that tailing GT4 machine, you may not be too thrilled. Wave Italy's Jeremy Rollo, given that, you know, it separates him slightly more from the draft, but you have to just hope that the drivers in front of you are going to end up losing out just as much in the net equation of things. The traffic gives and the traffic will take. Lights flash, and Iglesias able to cut over to the left just as he wants to do. Will he clear the final X-Racer car? That will leave 2 Mercedes between him and his main not championship rival, main car, trying to hunt him down at this point in time. And so just watch this margin extend as they go off the corner, and Bristow drives wide.
Well, that's going to be a little bit frowned upon in race control as well. Can't be doing that too many times and getting away with it, but that's the really important moment, and that's what Iglesias has been quite good at doing so far. He did it on the TCRs into Ascari the first time they were lapping those drivers, and he did it again here. So there's his dive down the inside, just up ahead, and now, as you say, you've got the 2 GT4s between them. That's not only difficult in terms of having to overtake them, but also he just has to slow down, does Bristow, through Ascari, and gets frustrated with it and drives off the road to overtake them. That will be frowned upon.
I do remember there is an off-track threshold that drivers do have to abide by. That's going to eat into the number, and definitely something that the drivers and teams have to just, like I mentioned at the start, track limits here at Monza, known for being tough. The X-Racer Mercedes also almost gets high-sided there on the inside curve as it tries to avoid Nicolas Matteo around the outside now. At 1.5 at the front in this class, but now it's all tucked in behind Tim Matsk for the Maniti Racing team, BS Competition, Drago, WSI Esports, Butt Kicker, and Doris was all sitting there. Haven't seen anything new from race control just yet since the incidents that we had talked about. So still realistically, Ewan, in this GT3 class, it's only BS Competition with a penalty in this first portion of the race.
Yeah, so you mentioned about race control not having a lot to do early on. Well, that is somewhat true, but in some ways they've not actually had any, or they've not made any penalties, dished out any penalties for the race yet, while they have been investigating stuff. So I feel as if that may change soon, by the way, but it's so far only those pre-race penalties so far, and obviously we'll keep updated on that as we go, but it's still BS Competition in GT3 especially who are really going to lose out as a result of the penalty situation, because if they had pit stops right now they would fall almost and pretty much to the back.
Yeah, there are a slate of incidents that race control is working through, but for no further action so far from the opening laps of the race. Only about 5 more incidents that I see reported on the race control board so far. So almost 30 minutes into this one. It stayed relatively calm for the most part. Team Hoisingveld alongside of Team 75 Bernard by SimRC will jink either side of traffic. SimRC's GT4 car watches as their Porsche in the GT3 car class are going to get past, because Hoisingveld has the inside line. Sabolt's Mercedes GT4 entry just in front of them as well, almost running over behind. I think William Z-Sports and Sotomuto almost ran into the slower SP10 GT4 car into the corner, excuse me. They're okay to get off the corner there and roll their way through. When it comes to these GT4 cars, I mentioned it earlier, Ewan, strip off the downforce, take off a little bit of power, and basically that's how you convert a GT3 to a GT4. Exactly,
yeah, and they are, it's very, you just got a view there of the two Mercedes next to each other. It's a pretty good personification, if you like, of what they're actually made of, if you like. These GT4s similar in some ways and sort of cut from the same material, but they are a good deal slower, and it's not quite like the GT3 versus 992 sort of interaction where they're actually not dissimilar in terms of speed. These two cars really are. There is a significant difference between these two, although the closing speeds are not humongous like you might see in other series.
Yeah, maybe at other tracks as well, because while the straights at Monza are long, there are a lot of slingshot, not a lot of slingshot corners. It's a lot more, slow speed and then accelerate out of first and second gear, where, don't necessarily get to see the high speed difference like you might at a place like Le Mans, where you blast down the Mulsanne, for example, bouncing off the rev limiter for so long. Not sure where this margin towards the front has opened up, but through the GT4 traffic, Luca Wunsch has slightly been dropped in that Falcon Sim Racing number 44 Mercedes. Then, of course, the battle for fourth still rages on. Julian Kessel looking increasingly close to the back of Tim Matska. Is he going to go for a move? This time will show his way to the inside, and that Porsche's not going to defend. BS Competition now forward to fourth.
Yeah, good idea for the Porsche as well, just to lift off there, take the extra fuel and the savings that come with letting a driver through into turn one, and then maybe the savings that come from slipstreaming off the back of that rather large BMW just up in front as well. But Kessler has been driving well so far. We've seen this time and time again with the BMW. It always seems to race better than it qualifies, and it's doing that again here moving forward, and it really is going to have to do that today in terms of working through overtakes later on, passing the Porsche, which does tend to fall back once qualifying is complete.
One of those things, right, where TFR Lab builds the BOP here for the 24-hour series esports, and on iRacing you don't get a qualifying and a race BOP, you just get one BOP, and sometimes we do see a little bit of swings and roundabouts when it comes to that, although for the most part we try not to focus on BOP, we let the drivers do that for us instead. More race control reports have started to get decisions associated with them, and there's two important ones now in the 992 class, because your race leading entry, David Bosger for Simufy Esports, has been dinged for jumping the start before the pole sitter. Same thing has happened, we can tell you, for the Williams Esports Academy entry, Kamil Grabowski starting the car there. So two drivers with 10 seconds to serve now in the first pit stop sequence of the race.
So could we join the dots there and say that maybe that's how the 914 is leading at the moment, accelerating too early? I'm not sure. I'm also not sure why Clearly it is okay that they were so close to the back of the GT3s. I didn't think that would have been okay, but clearly they were just far enough back, because they were separated a little bit. It wasn't like they were joined in with the GT3s on the way towards turn 1, but they were very close, so clearly they were enough or just about far enough back.
I think the 2-second gap, like we got told, that was basically what we saw. I was more expecting 5 seconds, which is what I think we are more traditionally used to seeing. But here we go. There, I mean, you just heard it. There was a clear pickup of the throttle from David Bosga as we jump on board. Don't forget that he started back in what was a 4th or so position, so he only took the lead. I have to jump back a little bit more to see it once more, but only took the lead about 3 laps or 4 laps into the race. You know what he's done? He's reacted to the iRacing green flag, hasn't he?
Maybe, but I feel like the iRacing green flag would have been earlier than that, because they were quite close to the line at the time. But maybe there was certainly some sort of reason that he accelerated there straight into the back of the Wave Italy car. Oh dear, and it created all sorts of contact, didn't it? That was on board with the Williams Academy car that I think hit someone in the rear, and then it got hit in the rear itself. So that was all a bit messy, to be honest, on the way towards the line there. But I think I was a bit harsh on David Bosca to say that's the reason why he's in the lead. He's clearly done overtaking legitimately after that.
Yeah. As they head out of Lesmo 2 in this 9:14, 3.5 seconds back to Mateo Kuzner. So already they've built up almost about half of that advantage that they need to mitigate the 10-second penalty. Goal for them, of course, is going to be 10 seconds over 6 hours, try and build up that advantage and stay out of trouble for the rest of the race. Easier said than done. 57 started, still have 57 out there and running. Quick check-in in the GT4 category, because still close at the front. We mentioned that maybe fuel saving going to be a consideration for some of these drivers, but Grid and Go have been able to get past 07 Racing, and after what was a disappointing qualifying from them, Haas are down in 9th position at the start of this race. I wouldn't be too shocked to see them on top, and on top soon.
Very good start from them. Are they going to want to lead the field around though, or will they want to sit in here and wait? No waiting for Sven Hasse. He doesn't wait for anyone. Down the inside he goes on Zenith Esports, who don't necessarily want to give the lead up, but they're going to be forced to. And so that is a new leader, or is it? Oh no, they're just breaking the slipstream. It's fine. I thought he was pulling over for a slowdown. He's fine. He's taken the lead, and Zenith Esports will be content, seemingly, to sit in behind them.
Now, officially 30 minutes complete in this race. We should be around halfway through the fuel window for the GT3s. Oh, Alexander Peregrina, how did you get that up the inside and stopped in the nick of time? Back to the lead for the Zenith McLaren, but just like that, from having 2 cars within a second, we've now got almost 4 cars within that buffer, and there's 6 cars within drafting range of the lead. And suddenly, I think we're in for a very, very interesting GT4 battle to the end of this first into the race.
Yeah, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier on. As long as there are battles, as long as there are cars behind, they will always catch up and the groups will always get bigger, which is why you sometimes see a bit of an aversion to fighting around this circuit, especially in the opening hours, because you can allow lots more drivers into the equation. And that's exactly what has happened here. GT4 all of a sudden is breathed back into life after the incidents down at the final corner about 10 minutes ago.
So we'll keep an eye on them in the battle at the front of the SP10, but now just watch coming past them, by the way. First the Simufy leading 992, but behind them it's very, very tight as the Maniti machine piloted by Maxime Marriott is on the back of that second place Wave Italy car. Then 1.2 to Yannick Lapchin. Of course, let's not forget Altus in that championship fight, so they're going to have to make sure they stay up the front, stay out of trouble, as we've been talking about when it comes to race control. And speaking of race control, we saw the drama down in towards the, are we calling it Parabolica? Are we calling it the curve at Alboreto? Well, whatever the case, 2 penalties have been issued as a result of that. 1 for the initial contact to the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward car, and a second for an unsafe rejoin, also to the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward car.
It's not good news at all. Both of those can be served in one go, by the way. You can add your time penalties together in this series. There's a designated penalty box that we'll show you later on when someone is serving a penalty. But yeah, it's first one for moving laterally across the road, and I think that's the right way to go with it, to be honest, as the 992s are here.
Grid and go back to the lead, and I thought Sven Haase was about to be sent off into the wall in a very Formula One-esque moment, but he held on through the curb as well. And I don't think we should look away from the GT4s for any time soon. Seybold passed by SimRC. Business picking up. You and I are only here for the first 2 hours. They're making sure we get our money's worth.
We are getting our money's worth at the moment. Thoroughly enjoying the first half an hour of this one here at Monza, but we don't expect anything different from this racetrack, which consistently produces this kind of racing. SimRC briefly were side by side into Lesmo 2 there, by the way, and they did get through as well, so another position gained for them, but they've been slightly split off from the rest of the field now, and they're flashing the lights in protest about it.
This though we didn't get a great look at it. I just want to... Oh, he went for the move after the bridge. You don't do that. That's otherworldly. And that's why there was a sideways slip of the rear. A big shot to the rear bumper. And again, how are we still racing clean and green at the front here?
Well, I don't think even Sven Haase thought he was going to do that until after the bridge. Never mind everyone else. And there's the contact. That could have been so much worse. But since Haas gave that, or gathered that up, I should say, I think Zenith will get away with it.
David Haynes is going to be walking us through the middle 2 hours of the race, saying, save some excitement for us, succulent excitement, to give you his exact words. Don't you worry, David. I think 57 cars, there's enough excitement to go around for the 6 hours. There are so many battles, by the way. We're not showing you all of them at any one time. We're jumping around trying to keep you clued up as to what's relevant. The problem is what's relevant seemingly is changing on a minute-by-minute basis. At one point, race lead had grown to almost 1.5 seconds. Blink of an eye, Andrea Bristow back down to 0.6 of a second, Ewan.
Yeah, and these two seem to be the class of the field at the moment in this first half an hour anyway. Andrea Bristow as well, especially doing a really good job for Mag Performance SRT. Still looking for their first podium of the season. In what's otherwise, apart from a couple of, or that one shine of a good performance at Sebring where they finished 4th, it's been a little bit difficult for them to even finish inside the top 10. And that was despite a really good qualifying at Silverstone, by the way. They dropped through the field the most of any car that finished the race that day.
Love the sound of the Porsche down through the gears. You talked about, qualifying versus race pace. What we're seeing right now, at least in terms of this Porsche, is it's not dropping off in terms of pace. Andrea Bristow actually set his fastest lap of the race in that car last time by. Ended up being a full almost 6/10, 7/10 quicker than Luca Wunsch, albeit with a little bit of drafting aid just to help him punch his way down the straights. Weather conditions, again, if you're just joining us for the very first time today, slightly different from normal 24-hour series esports races where we do get the iRacing dynamic model. iRacing's weather instead has been frozen as it was at the drop of the green flag. It's 9 AM virtual standard time perpetually, 26 degrees in the air, 28 degrees on the track, and all things considered, Ewan, it's pretty great conditions for racing.
Exactly, and that was making me think while you were talking there, maybe the drivers won't be complaining about it. I feel that's a bit ambitious.
Not complaining?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's maybe ambitious from me. But at least it will be cool, and it's sort of good conditions for racing, as you put it. Good condition for tyres too, although they will be changing tyres every time in these top classes, especially because of the way that it works. Fuel and tyres at the same time these days means that that element of the strategy taken out of things.
Am I taking the bait here?
Can do if you want.
Are we going down the rabbit hole? No, we're not. Strategy is good, lack of strategy bad. That's all we have to say here at RaceSpotTV. The official stance from behind the scenes. Oh, heavens above, still traffic for your GT4s as they head out of Lesmo 2. This is what I was saying slightly earlier. There are some drivers that are capable and willing to be in the slower classes and let the faster cars bully their way past. I was never like that as a driver, and I feel uncomfortable watching some of these moments, but that's where you have to know when to let them pass and when not to let them pass, right? And it's the introduction course that you're often given to multi-class racing is run your racing line, let the faster cars pass. Not the case at this level.
Yeah, and I think most of the sort of, when you think about a driver having to learn multi-class traffic, a lot of what people think about is actually, how do I be a faster class? How do I actually overtake slower traffic? That's what a lot of people think of when they think about managing it. But there is a knack to that as well. knowing when to let people through, knowing how to do it, where to do it. And you do notice that sometimes, I was thinking of this in something I was watching yesterday, and this was with same class traffic. You've not let someone through in a very good position there. You've lost a lot more time than you could have done. And that all comes with a little bit of experience, as Adam Isaacson uses his to get late on the brakes into turn 1.
That's a bit aggressive, and you can see the front end of the Mercedes actually being pushed in a tad, so I'm wondering if 07 Racing have actually had a bit of contact at some point that's slowing them down off the corner. Is it a bit of a parachute already? Isaacson's going to be clear, surely, as they head through Curva Grande. Has a slightly shorter distance, but trying a side draft is that Mercedes. Aston Martin physical with the defense, and I think it's finally sorted out. Sim RC forward to a podium spot.
Yeah, so a nice job by Adam Isaacson into the 3rd position, and has to just make sure of it into Lesmo 1 as well by covering down the inside there in the Aston Martin. Of course, not always been at Sim RC. He's coming up on 2 years now, or it's probably more accurately a year and a half now, isn't it, since he transferred to Sim RC from 5-Star Motorsport, where he used to do a bit of driving in the past, but has been so synonymous with this GT4 Aston Martin since moving over to Sim RC. I think he's done the last 2 seasons of this championship in this car, for example, and showing now that he's really starting to build with that team and get better as he's going along.
Oh, that's tight as they try to pass the Carlisle car. Isaacson able to put a bit of a gap behind him, and now is Acelio Santose going to be able to take advantage down into the final corner. It's a long sweeping entry. I think he's going to be more concerned about the draft and the exit and trying to get a slingshot into turn 1, much like we saw the Aston Martin do a lap ago. You've got to worry though, Simone Pisoni's behind for Movano Corsa GT. We've got plenty of Italian sim racers here hoping to have a good race at their home venue. After this, trips to the Nordschleife, 6 hours of racing there, 12 hours at Barcelona. I think many would argue this is maybe the easiest race of the season left to go in terms of traffic management. Nordschleife should be fun. Are we running the good layout of Barcelona? Are you aware, Ewan? Do you know?
The good layout? Do you mean, am I aware of which one's the good one, or which one we're doing?
There is only one bad layout of Barcelona, to be fair.
Yeah, I think I know which one you mean.
Yeah, we're not running the chicane.
Yeah, basically. To my knowledge, we're not running the chicane, and we're running the sort of long turn 10, if you see what I mean. The one that arcs a bit more than the very tight hairpin, if that's described well enough. So, to my knowledge, and to the website's knowledge, we're not doing the chicane, no. Good.
As it should. That chicane should be removed from the entirety of motorsport history. Don't even care how you do it, let's just remove it from our minds. WSR Esports butt kicker Lucas Prada jumping forward to 6th spot, so passing Maniti and Tim Matska, who is slowly dropping back, qualified up in 4th, has lost 3 positions since the start of this race. You know, some people might be saying, Nordschleife, you going racing there? Yes, we did it last year as well, and it was a lot of fun. And you and these 4 classes in particular that we'll bring over there, not ill-suited to multi-class racing there.
Absolutely. You watch a real-world race at the Nordschleife, and you may well see a lot of the cars you've got on your screen right now sort of negotiating with one another, if you like, and trying to live with one another out there on the circuit. Obviously, numbers a little bit down from what you might see at a normal race, but that's absolutely fine. That gives you a little bit more room to breathe, if you like, and a few bits of respite maybe around there in terms of traffic. And it should mean as well that the GT3s won't actually pass many of the 992s. That's certainly what happened last year.
Yeah, but Ewan, that sounds boring, to be fair.
The 992s are too fast these days. I've said this for a long time. No, I don't like them.
They are very, very fast. And the worst part is, I'm not sure if we're actually at a point where we'll see traffic overlap with them. No, not yet. They're about half a lap separated. So give it another, interestingly, give it another hour and we might start to see them side by side. But because now they're both a wide body Porsche, it's hard to tell them apart. Not hard to tell though, Andrea Bristol's going for the lead. Mad performance, 40 minutes into this race. Take the point back. And after Tristan Iglesias has been punching the hole in the air, is that fuel related? Is that just pace related? We're about to find out.
Yeah, it's now time for the Italian to do the same and lead the field around for the next few moments. He might have got to a stage now. We're just a quarter of a way left in this stint now. depending, of course, on how long these guys are going to go for. Just how much fuel have they saved, and has Bristow got to a stage where I've saved all the fuel I'm going to, I'm not going to be able to fit another lap in the last 15 minutes or so, I might as well run a pace now, and I might as well lead the field around. I can't really see that being the case, but that might be factoring into his thinking at the moment. He might just purely want to lead because he fancies it, I'm not entirely sure, but he is going to be the first into the next bowl of traffic, I'll call it, and that may help him get a bit of a gap in this lead sooner rather than later.
Well, as they continue to keep each other honest, we'll keep an eye on them, just because I must say, this is the type of lead battle where you keep each other honest, you're saving fuel, strategy at the same time as pace coming into play. It's going to be close at the front, and don't count out some still behind. It's only 3 seconds of the Falcon Sim Racing team. But for what will end up being the lead battle, assuming David Bosga's penalty drops him behind these drivers, you've got Wave Italy, Altus, Maniti, and then the Valkyrie Experience team down now after qualifying in pole to 5th position. The margin, though, that David Bosga has, Ewan, 6.2 seconds.
It's astonishing, really. If you look at all the other gaps, we've got fights for the lead in all the other classes. It's really bizarre in some ways that we've got such a margin in 992, but I guess you could put it down to Simify Esports as one theory. They seem to really have a handle on this circuit, that they're in second place, were previously leading in GT3 and were for quite some time, and they're absolutely running away with it in 992. But not all of those 6 seconds is down to traffic. We've been talking a lot about that so far. That seems astonishing, really.
Yeah, I think, again, it just goes to show that they have the penalty. They're just trying to do the best they can to pull away and minimize the impact of it. Talk about TCRs very quickly as well, because at one point they were all on top of one another, but the traffic cycle splitting them up slightly. It's still Entropic and Team Hoisingveld 1 and 2, and now almost 4 seconds clear of Obsidian, U-Race PR, Race for Cat, and Impulse, but still 4 cars in drafting queue there, as they're seeing the GT4s make their way through as well, and now we've got side-by-side.
Clumsy from Zenith Esports, still clumsy actually. They had to go side by side for Ascari, and there's the contact. One of the TCRs, a victim of that one in the end. I think the Impulse car was actually quite innocent in that one, although they were involved in the end. It was the Race for Cat Motorsport car that ends up off the road, and I haven't actually seen them return.
Nope,
Can they get out from there? Maybe. They're just waiting for a gap.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, pull up the track map, they're going to have to wait basically until we've got another 3 or 4 cars to bail on through, and then there's still a pack that's coming at a rate of knots. I mean, this is painful, and this, again, something that you've got to do in endurance racing, recognize that it's not worth going for an unsafe rejoin. We've already seen one penalty. We'll grab a look at the replay in a few moments' time and figure out what happened there. But Drago and BS Plus competition, they're starting to go back and forth hammer and tongs. Drago Racing and Nicholas Mateo trying to work forward, of course, after a slightly sluggish start. BS Plus competition trying to minimize the impact of their own penalty, which I just want to reiterate, Ewan, they got from qualifying for impeding, so they hamstrung themselves before we even dropped the green flag.
Yeah, it was the Mac Performance car they were impeding, by the way. Clearly it didn't hold them back very much, but I guess that's the even worse part for BS competition. But nevertheless, rules are the rules, and you've got to mind out in qualifying. So where does that leave them at the end of this? Well, as this race goes on, obviously the field is stretching out, and the more and more cars they're not going to fall behind, if you see what I mean, with the penalty. But 20 seconds is significant, and the car directly in front of them, that Drago Racing Ferrari, is the one they're really going to be focusing on today, as they're the only team ahead of BS competition in the standings. But there are a lot of teams very close to BS competition. I mean, even Mag Performance themselves in 11th in the standings are only 15 points back.
It is one of those championships where we're only halfway through. Could still go any which direction you could think. Altus, by the way, officially now past the Wave Italy racing team in the 992 class, so we'll see if they're going to start to try and close that margin to David Bosga at the front of the field. And we were saying earlier that, you know, every couple of laps or so, the swings and roundabouts of this race just change the momentum. Traffic suddenly now playing a factor. Tristan Iglesias is going to lose even more time through the GT4 traffic, because Andrea Bristow's just got to get past the Sim RC machine. Iglesias may get lucky here and blast past all of them on the straight, though, and recover a bit of the time.
I think he has recovered some time, and He may well recover it all now, because there's this next group that I'm not sure Bristow's going to clear into the chicane, whereas Iglesias is going to be able to brake really late down here. To be fair, Bristow can brake pretty late himself. He's caught them at a pretty ideal time, but you can see there's a little bit of loss there already. The live gap on the top left there shows the margin coming down to less than a second. Now, what's the look like on the way to the Variante della Roggia? That's what is crucial for Justin Iglesias next.
Yeah, you can see all of these contenders just filtering their way through once again. The GT4's by no means completely filtered out and splintered up like we kind of expected by the time we got to the end of this first hour. There's your race leader, Grid and Go, Sven Haase in the Aston Martin. Of course, part of the 11K club. There's only 3 drivers now with 11,000 iRating from what I saw yesterday looking through the record books, but Sven Haase part of that illustrious club. Let's go back, by the way, take a look at the replay, and from up above initially, work our way down to Ascari.
Yeah, so how does this really all begin? Well, the TCRs are smart to let the GT4s try and pass them on the inside here, but there's a very, very late move from Zenith. I mean, they were in their rights, I think, to go down the inside of the Impulse car, but RaceSpotTV shouldn't have been expecting it, really. They were shoved out wide. I actually absolved Impulse of any responsibility at the start, but I shouldn't have done, probably. I think they're the ones that instigate the final contact.
So here's the look on board from Marcel Jokenheim as he just tries to slingshot out of the final part, and I think you're right.
Drives into them.
Might have been a little bit of that netcode, but regardless, netcode's just a prediction of where you're going to end up being. You're going to end up being on the side of the car, and you're going to end up making some contact. Now, 10 minutes away from the top of the hour. If there are any teams and drivers that haven't got enough fuel saving to get to the top of the hour and recognize they're going to need to do a splash and dash with this amount of traffic, it might behoove them just to come in a little bit early and get out of some of the madness. Is BS Plus competition going to take advantage of the madness and look to the inside? I don't think that's a move. I think that's just them trying to get past SimRC and slot back into line.
Yes, they were trying to just hold on to Drago Racing. I think that is a good point here. Is there going to be someone who goes early here? Is someone going to say right from the start, we're not even going to try and make this on 5 stops, we're going to do 6, and we're going to do something different to try and work around all of that? It's very possible, to be honest, and I wouldn't blame anyone for doing so. And surely we're reaching that point now where somebody can do that, because you really want to get to a stage where you can still be covered by the fuel when you're changing tyres. You want to get to a stage in these pit stops where you change all 4 tyres and then you you're not quite finished fueling yet, so you don't lose any time, if you see what I mean, by fueling and stopping fueling and then you're still changing tyres. Does that make sense?
I am picking up what you are putting down now.
Okay.
Something else, I guess, that we haven't really talked about but is a major factor here at Monza is pit entry, right? It's basically right off of the racing line in a lot of ways, and so communication through the body language of your car and making sure those behind you are aware that you're going to pit, it might end up being important. You can see behind, just at the top of the shot, BS Competition as they come through Ascari side by side with the Grid and Go race leading GT4 entry, but a single back out on the filter off the corner, even further back. I mean, this 57 starters, 57 still running. I mean, this has been a textbook example of exactly what you want to see for the most part in a multi-class race.
Yeah, it's been a really good example of that, and so I've really enjoyed this so far. Maybe helped slightly by the fact that Monza is one of those circuits where you can pass a lot of people on the straights, but that doesn't mean that there's no skill involved in terms of overtaking into the corners and so on. So it is a real testament to the quality of this field once again in the 24/8 Series eSports that we've got everybody still running rather well as well. Got a penalty, by the way, another one through in 992 for U-Race BR. They qualified really well on this occasion, but unfortunately they're going to have a step backwards as a result of this.
Yep, you can see that 5 seconds has come down for them in that Porsche Cup class, where they currently now sit in the 9th position with Rafael Silva behind the wheel there. See how, coming out of the pit stop sequence, these drivers elect to serve their penalties and lead them off in a way that makes the most amount of sense. Now, you don't serve them in your stall. You had mentioned there's a penalty box that you have to go and sit in. Maybe what we will see is a couple of those teams, if they don't think they're going to make it on the slight fuel save, maybe they come in for a slight short pit stop, and get some track position back. It's something we have seen in years past here when teams have had to try and make something different work. Run down through the field then very quickly, because we've kind of been jumping back and forth and around. Let's start with the GT3s. Mag Performance still leading after putting it on pole, but they haven't led for the entire race. Simufy right behind them have been leading and punching the hole in the air for the most part. And so we wonder what fuel saving is going to be looking like. Falcon Sim Racing, Drago Racing, and then PS Plus Competition round out your top 5 in the GT3 category. But of course, still waiting to see exactly how the first pit stop sequence will play out for them. 992s, it's a monster gap that David Bosga has in the Simufy esports machine. It's up to 8 seconds, as much as Yannick Lapchan is trying to close. However, 10 seconds looming over them for start infringement. A penalty jumped right at the start of this race for them. Drop back into the pack, and it will be quite close depending on how the next 6 or so minutes end up going. Maniti Racing and Wave Italy, 4th and 3rd respectively, slightly mixing up their orders. And then Valkyrie Experience, the car that was on pole in class, running just outside of the top 5. And you can see them now just going a little defensive from the Williams Esports Academy. Much of the classes close at the front. But in the last handful of laps, Sven Haase for the GridandGo.com esports team, that triple form Aston Martin, slowly pulling away and trying to run away from the Zenith Esports car. Maybe showing us why there was some desperation from Alexander Peregrina in trying to make his way past a little bit of traffic. SimRC sit 3rd, 3 seconds back to them as they just watch as some traffic works past them. 07 Racing and Sabolt Esports, the rest of the top 5. As what's happened to Grid and Go, just as we were talking about them, was that a slowdown?
Seemed to me as if it was, yeah. And I did notice, by the way, while you were going through that, Sven Haase does have a bit of damage where Zenith hit him in the left rear earlier on. Clearly that's not holding him back very much, but maybe track limits are.
Yeah, we'll see if we can grab a look at the replay in a few moments' time as to whether he did be a bit too aggressive through that second chicane. Quickly in the TCR though, Entropic PFBR, they lead by what is now a full second over Team Hoisingveld, but they have very much pulled the gap to Obsidian Racing, U-Race BR, and Impulse, the rest of the top 5. So that's the top 5s as they sit just before the pit stop cycle. So we've still got some time to go before we find out exactly how it's all going to end up faring out. As mentioned, though, I think the only thing that we can probably do is jump on board with Sven Haase and see how aggressive he was.
Quite.
It would have been through the first part, definitely not the second part.
You would have thought so. It's very rare through the second part, but they're all very aggressive, aren't they, on the first part? So it's there it is.
Oh, there, yeah.
See, just ever so slightly further to the left than those behind. I mean, the margins are very small.
And mentioned, by the way, that we don't know if GT3 could make it the full hour, and indeed we were right. So Mag Performance, Simufy, Maniti, BS Plus Competition, there is a frenzy on pit lane, and Simufy roll off and away first. 37.5 stationary for them, seconds in the box. 41.3 for Andrea Bristow. So strategy games being played. Now we wait to see Falcon Sim Racing and their Mercedes going at least 1 lap longer.
Yeah, they're going to have to go another 2 laps longer at least to make the hour. Has anybody even attempted this here in GT3 is the next question. And which of the other categories can make it? We know the TCRs can. That's not going to be a problem for them making the hour. It's how far past that they can go, which sometimes is a very long time. But the GT3s are very much the first ones in here, and actually very few of them are left out there remaining on the circuit. Luca Vunks of Falcon Sim Racing team first up. Will he be in straight away? Next up, looks like he will be. And how many are going to follow him?
One thing to remember is, again, we've got cooler track conditions, so potentially we should expect there to be a bit more fuel consumption on average over the totality of the race. I think we're going to expect everyone to be in, and indeed, just look behind. There is nobody that is staying out. It is going to be a race where some fuel saving has to be done. Luca wants into the box. Now we find out if he's going to try and match what Simufy did with Tristan Iglesias, if he's going to try and link up with the Mag Performance team. Still sitting there stationary, and as we've complained already, Ewan up on the Jackson getting fuel and tyres at the same time.
As we've complained. Yes, a little bit. I think that's a little bit what happened there, by the way, at the front of the field with Simufy and Mag Performance. Bit of an underfueling there from semi-fi, whereas Mag Performance and Andrea Bristow seems to have taken on the entire load of fuel. From what we've seen up and down the field, very little in the way of a driver change here. An opening 2-hour stint seems to be the way to go.
Yeah, still waiting. Oh, there we go. 41.9 for Luka Vunch. And, of course, that's going to mean that taking the race lead back is Tristan Iglesias. Andrea Bristow is going to slide forward to second in class. I'm just going to call this out. It's second in class. It's not second overall because of how the 992 pit stop sequences are working out. Look at Yannick Lapchin. He is now 6th overall and slotted in just behind the Drago racing car. 992 is going a bit longer on fuel, but GT3s have all come in and made their pit stops.
And the 992s should be able to make the hour at almost any circuit in the world. These guys can make an hour, so they should be fine, and they should be making less pit stops than the GT3s. That will keep things very close, and any GT3 that has issues throughout today will do very well to even beat the 992s here today. That's just an underscoring of how quick these cars are. And there's a GT3 Porsche. Can you tell the difference? Well, it's quite difficult.
That's what I was actually doing. There's one Semi-Fi Porsche, there's another Semi-Fi Porsche. Let's see if we can pull them both up on screen at the same time and try and figure out a difference between the two of them. Now, I know there are a few, but like, come on. Those are as identical as you could hope for.
Yeah, really close. And it is still a little bit wider, the GT3, or at least looks wider. I'm not sure on the measurements, but it at least looks a bit wider. Maybe because it's a bit lower, but there's the view. Is that?
No, it definitely sits a little bit more squat almost. Like there's a little bit more of a, as the kids would say, stance about it.
Is the kid? What's wrong with you saying that?
I don't know, but apparently stance is a word that they use in the car communities. I'm definitely not part of the car communities. Pit lane, though, that was Timo Hayden. That's just rolled his way on in. Now, he's come in from the GT4 class, so we're not far away from seeing them in as well. Zenith Esports, of course, after Sven Haas's slowdown, have inherited the lead. You mentioned that damage to the left rear that we'll probably see a little bit of it fixed up on the Aston Martin, this sequence of pit stops that's about to roll around. They, though, just on the precipice of making to the top of the hour.
Exactly, and I think it could come down in GT4 to how many times are they going to get lapped today. That's the difficult thing you're working out when you're a slower class. It's not only how many laps can you complete in 6 hours, which is in itself a little bit of a difficult equation for the leaders to make, but actually how many times are we going to get lapped in this one? Very difficult to work out in GT4, and that's what it came down to yesterday, interestingly, in the DNLS. How many times do you get lapped? And it could be the same here, because roughly, is it fair to say half the field going longer than the hour and half the field not? Maybe that's slightly unfair, but certainly some able to do it and some not.
I think maybe the way to think about it, those are also some of the cars that were involved in the drama, weren't they? So maybe they're coming in for penalties, damage repairs, might see them down on pit lane a little bit longer and come out beyond the top of the hour, which we have now crossed. So 1 hour complete, 5 hours to go in this fourth race of the 2023-2024 24-hour series esports championship, the 6 hours of Monza. Nordschleife to come after this, still a 6-hour race, and then the season finale. 12 hours of racing. Should be interesting to see how that goes. And here we come down onto pit lane, right on cue. And, whoa, there we go, someone in the pit box, a penalty box.
Oh, yeah, there you go. It almost looks like they've run out of fuel on the way to the lane, doesn't it? But sort of waiting for their team to go and push them along. They're just serving some seconds in the box before. And it's actually quite a nice pit lane, Monza, in terms of this, because in some circuits this season, and we will see for the remainder, it's a bit of a mess as to where the penalty box is and who's actually in their service box.
I'm just going to say, if there is side-by-side into pit lane entry,
ooh,
that is a risk. All I'm going to say, I hope I'm not proven right, but I got a little bit nervous seeing how close one of the cars got to the very stationary, fiercely forward machine, which, let's not forget, does have a not inconsiderable amount of penalties to sit there and to unfortunately take. Race Control has worked through 17 incident reports. There's still 2 that they have yet to make final determinations of, but we've given you the update so far for everything that we've seen in terms of penalties. There's your leader in the 992. Again, 10-second penalty for him. And Ewan, as the gap sits right now, ready to go into the pit stop window. 8 seconds back to the Altus car in second.
Yeah, and that's, by the way, an Altus car that's come through the field quite well in the opening hour here. So that wasn't even the first chasing car in the line previously. Altus have made great progress themselves to actually be in this position. So, and very interestingly, actually, I was thinking about this earlier on. Share Esport not quite able to do the same. Altus up from 10th, Share up from 9th, but Share are only 7th at the moment.
Maybe that also partially reflects the split focus for Scherer with yesterday's effort to make sure they clinched the DNLS titles. Altus, able to put a little bit more focus onto this race in particular, especially when it comes to the likes of the drivers they've got in their lineup. Behind for a second, I got nervous, wondering if there was 992s just trying to dive down to pit lane entry, and indeed that's, I think, what we are seeing. The GT4s, make their way in. That's the race leading car serving its penalty, so don't be surprised at the fact that they're not getting fuel and tires. Now they're off and away and trying to go and complete their service. 992s into the pit lane.
Yep, and this looks to be a pretty universal one, although we've got a few staying out there for a little bit longer. So Impulse serving a penalty there too, of course, from earlier on. That was also during qualifying for impeding someone for them, so that's going to put them even further back as well. But a very good way of doing penalties in this series. Time penalties that can be added together, served in a very clear box. Makes it very easy for us.
And a couple of cars going one lap longer. There's the E-Race BR machine. Right, red. Black and red, to be fair, very, very popular colours in endurance racing. Although we don't have too many of those cars in our field today, which we're not going to complain about. We're not going to complain about the fact that Scherer Esports still out there as well. Luca Alpert just passed by Door Esports, who's on the hunt to try and close to the back of the ATRS Academy machine. I mean, there's so many cars that have had some decent days. ATRS's number 13 has closed 13 positions so far today. Yeah,
great starts for some. And this car certainly one of those, really moving forward. And if they could just stay on 13 positions gained in the number 13, I wouldn't be averse to that at all. They'll, of course, want to move a bit further forward, but really fantastic from them. Top 10 now. And look at some of the cars there ahead as well. Door Esports and Williams Esports are just in that shot there, and those are the kind of teams that they've overtaken. It's not as if they've overtaken some back markers in this class.
Absolutely. To be clear, by the way, it's the ATRS Esports car. I confused them with the Williams Esports Academy car that's still out there on track and yet to come down pit lane. Although I think that's about to change as well. Drago Racing now forward to third. So quickly talk GT3 cycle, because we mentioned short fill for your race leader, Tristan Iglesias for Simulfrag Esports. Same thing has been done by a couple behind, including the ATRS car that we were just talking about, moving up through the field so decisively. Last pit stop times on the left-hand side of your screen, and look at some of the big differences through the field.
Yeah, ATRS with the shortest pit stop there of anybody. They'll be taking almost full tanks, I'd imagine, for the remainder of the day. But even Williams, who haven't really gained so much so far, wanted to gain some places there during pit stops with a shorter stop. Same for Team 75, but neither of them really able to do so. Still languishing in the bottom end of the top 10. One thing that's immediately apparent to me on the left-hand side there, though, is BS Competition. Look how much they've lost out as a result of their penalty.
It's one of those things that's not even reflected right in terms of the overall pit stop time, because it's the box time that the penalty gets counted towards. So BS Competition, Julian Kesselhut, 36 seconds off of your race leader. See what they're going to be able to do moving forward from here. So now, as we get the conclusion of the 992 pit cycle, just waiting for Scherer Esports to come down to pit lane, let you know that there's been, well, some equally wild strategy going on in that class as well. And this is what we love about endurance racing. Left side of the screen, you can see the pit stop times in this class. And because this is the only class you're in where fuel and tires aren't done at the same time, shock horror, we get some fun.
It's almost as if it's better. Fantastic. And just to the point I was making about Share earlier on, by the way, that they weren't quite overtaking as frequently as Altus. Maybe this is a reason. Maybe they were just using their lack of track position to save fuel, and it's given them an hour and 7 minutes, which is great work.
Yeah, that's good work. As Luca Alpert hits the marks into the box, and we check in with the Valkyrie car that now re-inherits, I guess, the race lead. Started up front. Definitely no tyres taken there with a 34.3 second pit stop, I'm going to assume. I'm going to send off a couple of messages down to the pit lane to try and get some information, as we have the luxury of being able to do here in the world of sim racing. I see Yannick Lapchan's going to share a car with Oscar Mangan, so the Irishman's about to get a message from me.
That's good news. What's happened? I don't know if you've already referenced this, and I was figuring out everything else. What's happened to Simify, given the fact they're in there for nearly 5 minutes now? Previous race leaders.
Now, that is a very good call that I had totally not picked up on. Something's not right for that Simify camp. No.
They did have a penalty, of course, but that was only going to set them back by 10 seconds. And if anything, it was success ballast for the first hour because they did so well.
Yeah, it was, again, let's not forget, jumping the start. We saw the replay. It was clear as day for us, right? You heard the engine go before the class leader had the right to be able to go. Williams Esports Academy got dinged as well, so we'll see if we can get word, but I wonder if not all is right maybe, and technical issues behind the scenes are going to stop them from rolling back out onto track. At least, though, the lead GT3 car still out there and now 4.2 seconds clear. Slightly lighter fuel load, Ewan, and Tristan Iglesias is making good use of it.
He is, and that's going to remain the case for quite some time now. Of course, there's going to be some pain in terms of a little bit more time in the box later on in the race, or the amount of time they'll have to spend in pit lane for the remainder of this will be longer than that of the other cars. But they're making use of the lower fuel load here, and now that they're away, from Mag Performance SRT, they're not in that stage of sort of needing to get past cars into corners to keep lap traffic between them. They can sort of run their own race from the lead there.
Ewan, sometimes I know what I'm talking about, and I hate that. You remember what I was saying about the penalty box?
Oh, it's happened already.
Apparently. We'll get the replay on your screen. I just got a message from Race Control, so... Oh, that's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. I got nothing else to say. Nothing.
No, I mean, it is. It's... But at the end of the day, well, I'm not. I won't. I'll actually.
Let's wait till we see. Yes, exactly.
I'll reserve that sentence until I've seen what's happened here, but I might well end up saying it anyway. So we'll watch it first. But yeah, so, very unfortunate, I think, is the bottom line for Simify Esports.
Without a shadow of a doubt. By the way, we're just watching as a couple of the traffic battles just continue to overlap. They were 3 wide into Curva Alboreto, into the Parabolica, whatever you want to call it. We're at that stage where you get all the classes overlapping at the same time as well, for the most part. Yes, the Porsche Cup cars, GT4s, TCRs, you're all having to deal with that. And going back to what we said about loving multi-class racing, this is where it becomes frustrating at times as well, and that's where track position can be so important. Valkyrie and Scherer, 2 drivers, 2 teams in the 992 class that Ewan have gone on the same strategy to get some clean air.
Well, yeah, mostly clean air in the case of Sherry's, but they've found another car to sort of draft with, and if they stay behind this car for another hour, then you've just got to sort of chuckle almost that they're just finding cars to draft off of, because clearly they've not been moving forward barely at all actually in the opening hour, purely saving fuel, drafting off of other cars, using their hole in the air to benefit them, and they're doing exactly the same now despite being in second place. But is that still going to be the case, or do they think they can go and push on at a better pace by leading the Valkyrie car around?
Guess we'll find out. I love the Porsche Cup class, by the way, because it is really raw. We turn off traction control and ABS. None of that assists for the drivers to be to handheld with. I mean, the problem is that 407 has got to try and get into its box. There's not many places that you can really put the penalty box here, and so that seems like the rather logical place to put it. But every driver does have to be aware of the risks that come with it, and unfortunately, I wonder if poor 07 Racing now have also got a big old whack as a result.
Maybe. I still think, though, that and I've long time not enjoyed the thing in iRacing where teams drive down the pit apron, straight to their box. I understand why in this case, especially because they are so early in the box and they can't really understand what's happening quite, because everybody does it. But nevertheless, I'm not sure I've ever really enjoyed the idea of people just taking that line into their box. Although, as I say, these guys kind of have to. They are literally the first box, actually.
Yeah, you see the front end damage there. Can't quite see the rear end damage from this corner of the car, but you know it's there. There's no way Simufy would have pulled that car off if it didn't have significant lasting damage. So 57 starters, 56 running entries, and a frustrating way, I'm sure, in many ways for things to happen. And like you mentioned, Ewan, that's a known risk, right, that the drivers are aware of. And sometimes I think, like you say, drivers have got to just recognize they've got to take other people's safety, because that's what it is, right? When you drive through the penalty box when someone's sitting there, you're taking their safety into your hands, unfortunately. So I just got to be a little bit more careful and try and be a little bit more try not to rely on the pit lane ghosting you to be safe, because that's an uncomfortable situation to be in.
That's why I've never really enjoyed it, because people do tend to start to rely on it. Maybe less so in that case, because they did clearly. The driver didn't think, quite clearly to me anyway, didn't think that they were just going to ghost through the Porsche there. He knew that he was going to hit him, but just didn't have time to react quite in time. But it is a problem sometimes as well, that you are relying on that, and if it doesn't come, then you're both in a bit of trouble. So it's an unfortunate moment there, really. I was going to say that car was stationary, so he should have predicted it was always going to be there because it's standing still, but that wasn't quite the case when you go and view it properly.
A couple more penalties, by the way, have been issued by Race Control as we watch leading 992 cars. Must say, by the way, David Haynes, such a car nerd. Apparently, the Cup car has got red wheel nuts on one side, blue on the other. I see the red wheel nuts on the left side, so hopefully we get a camera shot from the other. The GT3R has regular wheel nuts. That's not the kind of thing that's very easy to tell as a commentator, to tell the two cars apart, if we're being completely honest. But it's a difference, Ewan.
It is.
And he's right, red on one side, blue on the other.
It's almost as if Porsche are searching for things they can make different, so that there's a point of having both. Because they're so undifferent in a lot of ways. There is one of them, though. Oh, we've changed the wheel nuts on this one. This is a different car. Buy this too. But no, they are. I mean, as I said before, really enjoy the Porsche Cup class, as we were just talking about with the strategy. Don't quite enjoy how close they are in speed to the GT3s these days.
Should I be insulted as a Porsche owner by that statement? I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, I was
You're
gonna
the
say,
market.
I'm down there. I am the target market at the end of the day. The Porsche design watches, give me them. Oscar Mangan, by the way, has given me a quick report from down on pit lane. So a quick shout out to him as we see bump drafting between these two leaders. Scherer and Valkyrie 0 tires. That's basically what we expected. Wave, Italy, and Altus, 2 tire stops. So that's the 49, 50-second bracket. And then the 64-second stop for Maxime Marriott for Maniti Racing. That would have been a 4 tire stop. So we've got 3 distinct calls on tires. Find out in about 10 laps time what the crossover point is. And if there's going to be any pain. Oh, pain.
Yes. Oh, dear. Speaking of pain, yeah. Team Hoisingveld off the road in the Ferrari. Careful. Well, they're lucky that's a TCR, actually. Otherwise, they might have got hit there with a faster car on the way out of Ascari, but
how do you even
going to cost them
there, right?
Anyway.
It's not often you see cars in the kitty litter. I mean, Ewan, take a look.
Well, it's just traffic business, I think, really. Down the inside is Sebo, who want to turn in and have to at some point, but the Hoisingveld car may be broken a little bit too late.
Yeah, unfortunate. I tell you what, I'd like to get a look on board from the Hoisingveld entry just to see how close he was on the entry, so he's not necessarily alongside. And then does he just try to run the regular racing line? It's hard to tell, but again, there's a lot of glue between them.
I think he was trying to go for the racing line. Oh, as the Valkyrie car, not the 992 leader, but the GT3 car, if you can tell, Jonathan Poulet off the road there, and will drop down further after spinning on the exit of turn 2.
I'm I'm just saying that's a call for the livery designers for that team to make it a little bit more obvious for which car is which, so that panicked viewers, panicked commentators don't get confused between the two. Now off to the Roger. Is he going to have to defend from Leipzig Esports? Don't think the Porsche is going to have a lunge and really force the issue, especially knowing that maybe Ty still screaming in agony after this spill through turn 1, Ewan.
Well, it's Team Huisenfeld again. Are they involved or not? Because they're very close behind, and I can't tell from there.
I think no.
Okay, it's close, but we'll find out here from the aerial angle. Oh, Poulet's already sliding, isn't he, on the way into turn 1, never mind turn 2. Yeah. So he's spinning around there, unfortunately, on the traction.
David Haynes, by the way, says he's just channeling his inner Peter Mackay. I hope, David, you come prepared with a book of knowledge on the Porsche RS Spider, because that's channeling your true inner Peter Mackay. Ooh, there's a chink off the corner out of Ascari. 3 wide for a moment. Hold on in what is, let's not forget, fight for not being last in GT3 now. Leipzig 20th, the Valkyrie experienced competition team in 19th spot. Lots of work for them to do to work their way back on forward. We are 20 minutes now into the second hour of the race. 10 laps into the window for the GT3s. Ewan, at what point can we start back timing and trying to figure out who is going to have a bit of a disadvantage at the end? Because I think we're on the same page, right? GT3s are doing a splash in that. Yeah,
I think so. It's just a case of, do you sort of take that throughout the day in terms of it just not filling up as this car has done? Simify Esports have done a 37.5 pit stop in the box. That's taken out about 4 seconds worth of fuel-ish. If they're doing roughly a second for a lap of fuel, that's taken them maybe 3 laps out of their car. Bristow, there you can see what a normal pit stop might look like. So are they going to take the pain along the way, or as this car seems to be doing, are they going to do one last short stint at the end? Now, the advantage with this strategy, by taking full fuel loads the entire way and then a short splash at the end, means that there might be about, 25-30 minutes to go at the end. And so by taking a splash, you're not taking another tyre set, which could advantage you. But if you're doing taking a little bit of fuel out each time, as this car is also doing, you can afford to change tyres and use 7 sets throughout the day. As long as you're still fueling by the time the tyres have been changed.
I think Drago Racing one to watch, by the way, because Nicolas Matteo is flying. That car qualified down in 5th. Actually dropped back initially at the start, but has been very much setting some of the fastest times of the class. Lap times, by the way, in terms of the 992s, I'm just keeping an eye on that tyre delta, right? Because expecting maybe at some point the Valkyrie and Scherer leading machines to start to feel the pain. They did a 158 last time. Wave Italy in 4th, a 158. So they're pretty equally matched right now. Still seeing the 2 tyres versus 0 tyres somewhat equaled out amongst those 2 calls. Have to wait and see if it ends up being a little bit more intriguing at the end. Touring cars, we said we've had pit stops. That's true in 3 classes, not in this one though.
No, they're still going. After 1 hour 20, the key for these guys is getting to an hour and a half, which is normally not a problem. But will it be a problem today? There's no limitation on the fuel loads of this car, as there normally is in series, actually, or endurance series anyway, that run a TCR class. Normally, they're not allowed to use the full extent of their fuel. But are they going to go to such an extent that they only make 3 pit stops today?
Would be a big stretch. I guess on tires we're pretty good. Again, remember, if you're just joining us, iRacing's gravitational rotation frozen in action for today, and so sun's not moving from its spot in the horizon. Weather conditions not changing as well. 26 degrees in the air, 28 on the track itself, and so expect that to be pretty constant. And of course that impacts then the strategy, the setup that the teams have brought, and the fuel consumption and the mileage as well. And you had alluded to it earlier, Ewan, because these are pretty optimal conditions for racing, not sure there'll be too many complaints.
Well, yeah, you'd hope so. But they are racing drivers after all. If there's ever any conditions where you'd want them to be frozen, then I guess these are it. It's not going to put too much of a strain on the tyres, and it's going to be nice and cool in terms of making them last the entire stint length for all 4 classes. So that's a good thing. But also, it's never really a worry in this series. We do run this throughout the winter months generally, spring at most, and so we do the same in iRacing. That means the temperatures never really get out of control.
Yeah, but you know, that's why we go to places like Watkins Glen and Interlagos, where we get track temperatures in excess sometimes of 60 and 70 degrees Celsius, and therefore intensity on the track tends to rise to meet those expectations as well. Gap at the front settled down. Simify Mag Performance a tenth or two every single lap or so. Not seeing too much of a change between them just yet, but it is that middle portion of the race where things just processionally building up, and you follow along to just wait and see how things will play out. There has been some drama, I can tell you, for the big green machine with Tim Matska behind the wheel, the Porsche GT3R. Pick up what happened to it, Ewan, down into turn number 1.
Here we go. So the Williams car seemingly making an overtake there. And just as the concertina effect goes through, Williams obviously on a tighter and compromised line on the way in here, as they're on the inside and making their way through, so they're a little bit slower, and Maniti not quite expecting that amount of slowing, and they just seem to hit the rear of the Mercedes and go around, thankfully not collecting the Olympus 992 in the process.
Nice little jink there to avoid the drama. Already there was a little bit of damage on the front of the Olympus eSports machine, so have been plenty of cars through the wars and plenty of teams having to do some damage repairs and get the hammers and gaffer tape out on pit lane. Lap time still pretty equal in the 992 class as well, so maybe this is where bump drafting, Ewan, you know, it's all the rage now in iRacing. It started at the end of 2022 with Daytona and GT3 racing, but now basically everywhere across road racing, teams work together just trying to help each other on forward.
Yeah, and you can do it in prototypes too if you want, rather against what you might expect really from a traditional race. So it is all the rage, as you say, and that might well be what's happening here. And so as a result, I'm not sure how much fuel Luca Alpert's actually going to be able to save here. He will on the way down here. Maybe Valkyrie are going to be doing a little bit of it even from the lead. However, Luca Alpert is putting a lot of energy and a lot of fuel maybe into pushing Valkyrie along, and they can help each other at this stage, so it is worth doing.
How safe is it though? I mean, this is not Daytona, so you're not on the banking, right? I mean, we could include the old Monza banking. That would make it a lot more treacherous. But, you know, sometimes we do see at Daytona in particular on the banking, if you slightly hit someone off-center, it can spear them up into the wall and cause some chaos. I wonder if we are going to see a situation where these two eventually just have to rely on that bump draft when their tires no longer have the purchase underneath them. They're about 10 laps into the stint, so might find themselves wanting for grip sooner rather than later. Side by side and out of the final corner, drag race between two Mercedes. It's Williams Esports versus Door.
Yep, door to door, you could say.
Nice.
Down the down the front straight. Door Esports on the inside line for the first part, the outside for the second, and they realise that. Lifting off, letting Williams Esports through. Maybe a disappointing opening hour from Williams, but they're starting to move forward now. A little bit less fuel on board because they didn't take quite so much this previous time around, but their total defence seems to be starting to come to fruition a little bit. Podium for the first time this season, last time out at Silverstone. They just seem to be getting a little bit better and finding their feet again in this series.
You say finding your feet. Ewan, you know, I looked at the schedule just before we started and I reminded myself, rounds 1 and 2, 6 weeks separated, right? October 1st, November the 19th, and then a long wait until the start of February for the next round of the season. That's a long time away, and so, like you say, finding your feet, even though this is the second half of the season, maybe counterintuitively, because of the way the schedule's played out, because of the way drivers, you know, commit to series, maybe they are at the point now where they feel like they're getting grips from cars, and like we said earlier, iRacing's build coming out next week, going to send that all for a toss.
They've got, well, yeah, exactly. They've got to be on it from this point onwards, especially, well, starting from Silverstone last time out, to be honest. You had to start from that point on the right foot to sort of move forward with this season. And we've seen that in those who finished on the podium last time out. Drago Racing, who won 1 month ago, are having a good race so far. They're in the podium places and and actually driving towards second position at the moment, and Mag Performance, who currently hold that position. We've got also on the podium last time out Williams Esports, who I just referenced there, but the other ones were Falcon Sim Racing Team. Not spoken too much about them today because they've been quiet, but they have been running well, and that's just a showcase of how if you start that second pod of the year, if you like, with the front foot, the right foot forward, you can continue to move on forward doing that, and that's what those three teams who were on the podium 1 month ago have shown so far this race.
Yeah, and you even look at the standings in the championship, right, as well. Most of the teams at the front have been consistent. You exclude GT3, where it has been very, very wild and unpredictable. But Scherer, they've been on the podium every single round. SimRC only missed out on the podium at Silverstone by a small margin at the end of the day. Impulse again podiumed every single round. Championship leaders tied with Hoisingveld, who have finished second, first and second. You've got to make sure you're up front, and that starts with qualifying as well, to what we were kind of talking about, where you said you want to keep yourself out of the danger zone, but give yourself a solid platform from which to launch. GT4s, they were very close in the first hour of the race, but as much as their pit stop sequence is basically identical, gaps have started to build. Grid and go, 1.5 seconds clear at the front.
Yeah, Sven Hasse is doing a good job. I think we can give a lot of the credit to him for that. 1.5 seconds, but that's not the gap that really says it all to me. It's that 9-second gap back to third place. If you remember back to earlier on, not only before that big incident into the final corner, but actually after it as well. We had 5 or 6 cars in a real line there, and you can see the rest of those 6 from third on backwards. However, that says a lot for me about the front two. Not only Sven Hasse, but I think ZF Esports need a bit of credit as well for being able to put such a margin into those others.
And talking of this class, there have been a couple more penalties that have come down, so let's quickly give you the update there. We'll go in reverse order. Most recent penalty to be awarded, the 491 Sable Esports machine. 10 seconds for them for contact, and, well, even more significantly, 10 seconds, you think that's rough? 30 seconds for the 07 Racing 407 car. And one final penalty, just to give you the update, 10 seconds for the 122 Impulse machine. I don't think too many surprises there, Ewan, looking through the updates.
I think the severity of the penalty for hitting someone in the pit box, or the penalty box, excuse me, might well surprise a few. And the 07 Racing car, clearly it hasn't affected them in terms of damage. They're still... not only have they not needed to repair anything, but they're actually running at a decent pace as well. Clearly, Race Control judging that one to be a more severe worthy penalty than any other contact out there on the racetrack, which I think some people may have some arguments with. I don't particularly, although I do think 07 Racing have been a little bit unlucky with that.
I think what it is the benchmark, right, from which all future penalties are going to be judged. And you were saying earlier that we want to see drivers be a bit more wise in pit lane and, take the ghosting out of consideration and just be a little bit more safe. Like other simulators, you don't ghost in pit lane, it's all contact based. And so, maybe that's a bit of an indication from Race Control that they expect a little bit more from teams and drivers, especially at this level, to be aware. Let's not forget, we have seen it in other cases. Poor Gianni Vecchio's rig still suffers the lasting consequences from his frustrations with that pit model. Another penalty, by the way, literally has just come down on through. And now, isn't this the second penalty, Ewan, for the 987 U-Race BR W2 ePro GP machine?
I love how you reel the whole name off every time.
I've got to, just to make sure Lorenzo Bonda knows how irritating of a team name it is.
It is the second penalty. They had a 5-second penalty earlier for car contact in the 992 class, and it looks as if it's another contact penalty, but not with their own class, but on this time a TCR car. They did serve those 5 seconds earlier, by the way, so it will be a separate trip down to the penalty box this time round. Yeah, you can combine the penalties, like Ewan had said earlier with the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward car. If you come down to pit lane to serve them at the same time, you've already served it, though, you're a bit out of luck. We're into
the first now 90 minutes complete, 22 incidents reported. That includes, of course, things from the registration infringements, the qualifying impeding as well. So it hasn't been too busy. It has been a rather good day for race control to be able to enjoy some of the action. And I'm sure the team at VCO as well, following along and capturing all of the action to put on social media. Make sure you stay connected to them on VCOesports.com to follow along for the rest of 2024. Let's be honest, Ewan, we've got a very exciting event coming up on April the 20th. We're all looking forward to VCO Infinity.
Oh yeah, it's one of my favourite inventions that VCO have brought forward to us, and there have been quite a few of them. VCO Infinity provides excitement all the way through the night, even in a 24-hour race, because it's 24 separate races in some very different car combinations as well. Not particularly wacky ones, but ones that are just great for racing. That's what it's all about.
You say not particularly wacky. I say you haven't seen my proposals for 2024. Pit lane.
Yet.
Pit lane takers in touring car machinery, as we see a driver change for Entropic PFBR. Martin Suratek takes over. Seems like Fabian Sequin's going to stay in the Team Hoisingveld entry, though, as Obsidian Racing, Wave Italy, and U-Race BR just waiting for them all now to come down into the box and finish off their cycles. Because they've been out there for 90 minutes, Ewan, they're going to be in here basically as long as they can, packing in the fuel to the max.
Yeah, there's no games in terms of fuel going on down here. It will be about four pretty regular stints with 3 stops over the course of the day. There goes Hoisingveld, and Entropic will follow them along. As long as they're in the draft range, then they're okay, but there is a fairly large gap there.
See if it opens up as they head out of pit lane. Now, I don't think they've got any traffic coming by them. Indeed, no, they've got clean air. That's about as much, all you could ask for in this touring car category, with the tyres still now coming up to temperature. So out onto track with what is going to be a healthy margin to Obsidian behind. It's 2 at the front for these, what we can now officially call TCR machines again. It was announced that iRacing partnered up with the fine team at the TCR sanctioning body. And as there's a lot of smoke, there's a Valkyrie car around, and once again it's the GT3R.
Is it missing its front end, or is that just the angle?
No, it is. Good eye.
Ah, that was. I thought it looked like it was missing something. The dive planes and all that kind of thing, and it is side by side with the Impulse 992 car, which gets into the side of it. Oh, and it gets hit by the U-Race car. They're having a terrible time of things in the last 10 minutes or so.
Well, and this is where, just to remind everyone, we've said it a lot, 992 Cup cars faster in a straight line. So that was a big send under the brakes from the Valkyrie competition car, relying the ABS was going to get him stopped, and also trusting those other drivers were going to just let him through, which, to be completely fair, they're in a fight of their own as well.
They are, and it's difficult to go side by side through here. The Impulse car just clips the curb, gets onto 2 wheels, goes straight into the side of the Valkyrie car, which I've got to say makes a bit of a meal of turning back round again.
Yeah, I mean, had to do the almost infinite point turn. Other dramas out on track. Ooh, MA70. That's through the second chicane as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Flash of the lights in fury, even if the car and the culprit is probably long down the road. Let's see what happens here.
Self-inflicted.
It was a bit, yeah. Do they get hit? No, I'm not entirely. Maybe they were just accidentally pressing buttons while turning round, because I've done that before. This is the moment. They were perfectly entitled to go down the inside and indeed take the racing line. It's a self-inflicted spin there, really, yeah.
Yeah, and again, maybe it's the mad panic of just trying to get your wheel turned around and flick the car into reverse as well. But Jakub Stofko making a small error, and
oh no!
That's a big error. Small error becomes a big error.
It looked like the Impulse GT4 from that angle, but this is not a good rejoin. You've just got to wait. No matter how frustrating it is, you have to just wait, and he just goes. Falcon very lucky to miss them. Impulse in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to look on board with Sacha Anglesey, who was, I think, behind the wheel of the Impulse Mercedes at the time. Saw the Falcon car fire it through. He sees the smoke, probably not aware there's a car there, and he tries to avoid it, but there's not much you could do. And unfortunately, We'll see what that means in terms of cars coming to pit lane. Pit lane takers in the form of ATRS, who, let's not forget, Ewan, slightly short in that previous stint. Trouble at turn 1, though. Williams Esports have gone straight.
Reigning champions off, and I saw someone else off too. It's one of the GT4s that has been in the wall. Sotomuto nevertheless going through the slightly annoying chicane. Miguel Almeida is the driver of the GT4 car that looks like it may have been assaulted into turn 1, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the heaviest braking zone on the lap as well, let's not forget. So you slingshot out of the Parabolica. That Mercedes looking very, very worn at the front end. And I'm pretty sure it already had a bit of damage. I don't think it looked that bad. We were 3 wide with some traffic. You've got the TCR left. And I need a look from above before I say anything else about that.
I think... Well, I'll do the same, but I know what I think already. Williams Esports, I think, may have come down a bit too early here. They're still 3 wide. Well, yeah, that's difficult, actually.
So, the reason I wanted to see it from up above is there's a couple of different ways I'm looking at this. I'm trying to figure out, A, when the Williams car is actually on the brakes. B,
they are moving over.
They are moving over. And to be fair to the RaceR car, they're basically running a straight line.
Yeah, and there is no other thing they can do, because they've got that TCR on the left-hand side of them. They could go a bit closer to it, I suppose, but they're perfectly entitled to be in the middle, leaving space on the left and the right. But the Williams car, I guess, didn't want to be on such a tight line into turn 1, but that's what happens when you're 3 wide into this corner.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to the point of, was it worth the big send? Clearly, Sotomuto thought he was going to lose too much time being stuck behind a handful of his competitors. Okay, so we now got 20 minutes to go to the top of the hour. Had a couple of takers for pit stops, of course. ATRS, the first in the GT3 class in this hour of the race. Side by side between Daniel Sommer for Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC. He's got Ballas Pala in the Impulse car that's going to just let him slip on through around the outside as it switches back to the inside. Nicely executed pass. And maybe, Ewan, we can start to settle back into a rhythm, because it was a nice tidy start. It's gotten a little bit more physical since then.
There has been a few things since then, and these race control things for them to do have very much come in a flurry as well. I can see 5 in the last 5 minutes. So they'll be busy for the next while searching through all of those, and I think there are going to be some penalties dished out as well. And one thing that they really do clamp down on, by the way, race control, is an unsafe rejoin. So the 170 TCR is going to get some penalty for that.
Yeah. We've had the benchmark, right, for the rejoin. So we know 30 seconds likely to be there. What else?
But I think that one was worse, the second one. So that might even be more than 30 seconds for this time around.
Well, that was also a second infringement, right? So I think, who knows?
Okay.
I don't disagree that it was a worse rejoin. I'm just trying not to put words into Race Control's mouth, especially since 20 minutes before you and I get to say goodbye and we leave Race Control with the mess of a race, potentially. They've still got to work through. 992s, let's check back in with them. We talked lap times. I don't feel as though we've seen that crossover point, Ewan, that we may be thinking that we'd see. Last lap time for Luca Alpert was a 1:58, slightly slower than the leader who did a 1:57, but behind, no quicker than a 1:56 for 3rd and 4th position. So I know Maxime Marriott did a 1:51, but he took 4 tyres, let's not forget.
Yeah, so he's dropped back as a result of that, and yeah, had the almost longest stop, certainly longest stop of anyone inside the top 8 or 9, which maybe explains all about that. But as you say, the gaps really aren't very big in terms of different lap times then, in differentials in those lap times. And the fact that these two out front are working together is really helping them along as well. But you could argue that Altus and Wave Italy could start to work together as well. They're only a second apart in 3rd and 4th.
You look at those lap times on the left side of your screen and you only see a couple of tenths quicker per lap on average for the drivers that took tyres. So seeing that indication that maybe in these cooler conditions, maybe a no tyre stop and then a 4 tyre stop, a decent call. But ultimately, there's a reason why all of these bigger teams have strategists to try and figure out all of these little nuances as to the race. Iglesias at the front, by the way. Not sure if traffic has cost him this lap. Whatever the case is, gap's now down to 3 seconds. It's been slashed almost in half.
Yeah, and you wonder quite why that is at this stage, to be honest. The difference between them in terms of amount of fuel on board will remain, and that so I can't work it out, to be honest. Maybe those two 992s have got something to do with it, but Andrea Bristow is certainly making a bit of a move here and closing in a little bit, as is Nicholas Matteo. It's all still very close here for nearly a third of the way into this race.
Yeah, and it's only going to get closer, you'd feel, in those final 2 hours when the strategies somewhat converge across of the classes as well. Look at the replay. Impulse has a look at the inside of the Hydra Race Porsche Cup car, and then on the exit of Lesmo 1, Impulse goes for a little bit of a spinner-rooney, and fortunately, yes, backed up into the wall, but doesn't rejoin the track unsafely, doesn't do any lasting damage to the car either.
No, rejoins it ironically just in front of their teammates there in TCR. So getting through into Lesmo 1, that's the fine part, but they thought they'd just about clear them before the geodesic car would have to get back onto the road again from the AstroTurf and so on. But that was not the case. Speaks once again to the lack of pace difference between these two categories of car, and Impulse, the ones that go around, unfortunately of their own doing on that occasion.
It's always better when it's of your own doing, though, in some ways, because then you're not involving anyone else if there is any drama. 4 hours and 17 minutes to go. Still a long way in this race. I really want to know, Ewan, where drivers sit with the off-track threshold. One thing that, of course, the series has, which is quite interesting, is the fact that off-tracks are counted separately, and so you get 25 allowances to go beyond the bounds of the track. Something that only Race Control knows exactly where they sit, as Simufy from the lead down to pit lane.
Well, yes, down to pit lane for them already, and that's to be expected as well, by the way. But I was under the impression that it's 25 until you get a warning.
Oh,
and
yes,
then another,
no, it is, yes.
Okay, and then another 25 until a penalty. I can tell you who's already got a warning.
Who?
Because Race Control have already dished out one to a 992 car. It is the Visceral Esports 992. Vince Peters has been off the track a load, apparently, and I think he's only just got that warning about now, but even so, that's quite early.
So, in about 2 hours' time, we might see our first penalty for incident threshold points, is what you're telling me here.
Well, if it works linearly, yes.
Linearly, is that what you're saying?
Yes, however you say that word. But is that even a word?
Linearly. I think it's a word. Surely it's
Sounds
a
like
word.
it should be.
It's a very statistics-y thingy, which
Yeah.
I was not very good at, so I would never know.
No, well, no, same, to be honest. But yeah, you get what I mean. If they carry on at the same rate, they'll get a penalty in 2 hours, yes, or just under that amount of time. But you get the feeling that part of that has sort of come down to the fact that everyone's running very close, and it sort of puts you off sometimes. When you're on your own and in your own rhythm, you can go, hours sometimes if you're really in the groove without getting an off track.
I don't know if I'd agree with that at Monza. Track limits at Monza for me, personal bugbear. I don't know, it's, especially because, you've got the mix of the high speed, the medium, and the low speed. Trying to judge turn-in points a lot can be quite difficult. And so, yeah, this track is the bane of my existence when it comes to track limits. Le Mans, also not great, especially with the slowdowns. Yeah, track limits. You know who loves track limits, Ewan?
Paul Smith?
Yes, exactly.
No, he loves, I heard he loves anti-cut curbs even more. He doesn't, by the way.
No, he does not. Actually, I was just thinking, what does Paul hate more? Abuse of track limits or badly placed sausage curves? And I think the answer is abuse of track limits. Conor Rematic, of course, personal bugbear of them is unsafe rejoins. We've seen a couple of them today, haven't we?
We have, yeah. That would be a particularly irritating race to watch in that respect, with a couple of notable ones, I think it's fair to say. I think the second one a little bit worse. You could somewhat excuse the first one, I think, even though it is still a penalty, but that second one with the TCO was really unforgivable.
Unforgivable. I like the way that you call it. It's like a Harry Potter curse. You should not say it.
I don't watch Harry Potter. I haven't watched Harry Potter.
Well, Jesse Jones almost apparated into the back of Marvin Strell's rear end in that Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC entry. got to say, that was just a slight misjudgment on the braking, and in a blink of an eye, Lucas Lindqvist in the WSR Esports butt kicker entry, Seybold Esports, Roberto Ferrari, and then the BS competition car back into the mix. Remember, BS competition, 20-second penalty after qualifying, 32 seconds off for the race lead right now, man.
Very nicely done. To be in the top 10, what's that, 9 positions gained in the last stint? Very good driving from Julian Kessler, and that's something I was not expecting, by the way. I know the gaps are quite small back there, and the midfield is rather close, but that's still a lot of overtaking to do, and a very impressive drive from this BS competition car.
Another taker to pit lane. Klaxon went off, and it's Drago Racing's Ferrari that brings it in now. Are we going to start seeing driver changes? Simufy left Iglesias in, and that's something that we have seen from them, is long stints from Iglesias. He seems comfortable and willing to do it. Aaron Vasquez going to take over, though, in the Drago Racing car. So maybe 2 hours in, 2 hours off, and 2 more hours in.
That would somewhat make sense, I suppose, especially if you've got a stronger driver to maybe start and finish the race and do that little bit extra driving, but it doesn't mean it's very even in terms of your 2 drivers. Oh dear, as the leader in 992 there goes a bit deep into the second chicane. That will all be okay in the end, though. Had word through, by the way, as to whether linearly is a word. Apparently it is. So thanks for that. I'm not going to read out the definition because it sounds complicated.
No, it is definitely a word. I was just teasing the way that words can be difficult.
I didn't know.
Words are difficult to say as broadcasters, okay? It's just the truth. It's a factual statement, and so linearly, in a way that involves or exhibits directly proportional change in 2 related quantities. That seems like a very appropriate word for racing when you're trying to say, you know, a spring change affects something linearly versus non-linearly, which I guess would be exponentially or quadratically or one of those other phrases, science and math.
You lost me at least 30 seconds ago.
At least? I got you further than I thought I would.
Oh no, I do not understand maths.
Should we talk programming, Ewan? Should we do that?
Oh no, definitely not. I can't program to save my life. Oh, I couldn't when I did try as a child.
Oh, don't worry, Ewan. Most people that do know how to code just actually know how to Google. That's all that we really know how to
Nice.
do. Penalties continuing, I should say, to come down as we watch traffic try to work past. That's going to be a deep break from Luka Vunch to pass those 992s with their straight line speed. 10 seconds for Impulse's 915. That was for contact with the number 77.
That was, going into the side of the Valkyrie GT3. That's going to be argued about. You could see that either way, to be honest with you. Well, it's difficult because they were the ones on the inside, the ones that need to give the space on the outside, of course, but they were the ones being overtaken and being dived down the inside of, and it's very difficult to do that at the De La Roggia anyway, so you could see that either way.
Yeah, again, I'll see it either way, but I guess the way I was kind of thinking about it in the moment, right, was, you know, race control always says, right, it's on the faster cars to pass responsibly, and I don't think that was a pass that was going to be executed responsibly at the end of the day, and so, you know, maybe, like you say, Impulse might decide to slightly argue the case, but penalties are penalties. Race control's decision is final, and they'll have to serve that sooner rather than later. This is not done, by the way. I mean, this is what we're talking about with the top-end speed. Finally, Luka Vunch gets past the Valkyrie 977 leading in class. He'll get past the touring car machine on the corner exit as well. But, Ewan, just look how those 992s close in a straight line.
Yeah, fantastic. And here we go with Alpert. He's going to push the Valkyrie car into the Falcon GT3. Have you ever seen anything quite like this? We've not had a situation with these 2 classes in the history that they now possess of many years of them being interacting quite like this. It really is remarkable, but the straight line speed they possess is just astonishing.
It's a lot of fun, that is for sure. We're enjoying ourselves today. Pit stop, says Andrea Bristow, now comes in from the lead. So again, these are the clear indications. Splash and dashes are going to be on the cards for a couple. Now, is anyone else going to be down onto pit lane this time by? BS competition will follow them in. So, Ewan, clear indications that we're going to get some interesting calls, I think, on strategy.
We're already getting them. BS competition on their way in, leading a couple more on in 2. That was the Team 75 car you could just see in the background. And some of the first driver changes happening as well. Tristan Iglesias stayed into the Simify car, but Ian Gagnon Renault is getting in the WSR car. So some driver changes beginning to happen up and down the field. Kakashuba getting into the BS competition car. And he will now be tasked with moving them from the top 10 to the top 5, which all of a sudden seems achievable.
Yeah, it's crazy to think, right, how a 20-second penalty, you just work hard, you can overcome it. Iglesias sharing the car with Gabby Montoro, so maybe what we're going to see from them is 3 hours from one, 3 hours or so from the other, and maybe we'll get a pretty good sense for how they'll be running towards the end of the race, given Gabby might be in for a good chunk of time. Ewan, we're about to say goodbye for a little bit to jump off and take a break. 2 hours where 57 started, still got 55 running. MA70's touring car machine may have just joined Simify's 992 Cup car in retirement. But it's been a good one, been a fascinating one. What are you taking, though, in terms of championship stories at this point in the race?
I think in GT3, Dragger Racing are doing more than enough to stay up there. They will probably gain points on BS competition today, the way I'm seeing it, although still a long way to go, of course. Still anybody's game in 992, really. Otis and Scherer are pretty even in terms of both of their strategies. I think in their own minds they're going quite well, and Scherer just taking the lead there, so they're both in a good place. With Valkyrie up there as well, they're in that battle and they're third in the standings too. SimRC up there as they need to be. Impulse and Huizenveld are too in TCR. All of the leaders you expect to be there are, and that's all you can hope for from the first 2 hours of a potentially precarious race.
Got to be there on the final lap, right? There's no safety cars, no, but stay within 30 seconds of the leader coming into the final hour. Stranger things have happened. Can tell you as well that do think we're at that crossover point where the two-tire strategy is starting to come good, because both Yannick Lapchan and Matteo Kuzner in the Wave Italy and Altus cars able to tuck below the 150 last time by. In contrast, 151s for Scherer and Valkyrie at the front of the field. So that alone was a 2-second gain on that lap. But we'll have to wait and see if both those strategies, you in the 0 and the 2-tire strategy, end up now coming into pit lane to take 4.
Yeah, it's all very complicated, to be honest, at this stage. In terms of who is where, very hard to work out, especially in 992. So I'm not entirely sure who should be where, can be where, and who's actually winning. I mean, does anyone know who's actually winning in 992? It's very difficult.
The fans are winning. How about that?
Well, I guess so, yeah. I mean, it goes back to the thing we said at least twice today. It's so much more interesting, isn't it, when we've got the pit strategy so interesting with fuel and tyres being changed at the different times.
Yep. Can we have it on all the cars, please? There's a shot to the back from Kuzner. Altus and Wave Italy working together, as you would suspect, much like your leaders have been. Another 149.9 for these two. I was saying a lap ago, right, that the pace had gone up from these drivers. Luca Alpert responds 150.084, only a 1/10.5 slower than what we saw from 3rd and 4th position. So I'm very curious, going to be following along in those middle portions of the race. And you know how I said earlier, commentators sometimes know what they're talking about. Ewan, right now I have no idea. Well,
exactly, yeah. And it seems to me, or one guess that I could make, I suppose, from all of this, is the fact that the tyres really haven't made much of a difference. Clearly these front two in 992 are doing okay, despite not changing tyres here in the opening pit stop, whereas even Maxime Marriott is not making much gain despite having done so. So, you know, you can read into that, I suppose, with regards to this. There's not much point if the track temperature is so cool as it will be for the remainder of today and the entirety of today.
See those pit stop times on the left as we see more drivers coming in the last handful of laps. Look how short of a pit stop Mag Performance have taken, Ewan. Only 24.2 stationary for Andrea Bristow.
So I said earlier on that he would take full tanks right to the very end. That's not true. He will do it in the middle as well, it seems, but surely he hasn't got that much fuel to sort of give up from now. if you're looking at this race as a 6-stop race, but not all of them will have to be full tanks. So you'll have to sort of not put in fuel at some point throughout the day. And it's about whether you do that throughout the day or all in one go. Bristow may have just done it all in one go right here.
Yeah, he's having a slow lap though. Is that because of traffic or something else going on? See the lap time this time passed. It was a 48.0 last time for him, so it was a very quick lap, all things considered. This time by, you can see a bit of traffic behind. 49.9, so not that bad, I guess. I was being lied to by the sector times and my interpretation of them, but by no means ideal. Well, again, just a reminder, if you're joining us for the first time, about 2 hours into this race, our weather conditions frozen in time. The gravitational rotation of the Earth frozen, 26 degrees in the air, 28 on the track, frozen at 9 a.m. virtual standard time. Pretty ideal conditions for running. I mean, Ewan, in terms of the strategy, yes, it's wild and wide open. How quickly do you think the strategists were able to respond to this and to be able to flip things around once they understood it was going to be different?
Well, that's the question. I think that qualifying's quite long in this series. Everyone goes out separately. They all take about an hour to do the whole thing because the classes don't interact in qualifying. It's all done one by one at the moment. So that gives them quite a lot of time of sitting around, to be honest, and you can't really go off and do anything else because you're sort of just waiting for the race, especially if you're one of those slower classes where you're waiting for at least half an hour from the last lap in qualifying to the first lap in the race. So maybe in some of that time there would have been some real number crunching going on and some figuring out, some discussing, but in terms of actual learning on the circuit, there may not have been a whole lot going on before this race actually got underway.
I wonder if there was anyone that slightly had to adjust their stint plan and get a driver to drive at a time that maybe they weren't necessarily expecting to be at. It's one of those things where 6-hour race isn't too bad. Most of these teams are doing it with just the 2 drivers, so it should be pretty easy to adapt and shift things on the fly, because I think in most 6-hour races, both drivers are going to be at their rigs and watching the race for all 6 hours.
Yeah, I think so. It's not like one of those, ultra long races, 12 or 24 hours, where you're sort of wanting to step away for a few moments' time. You wanting to go to sleep. That's not really the case here. I'd imagine, especially for all the Europeans, they'll be very much engaged with this one from start to finish. So that helps in some ways, I suppose, but can make it a very long afternoon sitting there if it's not going your way for 6 hours.
Well, let's quickly do a bit of a penalty update once again, because a couple of things that I think are expected. 45-second unsafe rejoin time penalty for MA70, so Ewan thought it might be a bit harsher. He was correct for that particular incident. 10 seconds for the RaceR eSports team for contact made with a GT3 entry. That was the Williams eSports car, so race control for that 3-wide situation thought the GT4 could have done more to avoid it, but the most significant one of them all, the one that has really caught my attention, your race leader, Mag Performance SRT, 10-second time penalty, Ewan, for them after contact with one of the touring car entries. That maybe explains why they slightly changed their pit stop call.
Exactly, and they also had 5 seconds to take as a result of an earlier penalty. I'm not sure whether we picked up on it actually, but it was for overtaking outside the track limits. I think we saw it, didn't we, with the TCRs, was it at the time? Can't remember, but he was trying to stay with the leader. That would have added up to 15 seconds, so you might be right. That would be why he would do that.
And that makes things even more exciting at the front. Is this a race that no one wants to win? 10 seconds is going to still leave them behind, in front, I should say, of Simufy, but of course still with a bit of a deficit in the pit stop cycle. There's the Drago Racing Ferrari, 2-time race winner this season, trying to make it 3 out of 4, extend the championship margin, and now only about 2.5 seconds off the back of Tristan Iglesias, who's been flying fast in the Simufy Porsche. About 2 hours complete in the 6 hours of Monza. The back half of the 2023-2024 24-hour esports series is underway. Arjuna Kankipati and Ewan O'Leary have walked you through the first 2 hours. Let's hand it on over to David Haynes and to Will Vincent.
Thank you, Arjuna. Thank you, Ewan. Yes, 1/3 of this delicious Monza pie eaten, 2/3 of it still to go. Strategy fully up in the air across all 4 classes of one of iRacing's greatest and longest running high-level sports car championships. You see the level of race control, the stewarding that we've got, but also the level of the competition. How are we doing, Will?
I'm not doing too bad. I've got this whole idea now of what a Monza pie would actually look like. It's a nice part of Italy, so I'm thinking something a little bit a little bit sweet, a little bit of almond in there. But even sweeter than that is the battles we got on the racetrack, particularly in the 992 and the GT4 classes.
On a very, very stereotypical surface level, any Italian pie is obviously a pizza pie, but indeed we'll see how it plays out across the remaining 4 hours. GT3 pit stops, very, very imminent for those that are making it past the top of the hour. GT4 also not too far away, and we keep our eyes across all 4 categories. And I've been really enjoying how close the racing is at Monza. You really do have just continuously just long straight, chicane, long straight, chicane. Gets a little twistier through the middle of the lap, but there's no, other than Ascari chicane, no massively long sequences of corners that see the GT3s, the 992s getting bottled up behind GT4s or TCRs for too long, getting too frustrated. There is no excuses for biffing them off here. You get plenty of long straights to make your multi-class passes happen.
Yeah, I would say that occasionally you can get a little bit of Constantino down from the second chicane through the 2 Lesmos, but that's only if you're really in hurry. I agree completely. The Ascari chicane, if anything, is that most difficult set of corners because you've really got to slow it down, work through, and of course then you've got that little bit of asphalt on the right-hand side, which you can use if you want to try and do a little bit of an overcut before you run down into... I'm very sorry, I'm going to stop right here. I'm going to call it Curva Parabolica for the rest of my life. I don't care what anyone says. But until you get down to Curva Parabolica, you've got a lovely straight then. Of course, the front straightaway in towards the first chicane. I'm going to be controversial here as well, David. I prefer the old first chicane that was used before 2000.
The Mika Hakkinen spin-off Cry in the Forest version?
Yes, and ironically, I was listening to a Murray Walker video yesterday, which had, of course, Mika Hakkinen spin, go cry in the forest at the 99 Italian Grand Prix.
Absolutely classic. I'm with you on the final corner for sure, though, because it's such a jarring rename to take it from Parabolica, which describes its shape, to Curva Alboreto, which honours a obviously very well known and well liked racing driver, but doesn't describe its shape anymore. Surely it could have been the Alboreto Parabolica, and it'd still make a little more sense. We're watching these GT3 battles here, and of course that drafting and the characteristics of the track we're talking about has been keeping them super close.
Yeah, you're completely right, and this is why I was talking just a moment ago about how close the gaps have been in both the 992 and the GT4 classes. But even in GT3, we've got that graphic on the right-hand side of your screen showing P7 all the way through to P11 right now, separated by, in my very, very bad math, about 3 seconds, 5 drivers. And that draft, of course, is Arjuna and Ewan were talking about a few moments ago. It's not just about the fact you're getting pulled around the racetrack. It's also the fuel consumption that will go with that as well. That will make things very interesting over this 2-hour period. For some of these teams, they're going to want to get a little bit of clean air. For others, they're going to be more than satisfied with just running in that draft and waiting until, well, basically we get off there in an hour, 56 minutes time.
Having seen how the start of this race went, if there were no other classes, I'm absolutely certain that TCR would still be one in separated train right now, based on how the strength of their slipstreaming was. But the pit lane horn, alarm, siren for cars triggering the pit entry has been going off lately, because we've had a few of the 992 cars come through, including Valkyrie exiting pit lane right now, and we're keeping an eye on all of the strategy yet to play out, the tyres, no tyres, whatever was happening in that class. In the small picture of your screen, Scherer, who are not going for pit lane just yet. They lead class right now, and we're trying to compare where they are to 943 Yannick Lapchin, Altus Esports 6 seconds behind. Also with the GT4 cars in the lane. Now, is this the driver change from Sven Haase to Steen Ledger that we were promised, quote, when Sven is done? We'll have a look.
when Sven is done could be basically, well, of course, you've got fair share rules that's got to be taken into account with that one. I'm keeping an eye. I can't see anything just yet. No, I can actually. It is in Ledger. I'm not paying attention, but yeah, that 4x4 grid and go car, Sten Ledger getting behind the wheel of that one. It's going to be a case of maybe he'll run the next 2 hours, maybe he'll run the entire end of the race. We don't fully know. That's one of the good things about the 24 Series eSports, because the strategies that you can use, particularly on a track like Monza, you can on one hand argue that in terms of the track, it's one of the easier ones of the season, but at the same time, I would actually argue that this is quite more difficult compared to some of the other tracks. If I put my teeth back in, that is, because of the fact that you've got to get, as they were talking a few moments ago, used to the difference between the slow speed corners, the point and squirt as I call them, then the kind of medium speed corners, the Lesma, the Parabolica, so on and so forth. Then again, all the traffic that goes on with that at the same time, it's challenging, but in a different way compared to some of the other tracks that they've been to already this season. Let's take Sebring as an example.
You can make a case that perhaps the layout and the track is slightly simpler than some other circuits, but you can never make the case that the racing or the strategy or the multi-class interaction or any other aspect is simple. Here's a little bit more side-by-side penalty box fun. So everyone coming in, please be very, very careful of that, as pit lane continues to be very busy for multiple classes of car, like the 992 leader, Luca Alpert. He had a great view of a bit of a Mercedes traffic jam there on his way in, but he eventually does find his box. And sure, eSports going to get fuel, and then we'll see if any airjacking happens on that car, what driver changes we might have going on there. You've also got the GT4 pit leader who's just triggered the pit entry, and there's a driver change for 992 there. I'm watching. I'm waiting for it to just jump up into the air. The GT4s instantly do that as they come into their pit boxes, and you can see a lot of those other Mercedes there getting their service.
Yeah, and we just saw as well the driver come out of the penalty box immediately into their pit box. I mean, compared to some of the other teams, they actually have it pretty easy in terms of serving something in terms of the penalty box. I do love that feature about this series. I do sometimes wonder what happens if it gets a little bit too overcrowded. What would happen? Do they need to get themselves a ticket, like a deli counter, as to when they're going to be allowed to get into the penalty box, let alone onto pit road? But we've got car coming out of pit road now.
Yeah, and isn't there a convention against group punishment as well?
Most likely, yes. I thought you said it to say it's a convention against jumping a deli queue line, which I think in many countries is possibly the worst thing you could ever do. But I
probably
think
a hangable offence in the UK. Very, very busy on the back straight here. We saw some smoke in the final corner, the Curva Alboreto Parabolica, and live pictures bottom of your screen. This is what the smoke was from. 915. Busy traffic of multiple different classes. So this is a 992 class car, evidenced by the fact that it's a 3-digit number starting in the 900s. They have a bit of a checkup with a GT3 going around the outside and do it themselves. Is that what I'm seeing?
I would agree with you in terms of that one, and it seems to be a little bit of a messy mistake, but yeah, 915 car actually, if they get that correctly, on pit road right now. So potentially some damage there. Go on.
Tyres were probably very, very cactus based on some of the strategies that we've been seeing as well. So getting into the corner and then needing to change your line partway through gets very, very difficult in a situation like that. You can see them definitely up on the jacks, definitely with tyres going on there now around them. Looks like Williams Esports Academy and Altus are flat on the ground at the moment. So soon we'll have a full cycle through the 992 field and we'll be able to bring everyone up to date on tyre ages, fuel levels, drivers in the car, and also which side the blue nut is on for these cup cars.
That's potentially the most important part. I did just see on the Williams Esports Academy car, the Duracell, logo. And it takes me back to one of the last times I was doing an endurance race broadcast, and we were talking about whether something was copper, brown, orange, etc. We can all agree that is day-glow yellow in terms of the Williams Esports Academy car. So you and I is not going to have any falling out there, as we can see car coming out of pit road. That's a 905 Shreya Esports car, just re-merging back onto the track, and a lot of traffic just behind, actually.
Yeah, alters onto the lane as well. It really closes up as you go from that very wide pit straight, so wide you can put a concrete barrier down the middle for the combined layout. And then it kind of goes from 4 lanes to 2, and there's a big merge as you then also have to slow down from what's 270 kilometers an hour to sometimes first gear through the very tight first chicane of the lap. So have we seen almost everyone except for 3 cars through the lane since the top of the hour here in 992. Shera 4 seconds ahead of Valkyrie, just fractionally ahead of Wave Italy, and Altus right in behind that. So we're going to have a cracking little scrap here in 992. Sometimes GT3 hogs the spotlight when there are 4 classes like this, with their 20 entries compared to 13 for 992, 14 GT4 cars and 10 TCRs. Every now and again you see exactly the exciting and kind of strategy racing that you can get from these 992 single mate cup cars, where no one can ever complain about bop, and then also GT4 and TCR, where the slipstream is potentially even more significant than GT3.
Can they complain about Mbop though?
They can complain about that Hansen were a one-hit wonder, yes.
2-hit wonder technically, but I can give you that one. I would say as well, for those of you who are checking out the broadcast, now maybe even for the first time, hello, timing.RaceSpotTV for all the live timing and scoring updates throughout the race. And also, this is one thing I always say about endurance racing: don't just look at, we've got the top 2 drivers permanently on the timing tower on the left-hand side. Look beyond that and go and have a look down at the battles that we've got going on throughout the field, because that's always where we see these wonderful scraps. In fact, we've got the one going on now that we were just showing. And the fact there's only 13 cars in the 992 field, as you said, well, most of them are still in really close contention with each other. And that's just one example. The same applies in GT4. The same applies for a large part in TCR as well.
Now, in GT3, having seen a couple of short fills, having seen a couple of cars stop short of the hour, we're seeing a little bit of a, 5 versus 6 stop strategy playing out. For 992, everyone appears to be on a 5-stop strategy, which means one of the later stops is going to be a little bit of a splash. I'm suspecting that Shera Esports have slightly short-fueled at the stop that they just had. That's how they've broken 3-4 seconds clear of Valkyrie and into the net lead of this race. They've saved a bit. They might have to save a little bit later on, but they have not taken on a complete full tank of fuel at their most recent stop. Slightly quicker through the lane. We are seeing that variation of strategy across 992. Looking here at GT3 at the outright leader, one of those cars that I'm pretty sure is going to have to 6-stop to make these 6 hours a 7-stint race. A lot of other teams have been desperately saving through the first 2 hours to avoid that. Who is right will have to wait until the final lap and who takes the checkered flag first. Or it might just have to wait till when the last stops are.
And with that one, I always say that if you know that you can be about a couple of tenths faster a lap and not have to rely on the draft, then it might be worth doing the 6-stop strategy. But it's got to be something you commit to very early on. For me, of course, endurance racing, long IndyCar races like the Indy 500, they are 2 of my favorite things to talk about. And the same rules apply because, the Indy 500 is in effect an endurance race for IndyCars. And if you're going to do a strategy, you've got to basically commit to it early and you've got to run with it the entire way through the race. What you don't want to do, if you're that 99 car, is start getting a little bit of doubt and then maybe moving to a different strategy halfway through, because then you are completely going to ruin your race. If the 6 stops is what they're thinking they're going to do, they've got to basically now just run the rest of the race like that.
Yes, indeed. Just like Tour de France, always interesting. Someone does the breakaway and you wonder, have they got it right and everyone else is just taking it too easy early on, or will they be caught up later on? That's really the difference. I think we're seeing 6 to 7 stops. Penalty coming in here. for WSR Esports butt kick of the car that we've now brought up on screen, and it's the 10-second time penalty for incident 30. It says it's for them. Does it say what it's for?
I will go and have a look on our live update thing with all the penalties. So I'll go and do that one. All it says to me is 10-second penalty for car 17. I'll figure it out.
Okay. So that will add a minimum of 10 seconds to their next pit stop. Oh, right, this. So, yeah, race control saying there was contact there from trying to go around the outside of what I am now going out of spite to consistently always call Curva Alboreto. We'll get another angle on, because again, the first one, you're like, oh, has the Porsche on old tyres had a bit of a... No, they do actually get hit.
And it doesn't matter if the car ahead of you is struggling for the centre of the corner. You don't have the inherent right to just, turn them around. I'm very sorry. So you've got to remember that as the tyres get more age into them, especially as we're going to go on to different drivers and different tyre strategies, different fuel strategies, the centre of the corner, like the Parabolica, it is going to become more difficult. You're going to have to do some more heads-up driving. And it just looked there that they were running their line, not thinking about the line of the car in front.
And it's a challenging corner because it's not one large, constant radius. It's actually parabolically shaped, and I don't know if you knew that, Will.
Go on, you can teach me something here. I always like
you're steadfast in always calling it Parabolica. So obviously, I'm just feeding you what you want to hear, perhaps.
There's still people that will call the Jackie X corner at Spa No Name Corner or Speakers Corner. And this is the thing, this is one of the oldest racetracks that has been consistently used across motorsport. Of course, things are going to change over time, but that would be like, renaming Cops Corner at Silverstone the Lewis Hamilton Corner. It just ain't going to stick long term, is it?
And I think they were heads up about that. That's why they gave him a straight instead. Yeah. We're seeing a very, very long drag race down the straight here in towards turn number 1, and you're never quite sure where you want to be placed here. But typically, I think we've seen the opposite of that play down, where the car on the inside for the first segment is level through the exit of the second segment, gets better drive around the outside, and then has the inside to Curva Grande here. But that has not happened. Dora Esports, Williams Esports, yeah, we're looking at WSR getting ahead of Seibelt there. And you never know what these drivers mean by the headlight flash anymore, because they all do it all the time for absolutely everything.
It can either mean, excuse me, can I please very nicely get past? It could be, very sorry, you're too slow. It could be that I accidentally matched my throttle pedal to the light pedal. It can be anything, you're right. And of course, we always used to joke back in the day about Mac Backham and his consistency in flashing lights. You could argue, be consistent in how consistent you are flashing your lights, but at the same time, I think a lot of drivers have gotten a lot more used to it, having flashing lights in their kind of rear mirror compared to, like it was when we started longer endurance racing, more blue flag rules, for example, and the requirements, blue flag rules in most series doesn't mean jump out the way immediately. I think as well, the different car classes, what it does tell you, because the front lights are different between classes as well, it does give you a little bit of a heads up who might be behind you if you're in a massive train of cars.
And of course, remember to map your wiper button as well, #soon. So you'll soon have to have a wheel rim with lots and lots of buttons on it. Battle for 9th is the picture in the small picture. Battle for 2nd in 992, which could shortly become... No, I think we have had one of the remaining pit stops we were waiting on, and this is the net battle for 2nd in 992 as well, with Scherer 2.5 seconds up the road from this. And now you have 2nd, 3rd and 4th all in a line. Are we going to see a hunt down from the pack here of the one that's got away?
Possible. But again, it comes down to, is there going to be a bit of competition between drivers? Are they going to remember that they still got 3 hours, 40 minutes of this race? And if they do work together, then they might be able to close up this gap, because the second that you start battling too much amongst yourselves, you can lose time very, very quickly here at Monza, as we see that battle and the car working through Curva Grande. Thankfully, a corner name that does still exist as it is, into the second chicane. I think this second chicane is actually the most difficult of the three.
Oh yeah, you carry a little bit more speed in that second curb. The apex curb is way nastier than the first chicane. I saw some of the GT4s on the first lap going through there, and I thought, that's the fastest way through. That's what you got to do to open up the corner. But a curb that size, that height, the GT4 cars, especially on cold tyres, just do not like it. And talking about this 992 battle that is the big picture on the screen right now, this is also the big hitters in this championship. 3 races complete, this plus 2 more, 3 to go. Shera Esports, Altus Esports and Valkyrie XP are the top 3 in your championship in this class as well. They're in the top 4 in this race at this point. Every position, every point counts all the way through to the end of this, the way that they've started this championship, the way that it's carrying on. Gap down 2 seconds now, so the chasing group have taken half a second out of your class leader.
Yeah, that is Chris Shorter, who we're actually looking from the rear of right now, coming past the stripe in that 905 Shera Esports car. And we can also have the argument, is it a capital E, is it a lowercase e? What I will say is the 24/8 series, I mean, I've been commentating in one way, shape or form on this championship. I think for a grand total of 12 years I worked it out, back when it was the original OG Neo Endurance series. It's always been about consistency. Yeah, race victories are one thing, but you turn up to one race, you do great, and then you have a crash, then you have a poor race, you're not going to be competing for the championship. And I think what you see a lot as the number 99 car is on pit road from the overall lead, bottom right-hand corner of your screen, what I've always noticed is if you can get yourself, you know, top 4, maybe podium contention for each and every race, then you've got a good chance of the championship.
Will Vincent remembers when this championship was the HPD, the Ford GT2, good times, good times. I can't remember if 2014 or 2015 is when driver swaps came in, but Neo Endurance was right at the forefront of that. Continued to build a loyal following and put on great racing, and then in partnership with 24-hour series esports and Creventic for quite a few years now, continue to put on amazing racing. So that pit stop that we saw was the car we were talking about. You know, they're going for that 6-stop strategy, no fuel saving, and so how does that work out for them against a lot of other cars that were really taking huge lifts and coasts all the way around, trying to save a lot of fuel, hit the top of the hour every single stop. In the first 1 or 2 hours of the race, when the packs are tighter together, I think it's easier to save fuel than it is now. So for those teams that might be struggling to hit those fuel numbers, it will not get easier from here. So the strategy might look like it gets better for MAG. Getting word that though they should have served a 10-second time penalty on their way into the lane that time, they didn't. They might have to schedule when their next stop is so that they serve that penalty within 90 minutes of it being issued. They're coming through the lane more often than a lot of the other cars in GT3, so I think they still might be able to work all of that out.
And that is something that comes down to track placement more than anything else as well. I remember when McLaren first brought out their basically loop, and it would basically show you exactly where the car would come out on track if you did, let's say, an 8-second pit stop compared to an 11-second pit stop. Because you got 19 minutes, that's far more reasonable than other esports series when sometimes it's you got to do it on your next stop, you got to do it with X number of laps. I think it does give drivers that strategic flexibility as well. Yes, you got a penalty. It doesn't mean that you've got to serve it immediately or you get yourself black flagged, etc. And in terms of when endurance racing came around, I do know that the first 24-hour race on iRacing was on the 1st of November 2014. And of course, the then Neo Endurance series went over to do longer races, 6 hours, etc., like that, shortly following that. I would say as well that there's still a very old t-shirt that you can find online from the day that I started shouting race car about this racetrack.
Fantastic. And within 24-hour series esports, the way that Race Control handle these penalties, it really gives them a whole lot of granularity about how they want to do it. They can add 5 seconds to the next pit stop of a car, which is, you know, a little penalty, and not like a drive-through, not like a stop and hold, not like anything like that that's going to really take you out of the race. But then we have seen, I think I've seen up to 180 seconds in this. So they really have the ability to give 5 seconds to things that deserve 5 seconds and add a minute or more to every now and again, rarely, but every now and again, you see something that really deserves a penalty like that. It's, let's not talk about, you know, that other championship too much, but since F1's been able to give out 5-second penalties, it seems like everything that used to be a 10-second stop and hold is now a 5-second penalty. So, glory to a 24-hour series, esports, race control and stewards, because they seem to be able to pick more than one size of bat from the rack.
I know that our online chat's going to be his max in this split any moment now. He's not. We're very sorry. More importantly, I think that goes deeper beyond recognizing what you can do track to track, but also what the implications could be track to track. We can all talk about the endurance layout at Spa, for example. You get a drive-through penalty there, it's almost immediately going to be a 90-second penalty, all things considered. Compared to here at Monza, it's going to, of course, be a lot less. You want your penalties to have really the same impact race to race across the championship. The difficulty is not all pit roads are designed equal for obvious reasons. You know, you've got the straights, you've got the way the track's been designed, as an example. I think it was Silverstone at one point where it was actually faster to go through the pits and it was actually to stay on track. So they completely had to abort that one in that other racing championship. So I think what I like about the penalty system here is it recognizes the differences between racetracks, but means that if you get a penalty here, you're not going to be proportionately affected compared to having a penalty, say, at Sebring.
I completely agree, indeed, with all of that. I think at the moment, Formula V, it's still quicker to go through the Silverstone pit lane than around, but once you get up to GT4 or GT3 speed cars, they've worked it out. We're watching the GT4 lead battle right here with the McLaren of Zenith Esports leading Grid and Go Esports Aston Martin Vantage with its 4-litre V8 turbocharged engine. And if I'm just going to, for the one brief time in this broadcast, let my patriotic flag fly, pretty sure Steen Ledger is the only Australian driver on track right now, and he's right in the thick of it.
You get your patriotic flag out. I'm still shocked that you actually agreed with me on something. I mean, we've been working together, what, 8 years now? And I'm going to have to get my little daily reflection diary out and note today, the 3rd of March, 2024, David Haynes agreed with something that Will Vincent said. But again, you know, it's not the best time to be really racing. It's what I'm trying to do, the very simple maths here. Something like 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, Australian time or something right now.
Oh, it's way more reasonable. It's 2:30.
Yeah, 2:30. I mean, this is
the best time to go to the dentist.
Most certainly. Just hopefully don't have to go to an ER room at this point in time. But we're looking at that battle still in terms of the 992 class. That gap was 3 seconds. Then it was 2 seconds. Now it's 1.2 seconds.
Yep, and so you see them all just getting closer in your rear vision from Scherer here. And that's not a great feeling, and I think at this point you acknowledge they're going to catch you, and you don't waste fuel, waste tyres trying to keep a 1 second gap that is definitely going to close, and you recognise that it is going to be 4 cars as a pack for at least a little bit until the next pit stop. The only way you're really going to break away from them now is if suddenly you find a very, very large and conveniently placed clump of TCR cars. There is a little bit of traffic, always and continuously, for all of these drivers. That's the spread at the moment. So I think, yeah, Curva Grande a little empty at the moment. So they renamed the Parabolica after Michele Alboreto, and they named Turn 3 after my favourite size of coffee.
What, venti? I'm just saying large. I'm just saying oh, okay, I get it. This is how tired I've been today. Yeah, grande. I'm sorry, I'll pay the extra 20 cents to go up to event 2 because you still get more milk. You get another shot of coffee every so often. Of course, if we were to say that in Italy, you probably would be frog march to the border immediately because they love their espresso over there. If I was to go and ask for a 20-ounce cup of brown water and milk, as I would call it, they would probably laugh at us. The other thing that I was thinking about in terms of being caught in that 992 field, I say almost every time I come on John's podcast, you stop thinking about the other drivers, you race the track first. The other drivers, of course, are your competition, but if you can't beat the track, you can't beat the competition. Even if it means allowing the 977 Valkyrie car pass, even if it means that you allow, the Wave Italy team, the Alta Esports car past, if you've got better tyres at the end of your stint, there's a good chance you might be able to gain that time back and maybe a little bit more.
Production giving us a good insight into exactly how much attack the 4th place 992 car of Altus Esports is giving, as they are just within the slipstream of Wave Italy in front of them, just with Valkyrie, who are clearly doing the work to hunt down Scherer at the lead of this pack, and lap by lap it closes up. This is your top 4 in this field. It does seem like there's still just a little bit of lift and coast, a little bit of fuel saving back there. Not quite as aggressive as what I had seen out of some of the previous stints, but of course, if you go from being 4 or 5 cars back to being 2 cars back, then maybe you're in position then to save some more. Filip Matrevsky, ATRS Esports, is hitting the pit lane here as well.
And that's what, with 3.5 hours and a little bit less in. So you've got 13 car doing that service, and we have turned away, but we'll keep you updated in terms of what that time is going to be in terms of the pit stop. And this is when we're really going to start seeing some of that strategy make itself become known. Again, if you go to timing.RaceSpotTV, of course, you've got, what their last lap was, what their best lap was, what the gaps all are. But if you go to the right-hand side, you'll see exactly how many laps they are into a stint as well. Right now, the number 14 Simplify Esports car is 26 laps into a stint. The Drago Racing car is 24 laps into a stint. The Falcon Sim Racing team, number 44, is 20 laps into a stint. So you've got already a 6-lap variation in terms of the strategy between 1st and 3rd place, which might not sound like a lot, but you build that up over the course of the rest of this race. That's somewhere between about 1/3 and half of actual pit stop sequence. Fires in, by the way.
Yeah, now are we starting to see a lot of teams abandon 5 stops for 6? Simify hit the penalty box there, which is the tricolor sort of hashing before then working their way down the generous Grand Prix pit lane to where the crew is waiting to fuel and add tyres at the same time to that Porsche GT3.
It is a tricolor. I mean, it's a tricolor in French. It's a tricolor.
Well, that's
in
the thing is, I didn't know the Italian pronunciation, to be honest, and that's what's going to get me marched to the border. Is I'm going to ask for the correct food and drink, but butcher the pronunciation.
I was actually checking whilst you were last talking about whether or not they do have pizza pies in Italy, because of course it's Chicago where pizza pies are the thing. But they do apparently have some form of pizza pie. They have one specifically in Easter, which this year is ridiculously early. However, it's not your cheese and tomato like you think it's going to be. It's got salami, cheese, eggs, pancetta, that sort of stuff in it. But we still got good racing going on as well. That was 3rd place in 992. Turn our attention back over to GT3. That's the number 99 car on pit road.
Again, yes, does not feel like it was that long since they were last in. We talked about their penalty situation, so obviously they've gone, how long is 90 minutes from when the penalty was assessed to us? So after just 6 laps, they are back on the lane again and back out. They only had to add 6 laps of fuel, and they feed back out into a whole heap of traffic here as well. That there is your 992 lead battle, and they're going to slot between 3rd and 4th of that, and then eventually try to get around them as they are a GT3 class car. But tell me, could you fit another Porsche 911 992 GT3 Cup between 1st and 2nd in class at the moment?
Potentially. But it'll be difficult to do. I mean, we saw the graphic a couple of moments ago, by the way, of where the cars are out on track. It is very congested at certain parts. It's very sparse at other parts of this track right now. I am keeping on paying attention, though, to the differences, not just because of the track position, but because of the cars as well in each of these classes. And I would say, in terms of that battle for first place in 992, it is close is the polite way of saying it. You might be able to get another car in there, but you're going to be basically then running too wide pretty much the entire way around the racetrack. And you've got to think, out of these 4 cars, who wants to and who needs to be more aggressive at this part of the race? Because Valkyrie brought the field up with them to the rear of the Schreier eSports car, and then you've got Wade. Then you've got Alex Season. Who wants to save? Who wants to go aggressive? That's what we're going to find out in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, this battle right here is going to get very, very interesting. My final fun Porsche 992 Cup fact is that the different color of the wheel nuts is because one of them is normally threaded and one of them is backwards threaded, so that the movement of the wheel nuts on track don't see one side come loose. And here's the 992 just slightly stretching its legs more than the GT3 car, so the GT3 car is able to brake about 50 meters later into the chicane and still make it. Also able to open up the throttle just a little bit more, but not getting a whole lot of car length clear. And for your leaders, Schreier eSports, this is going to back them up just subtly.
I'm not going to lie to you. I think that is the most Porsche thing that I've heard of in quite a while. The fact that they evidently came up with an engineering solution and then realised that they'd have to almost dumb it down for everyone else just to make sure they got it correct. So you've got one going threading in one direction, one going in the other, and you've also got Drago Racing in pit road in the Ferrari 296 GT3 number 69 car. I was trying to pay attention as to whether or not they did a driver change. I don't think they did. Aaron Vasquez behind the wheel, and they did 26, 27 laps essentially in that stint.
Yeah, interestingly, I think they're one of the cars that has 3 drivers signed up for this race. Only 2 of them have gotten behind the wheel yet to this point. Now, we saw Simify in the penalty box, their GT3 car, and the graphic now to us is 10 seconds for not leaving racing room. And I really like the drive time regulations for this championship, because we are not a AM or Pro-Am championship, so there is no minimum drive time. What there is a maximum drive time of 70% of the race. So when you have 2 drivers, well, obviously the minimum drive time is going to be the reverse of whatever the driver who drives the most is. So the minimum drive time for driver number 2 then functionally becomes 30%. But once you get into these 3 driver lineups, someone could actually get in, drive 5 laps, get out, and you're all good, so long as the other 2 drivers, splitting the rest up between them, neither of them drives more than 70% of the car's laps. So you, with 3 drivers, can actually have a really, really large amount of flexibility. With 2 drivers, not quite so much, but still, one driver could drive 2 hours, one driver could drive 4, and you'd be all good. Traffic top of your screen, traffic bottom of your screen. I feel like we're in a helicopter doing the, radio traffic report.
Yeah, I was going to say, the only thing that's missing at this point is some scooters going in various directions, a couple of Lambrettas? Yeah, it's Lambretta scooters. Just honking the horns all over the place. You can't really flash your lights in a scooter. You could also, to go back to that strategy point, if you want to be really crafty, you get someone whose job basically is to go and set the absolute optimum qualifying lap time possible. Get in that car at the start, do the absolute bare minimum they need to do, then get out and hand over to someone else. Because, almost everyone in this field is a top-level racing driver, both in terms of their racecraft, their ability to just pump out lap after lap after lap, but there's always going to be that one driver who's just slightly better in terms of qualifying than others. If you've got 3 drivers, then it gives you a little bit more flexibility in that angle, but at the same time, I mean, that 70% ratio, I know there's some drivers you can basically put into the car, go out, have yourself a nice Sunday dinner, come back, watch the EastEnders omnibus, and go back to look at the race and know the car's in good hands.
Looks like one of the Team 75 CMRC cars rejoining behind this large train that includes the 992 lead. Now the traffic just keeps giving little reprieves to Shera Esports. Oh, okay. So it's the replay there. And that's one of the 992 class cars. Looks like Manisi have had troubles. That thing's still in 6th gear. That looks like a technical problem to my mind. If they are still in 6th gear when the thing came to a halt and it took them a while to get it shifted all the way down, and have put a significant amount of damage on that car, but it may not have been a driving error.
Maybe they were just trying to see whether or not they recorded the EastEnders omnibus and weren't paying attention. Just to translate that for you, David, basically it's like watching 7 episodes of Home and Away back to back to back to back to back, because apparently,
I have to ask,
even though you watch it every single day, apparently you need to refresh your memory on a Sunday when you've got nothing else to do and watch exactly the same thing over and over again. But yeah, definitely tech issues there. Not a great place to have it, because of course it's where the car is at its fastest, down the front straightaway. The damage, of course, to the left-hand side of that car is going to impact it. We often say a little bit of front, a little bit of rear contact you can get away with. It's the side of these cars that if you get the damage to, it's going to be the worst. And also, getting yourself down to halfway point in this race, that's where it's really going to start hurting you as well. And that is another argument sometimes to have 3 drivers on your team, because that way, if there is a driver issue in terms of technical stuff, then you've at least got a backup to your backup.
lead has changed here in 992, with Valkyrie going to the lead ahead of Shera. Looks like Wave Italy have got a whole bunch of speed in hand. Altus have dropped a tiny bit further back, and there's a couple more GT3 cars looking to slide their way in between in the braking zone into the first chicane, the biggest stop on the whole track for the Porsche Cup cars. The highest speed I can see approaching there is 271 kilometers an hour, and they're braking down to easily under 80 k's an hour. Really slamming on the brakes there. Valkyrie to the lead of class, seem to have a bit of speed in hand, and now they're definitely looking pretty racy here as well. It's Altus that you've got to worry the most about, and just as they'd almost caught up, there's a GT3 car to the inside of them through the first Lesmo that drops them a couple more car lengths back away from the pack. There we go.
And we have got word, thank you very much to Director Gina Kankabati, that the monitor collapsed, which is not one of those things that you want to deal with, because I mean, there's various different types of hardware failure you can have. I once had a liquid cooler decided that I wanted to leak just before the start of an endurance race, and well, that's almost 5 years ago now, and we've seen it happen in all sorts of things. What Max Verstappen had that issue with his brakes once, a Spa 24-hour race. The issue with a monitor is if it's collapsed, it's not easily fixable, because you've got the risk that it's either going to be the monitor arm or the thing that's holding it up in the first place. That is most likely to be terminal unless you get a beloved family member to just stand there for the next 30 minutes holding that monitor in an almost perfect position.
Yeah, that's where the gaming house model comes in, and you can guilt one of your teammates to do it. Flashy flash flash of the headlights there, which I believe is German for I'm a GT3 and I will be dive bombing you into the chicane here. Intentions made entirely clear in the GT3 using its performance advantage through there. Previous time this championship was here at Monza, I did compare sector to sector to sector, and the 992s are sometimes faster from the start-finish line to the braking zone up here at the second chicane, depending on tyre life. Now, we see the GT3s getting tyres basically for free. Well, there's still some strategy of that in 992, so that does actually help the class stratification just a little bit.
Of course, Monza is also that track where we had potentially the greatest showing of any racer in endurance racing history. Remember that Russian driver about 7-8 years ago that managed to cause all forms of issues around here as a gentleman driver?
Oh, the Ferrari 458, and he always had the cars in the same colour scheme, and I'm trying to remember what it was. It was aggressive.
Yes, it was.
Did he have the... what colour were his Ferraris? Were they like lime green, like violently lime green?
I think it was. I'm going to have to go and check that one out in a few moments' time, and I will get back to you on that one. But
in his defence,
go on, you go.
There actually was a blocked brake duct on one side, and he had the Charles Leclerc differential temperatures left to right side brakes, and the thing was pulling under braking and then not braking right. But after the first time going off track for that, it maybe should have realised something was not quite right.
Or maybe he just contacted his pit crew and they did the typical Ferrari thing of, we are checking, and that was it.
So, Valkyrie are getting away with the lead of this class with a little bit of the traffic. They've broken 1.5 seconds now to Scherer. This puts some pressure on Wave Italy Racing Team and Altus Esports to see if they can get around Scherer, because if not, Valkyrie will start building a bit of an advantage, and I'm pretty sure Valkyrie are maybe carrying a little bit of fuel than at least Scherer is as well here. So they can either go longer in this stint, or eventually they'll be allowed to have a shorter stop later on. I think there's two types of advantage that Valkyrie are building, both track position, time on track, but also the a little bit of the strategy here as well. Last pit stop time, so that's got Wave Italy just a couple seconds shorter.
Yeah,
Valkyrie and Scherer about the same. Last pit stop lap. Yeah. Be interesting.
4 laps is really got that.
In my reading, that is still Valkyrie is the team whose shoes I'd want to be in this class, and we are going to see the move. Wave Italy to the inside of Scherer, heading down towards Ascari. The red and black machine gets to the inside, gets that position. Scherer from the lead, now back into third. Altus right in touch here as well to get a good run off that corner. They might be soon, they might be next.
And that goes exactly back to what we've been both talking about in terms of the way that you race the racetrack and you race the other drivers. Running down to Ascari, all you really need to do there, if you're a Scherer car, is lift off the throttle a tiny bit, just enough to allow the car passing away with the machine to just get that car length and a half, so you're not going to be crowding each other as you go into the Ascari chicane, because that corner entry is far tighter than people give it credit for. And I've done the check, by the way. Vadim Koge, it was a lime green car. We can't mention the series because otherwise another sim racing platform will sue us. But it was a Ferrari 458 GT3, and it was in Pro-Am Cup, and it was a $500,000 motor.
Yes, that's right. That's right. You say the name and I'm like, exactly, that's who it is. Sure do love white bread though. As we talk about the different championships that are available. It's busy this part of the lap. 992 is definitely getting interesting as far as who is waiting and who's sending. We've had a couple more GT3 cars come down the lane in the last 5 laps or so. I think this is really, really starting to shape up as a 6-stop race for GT3. Something that's not been in a lot of these other circuits. But Monza is Monza. It's a very high average speed. And what that means is that in a timed race, it's high fuel consumption. But in a distance race, it's low fuel consumption. So for F1 here, where they race 305 kilometers no matter what the circuit is, because it's a high average speed, you actually use less fuel than some other circuits when you're doing 305 kilometers. But when you're doing hours, you spend a long time at wide open throttle.
Yeah, the Formula One race, you blink and Bob Constanduros is already announcing people onto the podium. Whereas you've got to remember as well, if this was a single-seater race, I would almost certainly run the lowest amount of wing I possibly could. You will probably be airing onto lower downforce settings. Actually prefer a car here in an endurance race, which is just a tiny bit more stable if you weigh with it. That will increase the fuel consumption a tiny bit, of course, as we've been seeing in the 992 class. The fact that they're running so close together, you'll get some of that back. Whilst I was talking earlier on, that if you're on a 6-stop strategy, you have to commit to it. If you're on the 5-stop strategy, it's a lot easier to then move over to the 6-stop strategy, because essentially what you do is you take what would have been 2 stints and just split them down into 3. It's a lot easier to do that and try and combine 3 stints into 2. do it in reverse, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, sometimes it's easier to jump ship one way than the other. Car from the outright leader, GT3, is on the lane. Valkyrie, who had a nice little lead here in this class, we were looking backwards at second place, and I guarantee you couldn't even fit a Morris Minor in there for a little bit. So that's closed right back up, and it hands the outright racing lead to the championship leaders, the Drago Racing Ferrari. Not a hint of green on there, and it's definitely on track. Let's have ourselves a quick recap of GT3 as Seibelt will drop down that order as they're the car that's just hit pit lane, given Drago Racing the lead here, 4 seconds from Team Hoisingfeld. And then from Simify, Falcon Sim Racing Team, Seibelt Esports continue to drop down there as WSR Esports Butt Kicker get past them. Mag Performance SRT will be next, then ATRS BS Competition Zor, and I think that Team 75 Bernhard by Sim RC car will end up being our top 10 in class here. I think Hoisingfeld are also shortly going to stop, so they'll soon join Seibelt Esports in having fresher tyres, having more fuel, but being a little lower down the GT3 column.
Yeah, and we are going to get more and more pit stops over the next couple of laps just to keep you up to date. Drago Racing, who are leading in that class, they have done 7 laps. Team Hoixenveld, well, they've done 30 laps this stint, which is the most that I've seen in quite a while for these drivers. So if they're not on pit road this time by, they almost certainly should be on pit road next time by. That's the number 48 car, Jan Santosky, in behind that number 48 car. Up 10 places officially, but they are going to come down and trying to figure out where they'll feed back in. It'll likely be around P12, P13 by my very bad maths.
They were behind Seibelt, and then Seibelt pitted and have ended up there. So probably go about 5 or 6 seconds behind where Seibelt Esports are at the moment. Do you know what, Will? We won't have to wait too long to find out, if I'm honest with you.
They're on the lane.
That's correct. They've just hit pit lane to rejig that order, and they've just hit their pit box too for the Hoisingfeld Ferrari. A driver change there as well. Jan Santosky gets out. Rene Lenz gets in.
I do love these Team Hoixenveld cars. I've always said that they're one of the more vibrant liveries that you see across all of iRacing endurance racing. That is, down in the 992 class, that is the Wave Italy 916 car, second place, just getting themselves around some traffic, I believe. The gap between themselves and the Valkyrie car is currently 6/10 of a second. So that one, traffic is kind of keeping them all still together enough, but it'll be interesting to see now whether Valkyrie and Wave Italy can maybe try and pull away a little bit. Just having a look at the gap between second and third, it's still only 6/10 of a second, still 6/10 of a second between third and fourth. So it can go any way, but I think the next pit stop will be critical for this top four in 992.
Yeah, of these 4, Altus ran longer, and I think they're the team saving the most fuel at the moment, because they had a really good run at Scherer Esports off the Curva Alboreto, as Scherer wanted to go around the outside of GT4. That door closed. They had to back off a little bit right at the exit before they could open the throttle again. And I was thinking, oh, here we go. Altus Esports could be the next to continue the little freight train on Scherer Esports, and it did not happen. So Yannick Lapchin's holding on here. We've ridden on board with this car a few times, or did we rode on board? And yeah, either the tyres aren't there, or they're deliberately trying to outsave all the cars that are in front of them, and just, you know, they can pick up the pace if they see first starting to shoot away too far. But at the moment, everything that matters to them is the next 3 cars directly up the road from them that they can see out the windshield. And of course, the battle for 992, Will, just went past the battle for the lead in GT4. Zenith Esports made this pass in this stint. Steen Ledger dropped as far as 1.2 seconds back. Now he seems to be about 3/10 behind.
I'm going to have to say this in the politest way possible. In some ways, as you go down the classes, the liveries of these cars do get more simple, shall we say. reflecting the budget that would normally cost to run a GT3, a 992, a GT4 and a TCR in turn. I do love the gridandgo.com esports car because delivery is incredibly simple. I hope that they did get it on whatever the sim racing equivalent of wish.com is in terms of livery design, but that gap at half a second is going to be one to keep an eye out on, most particularly because of the fact that behind them they have got themselves quite a bit more of a gap, 17.1 to the Movano Corsa GT car, Simone Passoni behind the wheel of the 401 car. So these two can play these next couple of laps more strategically, and this is when it can become a game of cat and mouse. If you are the leading car, you might want to just, try and get the Grid and Go car to use more fuel than it would otherwise want to use.
Especially once you're a 2-car breakaway, you can start to play those kind of games. When you're all, 4 cars together, tougher to do that. This is the TCR lead, which is the second largest lead of anyone at the moment. 8.6 seconds, not quite the lead that the GT3 leader has, but as far as TCR leads go, absolutely stonkingly massive from Obsidian Racing. Strategy for TCR is a little simpler than all of the juggling balls that we've got up in the air at the moment for GT3 and 992. This is 992 where, if you were keeping an eagle eye on the timing column or timing.RaceSpotTV, you saw Wave Italy move through to the lead of class. You got Seibelt trying to push Valkyrie along. We're lapping another 992 class car here, and Altus are right behind Scherer, who've dropped away from this as well. So a lot of excitement for all of your top 4 here, and that's why we spent, I think, the last 45 minutes keeping on bringing our eyes back to the lead here.
Not only is it a good battle for the lead of the race, it's one where strategy, where different driving styles are also coming into play here as well. Wave Italy, I got that feeling they wanted to get to the lead of the field, but they didn't want to rush it. They have been able to get past the Valkyrie XB stroke Bonduel Racing 977 car. The thing that I'm most interested in this battle, though, is the fact that the 905 is now 1.4 seconds back, and then you've got Altus Esports a further half a second to the rear there as well. That does mean that if they're not careful, we're going to end up with 2 cars starting to really get themselves a little bit of clean air. Then Schreier and Altus Esports, they're going to have to figure out what they can do come the next pit stop to keep that gap as it is. Otherwise, that 4-car battle may go down.
Well, Will, we're just a couple minutes away from the halfway point of this race, but do you want to know who's used up more than half of their off-track allowance?
Tell me.
13 cars to this point. We pointed out very early on the 996 was the first to do so, but we've had a whole chunk of other cars do and follow likewise, trying to see if any of them are particularly interesting positions. Seems to be a lot of GT4 cars here, not the 444, not the 456, but definitely quite a few drivers. And if you've used more than half in the first half of the race, you are going to need to be more cautious in the later segments.
Yes and no, in my opinion, because you're always going to have a bit more incidents in that first half an hour. The cars are closer to each other. Everyone's trying to get themselves as to where they want to be track positioning. I'm of the opinion that if you've got X amount in terms of an incident count limit, then don't abuse it, but recognize the fact that it's there in case of those moves where otherwise you might end up having a more serious accident. Now, for me, this is the part of the race where you want to really be making sure you get as many clean laps in as possible, because the last thing you want to have happen in the last half an hour is someone spinning and you accidentally getting, yourself some contact where you're not even involved in it, but because of the incident limit, you're going to end up being punished for it. So,
Will, I mentioned this, and then I think 8 more cars have appeared on the sheet in the last minute. I don't know if that's because they're listening to us or because everyone is following the use half of the off tracks in the first half of the race methodology, and so they've reached halfway through their financial year and realise they've got a little bit of coin in the bank to spend. But yeah, the only cars I think you really need to worry about is the ones who use 25 off tracks very early in the race.
Yeah.
If you've used, for the reasons that you have so clearly pointed out, you're more inclined to feel you need to use them or be put into a position where you have to out of reaction earlier in the race than later.
You can use the curbs, you can use the curbs, would be the message coming through if I was race control. Arjuna said just how much he doesn't like the off tracks here, but hey, guess what, David? We are now halfway. Boom.
Living on a prayer, exactly. 3 hours remaining in the 24-hour series esports, 6 hours of Monza, and we'll take a look through all of the classes where they stand at this point. It's not a perfect look at where the race stands because there is plenty of strategy playing out on various mixed schedules for everyone, but at this point, at this census time check, Fabian Siegmann and Huizenfeld lead TCR in this 10-car category, and then Obsidian Racing are in second. EuRaceBR W2 ePro GP TCR has Eric Goldner in third right now, and then it's Entropic PFBR, Impulse Racing, Wave Italy Racing, RD Simsport, Carla Esports, Race for Cat Motorsport, and Raikar Esports team has your 10 cars there. As obviously you can see, the 122 Impulse Racing is one of the cars currently on pit lane. I think it's fair to say though that this Huizenfeld's Veloster is best placed in category at the moment. We'll have a look at GT4.
Yeah, we've got Zenith Esports leading in the number 456 right now, just about 6/10 of a second ahead of the Grid and Go Esports Treble 4 car. Then it's a 17.5-second gap to Nirvana Corsa in the 401. SimRC running in 4th place, 22 seconds back almost now from the lead. Then Sabel Esports run in P5, X-R apostrophe her in 6th place, Wave Italy Racing Team in 7th, 07 Racing in 8th place, the other X-R apostrophe Sir car in 9th, and then Raw Esports, well, they're on pit road. We have got ourselves 14 cars in this class. The one that is really struggling, they are the Raikar Esports Team 402, 4 laps down to your leader.
Follow your own advice and have a look at timing.RaceSpotTV as we look up at 992, where we don't need to do too much to bring you up to speed what's happening here. Wave Italy Racing Team lead. Valkyrie are behind them on the road. Altus Esports have gotten past Shera Esports for third, so a swap there between those two teams, and they're starting to drop away from the pace that Wave Italy Racing Team is setting up front. Fifth in class, Williams Esports Academy, and then Visceral, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, Olympus Esports, Havu, last car on the lead lap, then EuRaceBR W2E Pro GP, Manidi Racing, Impulse Racing is out, and Simify Esports, having led early on in this class, are also out.
And then we head ourselves back to your GT3s, and of course it's Drago Racing leading by 10.6 seconds over Simify Esports right now. We've talked about the lead of that class quite a lot. It's Falcon Sim Racing Team in third, WSR Esports Butt Kicker in fourth, Mag Performance SRT in fifth, PS Plus Competition sixth, Door Esports, ATRS Esports, then two Team 75 Bernard by SimRC cars. They round out your top 10. Also worth noting, we've just completed lap number 100 as well.
Woo! I'm looking, just as we were talking about GT3 here, I think this time around, basically no one made it to the top of the hour. We saw pit lane light up with a couple of the GT4, a couple of the TCR cars there. So some of them have reached this as their milestone, including the TCR leader, Team Huizenfeld, who are pitting now a comfortable little 4 minutes past the top of the hour. But in GT3, I mean, I can hardly see anyone who ticks that box. We had the leader, Drago Racing, about 30 minutes ago on the lane, so it is really, really looking 6 stops for everyone in the fastest class, and therefore I'm not seeing anyone who's really going to pull a strategy surprise on Drago Racing, who've been a real form of the field there. As we look for other battles in GT3, greater than the 10-11 growing second lead that Drago Racing has, we find BS Competition and Door Esports 6th and 7th. The Mercedes of Door is hunting down BS Competition, who are looking at that very long, low angle down the back straight there at quite a few cars.
Yeah, if there's going to be one team that might try and pull something out the bag, it might be Falcon Sim Racing. Before Patrick Heinrich behind the wheel of that car right now. The only reason why I say that is because of the fact that they are 4 laps better in terms of their stint compared to number 69 Drago Racing, 6 laps better in terms of their strategy compared to Simify Esports. However, that doesn't equate to 17 seconds on track. So there's still a lot of work to do then for Falcon Sim Racing team. So a lot could happen potentially with that car, but we've really got to see if that gap goes above 20-25 seconds, and they are pretty much out of the running for the top 2 positions.
BS Competition, second in the championship, 20-second penalty after impeding in qualifying. So they've worked their way back up towards that battle we were just looking at. And then the battle in 992 gets a sizable shake-up right now as we see some of the 992 cars hit the lane, like Wave Italy and like Valkyrie. It sees Altus Esports and Shera Esport continue into first to second in class. So all of these cars are getting past the top of the hour in 992. But I wonder if this doesn't just, continually going long, get you into a nice position for these cars where you maybe have your penultimate pit stop with 90 minutes to go, and that's when you look to double stint tyres. You can keep the fuel weight low, you don't have to do a full 2 hours on one set of tyres, and you can really spring something on your rivals late on if you use the fuel to run deep into these races and these stints and deep past the top of the hour.
I would say if we were using more dynamic track conditions, then yes, that'd be more of an option. Of course, that's not the way things are in the 24H eSports series. So it doesn't really matter whether you try and go early hard or late hard or early conservative, late conservative. Really, in fact, in a situation like this, I'd actually more prefer to go conservative early if you can still remain in the pack. In terms of that 20-second penalty for BS Competition, I am going to have to make a quip here. They're zebras, for Pete's sake. They're zebras. Of course, at some point they're going to be impeding. Have you not seen a flock of zebras trying to go across somewhere? They're going to create a traffic jam about a mile long.
Yeah, potentially. As far as other... not sure that a Valkyrie is going to impede, or maybe... Could a Wave Italy impede if you were trying to cross a tidal crossing?
I don't know. I've just sent this down a very dark route here, haven't I? So I would apologise to all the viewers, anything that happens in the next 5 minutes or so. A wave, I mean, we could get it wouldn't be a Mexican wave here, it would be an Italian wave if we were to get all the fans to go and do these things. I don't know why they're always so popular at American football matches when they come over to the UK, apart from the fact that people watch American football, think, oh, it's great, then realise they get to the stadium and it's like, oh, there's no, down and distance markers and all that stuff. I would say, though, that the battle still to be thinking about is the one down in the 992 class, because Altus right now are ahead of Shreya, so they have been able to get past them on the racetrack, even though, of course, we've got that sequence of pit stops, if I'm very much correct, going on in that class right now.
Yeah, so as I look at the car, Wave Italy, that was leading class, they stopped after 32 or so laps into the stint. I think Altus are at 31 now, Shera are at 32 now. So it's probably, it might be this lap Shera pits, next lap Altus pits, it's there and thereabouts. And then we keep an eye on where do they rejoin relative to the cars they were just in contact with. Wave Italy's here between the Lesmos, and it looks like Valkyrie was a bit behind them by about 3.5 seconds there as well. So we've had this before, last pit stops. We might have it again. The group of 4 gets spread out a tiny bit by pitting, a couple laps apart, taking some slightly different fuel loads, and then maybe they'll start to come back together by the end of this stint. Is that trying to tell me that there was a short pit box time from Wave Italy, or is that normal?
I will go and I'll have a go and look at that one in terms of Wave Italy, because it looks
production says
short.
It was no tyres, so it was fuel only there.
Yeah,
so
it
a very
look a little
quick
short.
one.
So no tyres, and again, if you're going to try and roll the dice, now might be a good time to do so, especially as, don't forget, it was a large part of that previous run. You kind of had a situation where you were gaining, yes, but you weren't overdriving the car necessarily to get yourself to the front of that field. It was more of a case of just working together. You weren't having to worry about defense that much. So if you are going to try and, double stint the tyres, that actually might be the best time for them to advance.
It will be super, super interesting. And the pit lane alarm is for the leader of GT4, as I hear it in the corner of my ear. Sabelt Esports from the GT4 lead are going to pit. We've got this cycle going through, and we expect it to be Zenith and Grid and Go at the lead of this class again, but there's obviously a few cars running longer. They've been scored a lead lap there, Sabelt Esports, on their way into the pit boxes. First, second, and third join them as well. Driver change at Sabelt in the 413 sees Villa Penenen gets in, and Alessio Santonce gets into the Sabelt Esports car. My apologies. So a few driver changes.
Yeah, I'm not going to try and say that one. Not going to try and say that one 10 times really quickly today. Sorry.
What about Ferdinand, Zvonimir, Maria, Michael, Otto, Keith, Antal, von Habsburg, Lothringen? I missed out a couple of his middle names.
I tried to tackle that one, I'm not going to lie to you. But they're both out on track again. We can see the Grid and Go car, the one that's second in picture. Actually, did they change positions? Why have we been completely not paying attention to something?
They have. Grid and Go's gotten back ahead, so might have been in position to save a little bit more fuel, have a slightly quicker stop there. Could be some different tyre warm-up characteristics as well. I think of all of the classes present here, GT4 is the one that has the toughest tyre warm-up in your outlaps. Newborn gazelle for a little bit before you get into it.
Yeah, and to separate still though by less than a second on track, and there are, as I've been saying a number of times, especially a track like this when you can save more fuel than others on track, I would say that I wouldn't necessarily mind coming out second in the train right now. Do you really want me to try and say that name at some point?
No, I just wanted you to see that there is a reason all of his friends call him 30 when his full name is Ferdinand Zvonimir Maria Baltas Keith Michael Otto Antal Banham Leonhard von Habsburg Lothringen, who races in the World Endurance Championship and also some other things. He's not the only royal who enjoys a little bit of car racing. I think one of the princes of Sweden was doing Carrera Cup Scandinavia, and there is the Prince of Johor in GT World Challenge Australia as well. So was there not some Thai royals involved in motor racing for quite some time as well? It's a good pastime if you've got money, and one of the many ways to have just a little bit of money is to inherit it.
Yes, I would say for Ferdinand Zvonimir Maria Baltas Keith Michael Otto and now Baham Leonhard von Habsburg Lothringen, I'm glad he's not a NASCAR driver, because you try and say that and 2 laps of a certain oval track would literally be gone before blinking. We've got the GT4s, by the way, on the left-hand side of your screen. It's interesting to note the fact you've got a load of Mercedes in the field here today. However, you've only got a Mercedes on the podium in third. You've got Aston Martin leading from a McLaren, then a Mercedes, and then another Aston Martin in fourth. So for the whole, the British manufacturer is getting one over the Germans. No point or pun made there at all.
Do you want a fun McLaren GT4 story?
Go for it.
So I was in this little town called Bathurst the other weekend, and 5 a.m. Sunday morning, I'm driving from the McDonald's, where I've had a delicious hash brown, to the racing circuit that they have there. I suspect you know of it. Pulled up at a red traffic light. In my mirror, I look, I see a car pull up behind me. I see the headlights. I go, those are the headlights of a McLaren Artura. The light goes green. I pull away in my mother's Toyota Prius, and the driver behind me does seem to be in quite a hurry. So I pull across into a loading zone to let them by, and it does seem like Chaz Mostert was in quite a hurry to get to the racetrack, as it was only 40 minutes to race start, and he was the starting driver in the McLaren Artura GT4.
Is this the same racetrack by any chance where I've heard stories about people digging holes around certain parts of the racetrack so they can deposit supplies of alcohol because they can't take that much into the track?
Well, here's the thing, right, is like they send you the email, and you can rebook exactly the same campsite year on year on year. So there are people who've had exactly the same campsite for the 1000 at the top of the mountain for basically 40 years now. So it's not hard to, work out which one's going to be yours. Go there and leave yourself a little bit of X marks the treasure pirate booty.
Sounds like a plan for me, except I don't drink, so
I don't drink enough to need to go through those desperate measures. Bringing in 24 cans of beer per person per day is enough for me, even on race day.
I think the only time where I've seen that become an issue is in the queue for the Indianapolis 500, because you get to about a mile of the track at, let's say, 5 o'clock in the morning. You get into the track about 9 o'clock in the morning. State law dictates you couldn't buy alcohol before 12 noon, and there was a partying atmosphere, and a single toilet in a Dollar General that would be open, and people would have a party. There'd be some football, some soccer going on, lots of drinking in the snake pit before the snake pit. But at the same time, we have got some action on track, a little bit of action on track, 2 hours and 43 to go. I have got a couple of stories actually about racing cars, and also I actually went to Spa with the owner of the 24H series, eSports, and because the same way that your most famous race at the top of the mountain, the most famous race for the Belgians, of course, is at Spa. And getting there, if you've got a Toyota Prius or similarly low-powered car, your top speed ends up being something in the region of maybe 60 kilometers an hour, if you're lucky. Then you've got 4 GTs, you've got Corvettes, Ferraris, McLarens, Astons, everything going past you, whilst you've got your foot to the floor, as far as it will go, just basically trying to keep the thing moving.
We love racing. Oscar Mangan is now the driver taking over from Yannick Lapchin in the Altus eSports 992 class car. 40 seconds of service, and that puts them out third in class. You can see Valkyrie, even in a tight shot there, just behind them, the fourth place car. So very even across this pits from third to fourth. There's Roger Fjeldstad Christensen, I think takes over in this machine as well. So they do remain a little bit behind Shera Esports and Wave Italy racing team, but have probably taken on a little more service through all of that as well, and we might get all 4 of them, closing in on each other once again. There are your gaps. 3 seconds from Wave Italy to Altus, and Altus' stop was 5 seconds longer, was it?
I will have a look. Yeah, I'll have a look, but it does, it's about 4.8 to be precise, but that's neither here or there when you're talking about not driver changes, tyre changes, fuel mileage, etc. This much going still in the race, 2 hours 40 minutes. I've actually got some fun stories about two more GT manufacturers. One of them is in this race, Aston Martin, which, you know, you think the glitz and the glamour of a car manufacturer like Aston Martin, it's got to be in a really good location, right?
Sure, of course, naturally, you'd assume.
It's not. It's on the outskirts of Milton Keynes, in a little place known as Newport Pagnell, which I can only describe to you as not a very nice place, to put it politely. Ironically, it is just down the road from where racing driver Dan Weldon used to live, in Emberton near Olney. So you've actually got Red Bull Racing, Aston Martin, Dan Weldon, all basically within a 15-mile line of each other. If you actually add another 2 miles in the opposite direction, you also have where Arrows, the Formula One team, used to be based as well. So, you know, you've got your whole Silverstone lot of car manufacturing, but then you've also got, of course, the Milton Keynes triage as well. Bugatti, on the other hand, I actually had adoptive relatives who lived in a little village known as Mussheim. And for a while, rather than use the church bells to tell people it's a Sunday, if you were that way inclined to go to church, they would actually sometimes just fire up a Bugatti as loud as possible and use them in place of church bells.
Suddenly I've become significantly more religious than I was before the start of this broadcast. Valkyrie looks to be a little quicker than Altus here. We're looking at Altus. There's a significantly damaged TCR car limping its way back around here as well, so I'll try to pick up exactly which one that is. Not going to be one that is going quickly. Is it MA70? Yes. By the Delta, they're 15 seconds down this lap to their last lap. So the car that might have already been 10th in class and 20 laps down is going to continue to drop even further. They hit pit lane. Valkyrie hit the back of Altus Esports, somewhat literally pushing them along, willing them to close what's grown to a 4-second gap to Wave Italy Racing Team. Clearly there's a little bit of speed in the 916 at the moment, as they've trimmed a couple of tenths away from class leader Shera Esports. They only need to trim a couple more tenths to get within the slipstream drafting range of their class leader, but you do the sum total and there's only 6 seconds to cover this top 4 once again, and we think the car's a little further back, carrying a little more fuel as well.
Yeah, I'll have a look in terms of the strategy numbers for them in a moment's time, just to let you know that the MA70 Sports car, Jacob Stofko, is on pit road. It will be a long service for him. Only 3 cars are actually classified out of this race, and they are all in the 992 class. They are Maniti Racing Black, Impulse Racing, and Simify Esports, although it does look as though the MA70 Esports car is going to use the American analogy, go behind the wall. It will be Mato Hamala who will go in the car if it does come back out onto track. But to answer your question, in terms of pit stop times, it was 32.2 for Shrea Esports. That's Chris Shorter behind the wheel. Then you've got a 35.3 for the Wave Italy Racing Team, a 40.1 for Altus Esports, and a 36.6 for the Valkyrie car. So
I don't mind this for Altus then, because they're within 5 seconds of the car in front with, with 5 seconds more fuel. They're within 8 seconds. They're within 5 seconds of the leader with 8 seconds more fuel, and that looks like every car here probably went fuel only then. My brain hurts because I'm not sure. But all things considered, you look at that stop time and you can't say Altus are at a disadvantage. Looking at the main picture, this is how the front went off that Veloster car. TCR car gets very, very loose at the rear on the turn-in. Maybe looking a little in the mirrors as well, and they have lost it oh so early with a lock-up. Spun it themselves. Been lucky to avoid Falcon, and they're already counter-steering before they get to the apex. They have had a drama and gone nose first into the wall, and they've actually lost the front as they've been clipped by the next car through.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be a penalty there, because that was completely accidental in terms of the secondary contact. But good-looking race car, well, not as good-looking right now. Hard hit down at the Ascari chicane, and I'll just double-check. It does look as though that car is now done for the day.
They were already, I think, 20 laps down to their class leader, and then that happens, and so you're probably already slightly demoralised, and that is not going to be a repair the work of a moment either. The quirk of the point scoring for 24-hour series esports is points go down to 15th in every class. There is Simify 992 in the penalty box. And so in GT3, where there are 20 cars racing, the bottom 5 won't get points. So if you're 20th and you damage a car like that, you don't see yourself getting back to 15th to score any points. Whereas in the other classes, 992, GT4 and TCR, being a classified finisher will net you points. Being an unclassified not finisher will not net you any points. So there's far more reason to try to persevere, despite being some laps down in all the other classes, than there is in GT3, where everything's a little more cutthroat and not everyone gets to sit at the table. Apparently that was Simify reserving a penalty that they didn't serve correctly the previous time when they were 0.3 seconds short. So this is why I always say the 5-second penalty is slightly more than a 5-second penalty, because you're going to try to sit in that penalty box for 5.5 seconds to make sure you serve it, which unfortunately they have been adjudicated to have not done. That's a pretty frustrating little blooper that they can't blame anyone else for, though.
Yeah, and in those circumstances, because of the fact that that will go from the second the car stops until the second the car starts moving again, or the 10th of a second, if you want to be precise about it, it's worth just giving that extra half a second to keep yourself safe compared to having to do another trip on towards pit lane, having to go back into the box. 5 seconds, on the other hand, isn't exactly 5 seconds, because you're going to have to slow down, to actually get to a full stop in the right place, and then accelerate from a standing start back up to pit road speed limit, and then of course do that whole slow down process again if you're going into your box, etc. So 5 seconds realistically becomes about 6.5. Add on that extra 0.5 seconds, it becomes 7, and we've got a car turned around.
It's Alessandro Quintaya from 07 Racing at the second chicane. There's a bit of damage on the nose of that car. There might have already been from earlier on. And they have been around in the 07. Wave Italy behind them helps them somewhat. Quite a difference in closing speeds in the braking zones towards the apex. And it is a hit from behind that has sent them around.
That was not a good pass by the Wave Italy car. I'm very sorry. I'm sure that many RaceSpotTV commentators would have their own opinions on that, but we all come to the same conclusion. That was not a pass or an attempt to win a pass that should have been made with that closing speed. Wave Italy, I would be surprised if they don't get a penalty. David's actually trying to work out a way that they might not, but...
No, I'm trying to work out how much of a penalty they're going to get and how they actually ended up initially into that situation. I was trying to work out if it was actually they were being lapped in that situation, and there was some kind of a miscommunication. You were very, very nail on the head about a 5-second penalty actually costs you 8 or 9, because you have to err on that side of caution. You have to slow down, stop in the box, then if you've got a pit stall a long way away, re-accelerate back up to 80 kilometers an hour again, which is, not the work of a moment. Whereas in the final 90 minutes of the race, any penalty that you are assigned can be just added as that amount of time to your post-race. And that is why I always wait till the last 90 minutes of the race to start punting TCRs.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. As soon as, we're about an hour and 2 minutes away from that occurring. So, if you want to go and destroy
keep your powder dry,
Civics,
yeah, just hold out till it is, dark season.
Yeah.
And those poor TCRs that are consistently the pinball as the slowest of 4 racing classes, and therefore are on the undeserving wrong end of the stick more often than some of the others.
I mean, there's only 9 of them left, and if you're going to choose between whether or not you want to punt a Hyundai Veloster or a Honda Civic Type R, you've only got 4 Hondas left, and you've got 5 of the Hyundais. So you're going to have to also choose exactly which. There's not going to be that many TCR cars to go around.
Very quickly, we have turned into a Top Gear segment here somewhere where we're deciding which small hatchback we most want to crash into. I can imagine them deciding which caravan they most want to crash into. 45-second time penalty for MA70 for an unsafe rejoin. The 170 is the TCR car. So, unless there was something else, they looked very out of control. But we saw one angle of it. The amount of laps down they are, they've had more than one whoopsie.
Yeah, I mean, unless we didn't hear the fact that they had their throttle nailed down after the incident down at Ascari, because they weren't stopped when that second incident happened. So it's not the fact that they were trying to, immediately get back onto track, unless we have missed something, which most likely we have. But it's also a bit difficult to serve a penalty when you're no longer in the race. If they do come back into the race, then they have to serve a penalty.
We're looking at the GT3 leader at the moment. Well, it will be shortly. They're actually 5th right now with Ricardo Rico on board. Falcon Sim Racing, Patrick Heinrich, that car running long. WSI Esports butt kicker running long. This is another angle. This will tell us. So is it... Yeah, no, I'm not seeing anything different than I saw the first time, to be honest with you. Unless it's...
That might be. That second bit, I would have probably allowed the other cars to go past. Because don't forget, I said it before, Ascari is narrow. It's very difficult once you're committed to a line for Ascari to really deviate from that. So... you could easily argue that they could have just stayed on the side of the racetrack for a couple of seconds, waited for those cars to go past, remembering the fact that you were, at the time, 9 laps down from your class leader, 20 laps down overall. I can see part of the argument there, but at the same time, I've been in heated discussions of this. You've got to apply penalties to the race leader and the last car in class, basically exactly the same. If that was the race leader doing that coming out of Ascari, would you penalise them? I'd actually say yes, because you were forcing other cars to deviate last second to avoid a secondary incident.
Messy and unpleasant for all involved. Cutting away from Drago Racing to what's been the highlight so far of the 6 hours of Monza. It's the 992 class, but also this battle for third in GT3. There's a few of the cars that we, I think, are expecting to pit in not too long. BS Competition, Door Esports. BS has gotten ahead since the last time we checked in the white, grey and light blue livery battle.
I'd have to go with the Zebras in terms of that. I will say, I think that BS Plus Competition have got one of the best liveries in sim racing right now. There are, and I took like the Team Points World car early on in this race as well. But BS Competition, they're just one of those teams that have gotten a colour palette and have just been able to stick it across multiple race cars and make it work. And I do like the variances they occasionally use as well. Now, Arjuna would possibly want to just butt in and tell us the entire history of the different colours. Of course, they got that BS Plus Turner car as well in terms of the IMSA stuff. But yeah, BS Plus Competition, they got 3 tenths of a second over Door Esports. I think that if these two don't fight each other, they still got a shot of making it an even bigger battle towards the end of this race.
You're absolutely right. We have misused our time a little bit here to not have a go at Arjuna when he doesn't really have a full right of reply for the next 26 minutes or so. So we should have been going harder on him earlier. Both teams that have got an umlauted character in their name, Boyrozud and Dur Esports. So there's a lot of commonality here mayhaps from a couple of aspects that you can look at. What I am seeing is, I think if you suspect the BMW from BS is a little bit quicker, I'm seeing the Mercedes be happy to sit and slipstream at this point, knowing both of them, if they can save some fuel, they'll still be on a 6-stop strategy, but they'll have a shorter stops to get them to the end, and from that can try to capitalise to be as close as possible to Drago Racing and some of the others. GT3 is the field that has the largest number of cars, the deepest field, so we go to the battle for 13th as well.
I wouldn't mind going on board actually with the
Door?
fourth. Yeah, with the door car, the next time they come past the stripe, because there's some very minute ways.
No, the stripe has come past them. BS made the move.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yes, I know what I mean now. But what I was trying to say is, if you were the door car, you will note the fact that they kind of had half their car out on the right-hand side as they were coming down the front straight. Now, to me, that is a typical way of saying, I'm going to ride behind you, I'm not going to pass. Because if you did want to pass, you'd be fully behind the car until the last second, as Falcon Sim Racing team were on pit road, by the way. But you'd be fully behind the car until the last second, getting the maximum amount of draft. Then you pull out fully to the right, then you go down the inside. For me, that half car out says, don't worry about me, letting you know I exist, but I'm not going to do anything stupid.
Oh, okay, there we go. We can't ride on board unless we want to ride at the pit lane speed limit at 80 kilometers an hour towards where their pit bay is. It'll probably be down the far end, keeping in mind that the pit allocations are based on the qualifying order. So the pole sitter is right there by the pace car, and then it goes all the way down until you run out of pit bays, and then they start doubling up, and we have sort of like GT4s and TCRs sharing up the front here. Looks like a driver change. Falcon, a quick out of the lane here as well. Briefly scored leading laps, running a little longer on the fuel than some others, and they're going to rejoin behind. Huissinkveld there. And did we catch what the driver change was for Jonas Rutzen is going to get in. Patrick Heinrich remains with the 44 Falcon Sim Racing team. Now in 7th. Still just got a couple other pit stops to go from WSR and BS, and then Drago will cycle back to the lead. What, did I have it wrong?
Yeah, you did. It's
Rutzen
Jesse
got
Jones.
out for Jesse Jones to get in.
I've got to be careful when I say Jesse Jones, because it reminds me of Jesse Stop James.
Team Rocket blasting off again.
Yes.
Oh, and then we blasted off at the first chicane. On the outlap, a bit of a squeeze there, and Jesse Jones is a baptism of fire, trying to avoid the unsafe rejoin to get back on the circuit. How did that all transpire? Not a great start to the stint.
You know that I've been banned from commentating on the sister series to this many years ago. I've got a feeling that Race Control might start investigating me again, because every time I'm going to make a quip, I'm going to end up causing some issues. And here's an alert. You know what? I'd actually put that on Jones. Yeah,
they're expecting this 992 class car to back out, but they are not all the way clear. There's limited spaces and go, okay, I'm going to let that GT3 through. Oh, here comes another GT3, okay. And then the 992 Porsche doesn't come off its line to hit Jesse Jones. Jesse Jones thinks that they can turn all the way down to the apex. They can't, and that's the way I see it. That's the way you see it. We've got two different perspectives, and we've banged our heads together on that one.
And we did actually get the onboard that we were after, just not in the right circumstances.
No, we were hoping to see if there was fuel saving happening in that car. That was not what we learned at all. Drago Racing are back to the lead of GT3. Manidi Racing green then behind them, Seibelt behind that, as other pit stops go through, like for WSR Esports Butt Kicker and for BS Competition. So they are probably going to rejoin just a little down the road from where Dura Esports now find themselves.
Yeah, I think
you know what?
They
should have listened to their spotter, because I reckon their spotter said fender, door, and then didn't say clear.
Love it. It is Julian Kesselhunt behind the BS Plus competition car, and they are. They're showing up as behind Door Esports. That's because they took tyres, and Door Esports didn't take tyres. So that's the reason why BS Plus competition are behind.
Well, maybe the gaps were a little more than that. For GT3, unless they're short filling at this point, there is an issue with that one, because the pit stop should not be really much longer than 42 seconds. Did the 89 have a penalty that we missed, or have they had an issue and a drama?
Yeah, and of course I completely messed up my analysis there, because you get tyres and fuel at the same time. I live in the world of WEC and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
so
I'd much prefer that. I much prefer that too. I was on my soapbox very, very tall, very loudly last race, that the administrators of this league have the option to just give everyone only 4 sets of tyres for a 6-hour race. That is a tool that is available to them.
I'd love that.
Wouldn't that be exciting?
It'd be great. Unless, of course, we get rain next season, in which case we don't want to just give them 4. Actually, no, 4 sets of rain tyres will last on the entire race anyway.
Yeah, depending on how wet it is. So maybe the long forecasted break of the iRacing drought, when the rain arrives, will give us some more of that tyre strategy that we feel we've been deprived of by IMSA throwing their stamp around wildly on the iRacing rules. We've only got 20 minutes left of you and I, Will Vincent. If we hand it back to potentially some more informed and more capable voices, it's up to the fans to decide where they find their entertainment, though.
Yeah, I mean, you've got world-class commentator Lorenzo Bonda, and I don't know, I think he's won 2 of these simi things right now in Arjuna Kankapati.
If he had, I think he would have let us. I think he would have spoken about it. I think he'd go on and on about it if he did have one. Like, he'd be tweeting about it and stuff, and then I think so. GT4, Zenith Esports, have managed to break away from grid and go somewhat, and imagine traffic is one of the ways to break the rubber band that is the toe. And once you've got it to sort of 1.2 seconds, if you want to put the hammer down, you can. We're on board with the Aston Martin, which all the press releases from its release said it was going to have the 8-speed gearbox. In the end, it ended up with the 6-speed gearbox, and then after 1 year in racing, they came out with a hot weather cooling kit, which ended up being the default for all of them as well. And no matter where you look, you'll find that it is a 4-litre V8 in there, absolutely.
Oh yeah, definitely. And that battle between Zenith and Grid and Go, 2.7 seconds. That means you've lost a draft with the treble 4 car. In terms of the traffic, I did briefly touch upon it earlier on. You know, from basically the exit of Ascari all the way down to the second chicane, I would argue it's very easy to, get yourself around traffic here. Curva Parabolica, yeah, it can sometimes be a little bit more complex, but through the Variante de Rettifilio, the first chicane, easy, just don't crash into the back of them. As soon as you get down to the Variante della Roggia, the second chicane, and through Curva de Lesmo, turns 6 and 7, I actually think that's a lot more complicated to do any overtakes than people give it credit for. Reminds me a little bit of turn 7 of the road at Atlanta in some ways as well, in terms of you think you can make the pass, but it's actually more complicated when you get there to do so, because both parts of Lesmo, in my opinion, are basically 1.5 lanes wide in terms of the actual racing line, especially once you get almost 4 hours into the race and all that dirty muck starting to build up offline.
The second Lesmo, definitely going too wide through there really seems to lose you a whole lot of speed, and if you're the faster car behind, you really are better off just waiting, letting the other car take their line, and then slingshotting them on the exit using the slipstream, all of that. So that is one of the places where it's like, no, don't dive down the inside there, just wait. It's best for everyone involved. So it does sit still at 2.5 seconds. in the GT4 lead battle. So it's one of those ones that will go down all the way to the wire. What drivers get back into these two respective cars for the final stints? Exactly how much fuel do they have to measure out at the final pit stops? Has one saved more than the other? Every second in every possible way counts for both of these teams.
We are due to see P2 and P3 from GT3 on pit road in the next 3 laps. They are Seibelt Esports and Team Huxenveld, so 91 and number 48 cars. They've done 29 and 28 laps, respectively. I still think that's going to be almost impossible to do the 5-stop race, but what it will mean is they will be able to do a very, very short final stop. Now, as we've already alluded to, it's kind of less of an advantage in this car compared to, let's say, the 992 or the GT4s, because you can take fuel and tyres at the same time. But of course, their pit stop time will be limited by the fuel going in, so it will take less time to put the fuel in than it would take for them to put 4 fresh tyres on, if that makes any sense.
It does to me. Here they come in for what will not be their penultimate stop. It will be this, and then 2 more to get Seibelt's BMW to the end. They've got one of the pit stalls sort of halfway down the lane. Again, those pit garage assignments done based on the qualifying order. So if you keep that in mind, your first time into the lane, you should have no trouble finding your pit crew and where they're at. Speaking in GT4, sure, first and second is pretty exciting, but how about here? Nothing to separate SimRC from Seibelt from Impulse, and this SimRC Aston Martin GT4 is the championship leader at the moment. Zenith are third in the championship. You can go to neo-endurance.com to find all the standings and everything, all the great information that they have there. But yeah, for SimRC, you know, you've had 2 wins and then a 4th, I think, to be the championship leaders. They don't need another win, but they would like to be on the podium. They've got 2 Mercedes right in hot pursuit of them in Seibelt and Impulse, who we're on board with right now.
Apparently, what happened with BS Plus competition is they had contact with a Mag Performance SRT car on pit lane. Now, for some reason, we can't get a replay of that one, but that would essentially mean that they would have got some damage that needed repairing. I'm assuming as optionals only, because if that was required repairs, I'd have optionals and that would take forever and a day. But the last time by BS Plus came past the stripe, they did a 148.116, which actually, sorry, a 148.491, which is just 3/10 slower than their fastest lap of the day. So any damage they might have got doesn't seem to be hurting their speed that much at this point of the race.
Yeah, so obviously that's going to be a bizarre incident, and a little bizarre we can't bring you pictures of it, but it clearly did delay BS by some margin. Right on board, you get a really great listen to the road car engine from the AMG GT that's in the GT4 car compared to the old generation engine that got carried over for reliability reasons into the GT3. I always find it funny when the Mercedes GT3 is racing with the Aston Martin GT3, because the Aston Martin GT3 has the engine that the AMG GT should but doesn't, because they borrowed it from Mercedes and actually put it into the GT3 race car.
The way modern mechanical wonders work, occasionally you need to get an engine from Germany, take it to Newport Pagnell, plug it in, and all of it might be the difference between using a 3-plug converter and a 2-plug converter. That might just be what it was. Who knows? I would say, by the way, SimRC 476 car, they are just about a second ahead of Seibelt Esports and the 491 car. That battle for 4th place. So we've had the battle between the blue, white and grey cars. This is really more of a battle between the yellow and yellow-esque cars on track in terms of GT4.
And definitely a class where the slipstreaming should be relatively effective. These cars are quicker in a straight line than the TCR, corner at about the same speed. Corner about the same speed as the Altus 992, which slides across the nose of Seibelt. We're looking at the wrong angle to see the headlights flash, but from what I know, I bet they are... Oh, yes, we did see it! Yes, let's go! Knew it! Like, my racing driver brain, I'm so in tune with this, man. I was like, I bet you he's ticked off right now. And there it is, we see it. We also saw one of the penalties come up for one of the Wave Italy cars. Oh my gosh, there was another point I was going to get to. Totally escapes me, man.
That penalty, of course.
Found it. In Australian sports sedan racing, basically everyone just puts a GM V8 in their car, but you can choose, or people build from all sorts of body shells. So there's a GM-engined Audi RS4 that Jordan Caruso, sometimes Altus Esports driver, has raced to great success. There's a Chevy-engined Aston Martin DBR9 in VB livery, and that is just the best mix of America, Britain, and Australia that has ever existed. There is a Mazda 13B engined Fiat 124. It's wild and it's amazing.
I was going to say spaghetti sushi in terms of that last one. I've got 2 quick points. So the first one of those, the Wave Italy car, that of course is the one that ended up doing the turn 1 incident that we saw just as, I forget which car it was now, the one that came out of pit road. That was about 10-15 minutes ago. I want to talk very quickly about BOP. Because in terms of your GT3, we've got 2 Ferraris technically leading the race. Team Hoixenveld will be on pit road, most likely before I finish my point here. But you've got a Ferrari, then you've got an Aston Martin, then you've got a Porsche, then you've... I'm not even reading this properly. Ferrari, a Mercedes, a Porsche, a Mercedes, a Porsche. So you've got a good number of different cars there. How I got Aston Martin into my brain there, I have no idea.
You can be forgiven because Arjuna Kankapati also didn't read the BOP sheet correctly.
Me and Arjuna are almost one and the same here today, because I mean I can just say I'm dyslexic because I am, officially. Well, I say I'm officially dyslexic. I don't actually know what they wrote on the form. They just told me I'm dyslexic. For all I know, they could just be going around making some other random claim about me. But overall, BOP seems to be working well here. But what a lot of people don't fully understand, it's not just the speed that you see on track, it's also in terms of course, the weight, the fuel, the amount of fuel they're allowed to put into the car, X, Y, and Z, that all comes together. So even though you may at points in the race see one car behaving better than others, you've got to let the entire race pan out before you really do that full BOP comparison, even though I've done it with 2 hours, 7 minutes remaining. Oops.
Well, if it was dynamic weather, you'd have to wait all the way to the end. But in this static weather, I think you can work it out by about now. And of course, you go, okay, Drago Racing are leading at the moment. They've got a handy little lead. But where are the other Ferraris? Hoixenveld aren't glued to their rear bumper. Neither are any of the other Ferraris. So this is Drago Racing's performance that has them at the lead right now over Patrick Heinrich. So that Falcon Mercedes, it just keeps slowly sneaking its way up the order as we go. Good on them. And I think they're carrying more fuel at the moment. They're definitely carrying more fuel at the moment than Drago Racing. So Drago Racing can't rest because they might have a 10-second longer final stop than Falcon are going to need to. They might have a 20-second longer final stop if they take tyres and Falcon Sim Racing to put themselves into that position that Will Vincent was talking about, where your final stop is such a short splash of fuel that you don't put extra tyres on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to tell what will happen in. So not now. Essentially, we're looking 90, 100 minutes ahead almost, down to what will be the closing stages of that race. And I will say, David, it's been so long since I've worked with you. I've really enjoyed the last couple of hours with you.
Oh, Thank you so much, Will Vincent. Good to have you back on a category, a series that you have been very, very well across for the long journey that has been Neo Endurance and 24-hour series esports, and long may it continue with the awesome racing that we've seen so far across all 4 very exciting categories.
ESPORTS on pit road, by the way.
From GT3 or one of their other cars from GT3?
It's the number 91 that's on pit road. Keeping an eye on it. They've just done 40-odd seconds, so they should be heading out any second now, unless that car's got damage. Patrick Silva behind the wheel of that number 91 car. It's showing up for me. I'm actually, completely ignorantly, my timing screen stopped working.
My Joel real timing froze 40 minutes ago and I didn't notice.
Yeah.
So, timing can be a challenge. We've got 4 classes to keep across of, and we've got 5 minutes until our friend Lorenzo Bonda joins us, and you can all settle in to watch uninterrupted coverage here of the 24-hour series esports with VCO and Creventic, and see how it all plays out with the incredibly jumbled strategies we're seeing across all the categories. GT3 cars not able to do 60 minutes to a stint, and so how they then slice up the little remaining portions of what's now a 7-stint, 6-stop race. There is a significant amount of variation across all of them. 992's been super competitive in that one-make class. And then GT4, TCR haven't been particularly disappointing either. You've got when the last pit stop was in GT3, and I challenge you to find 2 cars next to each other that have the same number. So you're 14 laps into the stint for the leading Drago Racing car. Falcon Sim Racing, 10 laps into the stint, means they're carrying 4 laps more fuel that will help them close that gap to the leaders. Then Simify look like they're pretty similar to Drago Racing. WSR Esports Butt Kicker, 4th, 47 seconds back. But they've got a lot of fuel. Then Maniti in 11th, also more fuel than some of the others. Team Heusingfeld in 48 have also stopped quite recently. So you're really waiting till everyone makes their final pit stop to see where they are in that sprint to the end. Something, 5 hours, buy your ticket to the final hour.
I like the fact that you literally just danced around Team 75 Bernard by SimRC and Williams Esports GT that are both 13 laps into a stint, and the fact that the Mag Performance SRT car is only 1 lap longer on fuel. But carry on.
Well, they don't all say 10, do they?
No, but they say 13, 13, 14. So now they say 14, 14, 15. But
and if you look in the 1.2 seconds between when Team 75 Bernard by SimRC cross the start-finish line and when Williams do, they don't say the same number.
Oh, come on. For that 1.2 seconds, you can have it. I'll let you have it.
Brilliant. The other 1 minute 47 seconds of the lap in a GT3 car, I might have quite misrepresented it, but it does prove the point that for as many cars there are that are on a similar fuel length, there are some very, very different ones. 992 also complicated further, not just by when they've made their pit stops, but by the age of their tyres. Pretty sure that the top 4 are all on the 2nd stint of tyres, while Williams Esports Academy had a longer stop. They might be on some slightly newer tyres, or some of the other cars deeper down the order looked like they had closer to 1 minute stops the last time through, and they might have taken their tyres then. Wave Italy leading from Shara, from Valkyrie, from Altus, all closing in, closing up on each other towards the end of this race. And what a beautiful track Monza is for this kind of multi-class racing.
I will. My final point I'm going to say here is I would love to see an endurance race take place on the combined layout here on iRacing. We've got it. It can be used. It would be incredibly bumpy, and it would probably end up being the worst decision to host a race I've ever done in my life. But I'd love to see it happen at some point. And also, just in terms of that 992 battle, I think that one's going to go right down to the wire. I like the fact that Australia Esports have kind of gotten themselves back in contention with Wave Italy. But I still think that any of the top 4 can finish anywhere on the 3 steps of the podium, because that is going to be a battle I am going to be glued to watching for the next 2 hours.
Look, I think if we can have Nordschleife this season, we can have Monza combined next season. I've got my fingers crossed, and I've already put my flag to the mast about tyre sets and some of the other things. But what we do have here at Monza has been super entertaining. Different stories begun for different teams. How they all settle in towards the end remains to be seen. Just that 4th car in 992, just a little off the front running cars there, and this is right back with GT4, where SimRC, the mother duck with the ducklings behind, Seybelt, just I think have made a pass there as well to get up behind SimRC. Weren't they the 3rd in the train before?
They were, and at this point we are going to have to say, please stand by for station identification.
Indeed, you won't have to touch anything, go anywhere when Arjuna Kankapati and Lorenzo Bonda bring you the final 2 hours of 24-hour series esports, 6 hours of Monza on RaceSpotTV.
Well, it's been an interesting 2 hours to say the very least, and now we settle in to see how it all ends. Lorenzo Bonda joins myself, Arjuna Kankapati, and Lorenzo, first off, I just remember, wasn't it a couple of years ago that you, me, and David did the entire 6 hour of Monza together, and wasn't that a wild strategy battle as well?
Yes, it was, and I think it came down to the final 20 minutes when everything just decided to unravel in the race.
All right, I'm hoping. I did kind of send a message over to Race Control before we got started for our stint here, saying I hope it's going to unravel at the end, but in good ways, not for them, just for us. Yes, fuel is where, of course, there's been a lot of intrigue. I'm sure we'll pick up strategy in a couple of moments' time. But, you know, Lorenzo, you've got a couple of your team members driving in the race, and what I have to complain to you, by the way, you race BRW2 ePro GP. Did you try and make that team name as complicated as possible?
And not my fault. I blame it on our main sponsor, because W2 Pro GP is actually a team name in Brazil. They run in the stock series, so that's why the name it became complicated. You know, so I cannot do anything about that. We're contractually obligated.
I'm just saying, I'm calling you U-Race W2 moving forward. Can I do that? It's shorter.
It's fine. It's fine.
We'll go with that. Beside the point, what have you noticed in this race? I think the first thing that Ewan and I saw in the first 2 hours was a very clean, very tidy start. And from there, the pace, the intensity, especially with these fixed morning conditions, because the slight issue we had with the weather, you know, effectively the gravitational rotation has been frozen in time. What's that done to the strategy for your teams?
So it's been interesting. I'll talk about TCR because I've been following closer TCR than Cup, because Cup I think is going to be interesting given the fact that we have a very close grid from 1st to 4th. I think it broke down a little bit, but still a very good fight. For TCRs though, for me it's a question mark, because we've been saving fuel, but we don't know if we're going to hit our marks. Sometimes it says we have to fuel over 100 liters. The car only takes 100 liters. So it's like you don't know where you're going to end up at the end of the race. We estimate maybe 96 to 97 liters all the way to the end when 1 hour and a half clocks in. Because, like you said, this fixed morning setup basically threw all our calculations out to the wind.
Yeah, when the temperature rises, you spend a little less time on throttle, of course, right? And so that helps you with your fuel consumption. Now, as traffic goes 3 wide, was that a slowdown? Oh, it was. Oh, Kerem Havers has got a painful slowdown here. Sabelt's going to slip on past, as you'd expect now. Impulse has come down to pit lane, so that's why the battle has gone from 3 cars down to 2. But track limits here, definitely something to keep an eye on, and not the first driver, not the last driver to have got the pain. That is for sure. Front of the 992 class, where, let's be honest, our eyes have just been transfixed by the battles that we've seen. Still Wave Italy out front, Scherer Esports second with Chris Shorter. First time I've seen him representing the Scherer Esports team. And Lorenzo, someone, the South African, someone who you usually see in a touring car.
Yeah, and Impulse more specifically, isn't it? In that 122 car. I think the move was kind of recent. for Chris and joining the German brand and joining the entirety of like Luca Alpert, basically mainly German crew. Rafael Rendhofer, Luca Alpert, and many other drivers in that team. So bringing a high-level driver, a high-performance driver into the team always helps. And someone that is, like, you can say a two-way driver, like you would say in a two-way player in baseball, for example.
Now, I'm not sure if he's technically left Impulse. He may just be on loan. Because, of course, like you say, traditionally we see him in a touring car. Maybe this is an opportunity for him to go and drive a Porsche Cup car. Yes, Impulse often have entered cars, and they had one in this race in the class as well. But, you know, sometimes limited seats, it's hard to get the opportunities. And naturally, you do get these loans that sometimes arise. Now, Antonis Despotakis leads in the Wave Italy racing car. Valkyrie have dropped to 8 seconds further back. Altus are now going off what is almost 12 seconds off of the lead. They all are on what is a double stint of tires, slightly different fuel loads, slightly different tire ages. But Lorenzo, it means when they come down to pit lane, we're guaranteed, right, to see them take tires.
Yeah, everybody's going to basically reset for a one final push, basically a full-on stint. It eventually becomes a 1 hour sprint race of sorts. And if you're close to one another, we might see like some elbows thrown out all the way until the end of the race. But we know if you throw elbows that early, like let's just say they come out of the pit lane and they're already throwing elbows, we know that it's usually end up in tears rather than a good fight for us.
And speaking of, right on cue, we're down in the box. One of them having to park quite aggressively and just making the mark work as well. So Chris Shorter, I think, going to jump out. Luca Alpert in. And I think that's a sign that Luca has a bit more speed than that 905. Keep an eye on them. Matteo Kuzner into the Wave Italy entry. And interestingly, Valkyrie also come in the 977, the Bonjour racing car. It's only Altus, Lorenzo, that go one lap longer.
And I think they did this on one of the previous stints. Managed to ward the draft just fine. I think that was on the second stint or third stint, if I recall correctly. They were working that to the brim. So it's been a very interesting race for Altus in general. You know, coming all the way to the back, I think they were P8 or P9 when this race started, but they're right behind the PR, my team P-Cup. And just because of Yannick Lapshin's and Oscar Mangan's pace, just decided to rise entirely in the race and now it's stuck within the top three.
And you can see this is the great thing about the Porsche Cup cars. They go up on the jack only after the fuel has been fitted. And so now they drop, now they roll. Wave Italy first, Scherer second, as was expected. How far behind are Valkyrie going to end up being? Well, it's not too bad, you know, given that it was, almost an 8-second margin. They've definitely slightly short-filled to try and come out in a slightly better spot.
Yeah, and at this point, these are the interesting things of, you know, different strategies, what you're going to do about it in terms of proceeding into the car. And I like what I'm seeing. I like how closely contested this is. But I believe for some of them, it is still got to be nerve-wracking to deal with the entirety of the traffic, because for me, I honestly thought, Arjuna, I don't know what's your opinion about it, this probably would have been a much more attrition-based race than anything else.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the fact that 57 started, we've had 4 retirees, somewhat blows my mind 4 hours into this race. You can see pit stop time, by the way, 62 total seconds for Joe Vergaard Godestad, who's taken over the 977. That was only about 2 seconds shorter than Wave Italy, who were in turn 2 seconds shorter than Scherer ESPORTS, but it's closed him to around 5 seconds as now Oscar Mangan down to pit lane. Should probably see him out, I think. You might see Yannick Lapchan in based on the trends of what we've seen so far, but I haven't seen any movement indicated on the driver change just yet. As we continue to run around, let's check back in with the GT3 class just at the very front, because championship, let's talk about that, Lorenzo. We got the Nordschleife 6-hour race and then the Barcelona 12-hour race to come after this. Drago Racing entered today as the championship leader. 2 race victories, but either side of those wins a 0 point at Sebring. They're back up top looking for another 20 points. And in a GT3 class where a 12 points separates 8 teams right now, this is a result that will see them, I think, go to the Nordschleife, what will be the most unpredictable race of the year, and potentially have a little bit more certainty as to how conservatively they'll be able to race.
Absolutely. It's kind of funny if you think about it. You got to go either 0 to hero or hero to zero. That's basically it's been their mindset the entirety of this championship. But of course, we have to also take the fact that they got, I'm not going to say luck of the job because they're a highly competent team. It's just the fact that Spa was a very attrition-based race. We've seen that from lap 1. Silverstone as well. Sebring, not that much, but still, they operated within the margins of, overperforming with that Ferrari, and that's very impressive. And so, the way this race is going for them, I can totally see this being a boost of confidence going to Nordschleife and just take it easy. Top 5, maybe that will be the result for them to, come to Barcelona with a good chance to win the championship.
Yeah, and in every other class, well, I was going to say every other class, GT4 is technically not true, but the leader in the championship has finished on the podium in every single race. SimRC finished first twice, fourth once, so, technically one spot off of that in their leading GT4 entry, but yeah, GT3 has just been so much more wild and unpredictable. There's a bit more, competition because there's more cars, so just, more cars go out there and battle with in qualifying and out there in the race as well, but yeah, definitely something we'll be keeping an eye on. Oscar Mangan back out on track, so we stayed in the Altus Esports entry. We're still waiting, of course, for the final pit stops to cycle through at the very front of the field. But at least now, Lorenzo, we get a pretty good picture of these 4 and how they're gapped out. Wave Italy 2.5 clear of Scherer, 4.5 then clear of Altus, and only 1 second back to Valkyrie in these 4 cars fighting for the win.
Yeah, and if I can bring it up also, Valkyrie's job the entirety of this race, it's a team that I didn't think would overperform over here in this whole 992 class. It's not, I wouldn't say it has the strongest lineup, but it has a lineup that is very competent, has really good drivers. But second place is Sebring, fourth place in both Spa and Silverstone. What a job they're doing, Arjuna, and being within contention to battle for a win like this, being closer to the leaders, despite everything that has transpired in like strategies and everything. These offset things, I gotta give a major props for them.
No, I agree with you. One of those teams that's been slowly building up, right? I think over the last 2 or 3 years, and now same drivers, right? It's not like they've really been signing anyone new. These are the same drivers they've been having for quite a while, and now starting to deliver. And you can see Altus going aggressive to the inside of a touring car entry, just trying to get a little bit more of a gap already. 6-7 seconds between him and the Wave Italy car with an hour and 50 minutes to go. We'll check back in with these drivers a little bit later on. We're 3 wide into the opening corner, a GT4 car. I think it's the Movano Corsa car that's just come out of pit lane. And as the Mag Performance car driven by Alessandro Maris gets in front of Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, get out of there safely. I mean, after putting it on pole, what a qualifying performance it was from Andrea Bristow. They ran out the front for very long, and then unfortunately Lorenzo, things slightly came unstuck. Not sure if there was maybe an issue getting fuel into the car that saw them come back down to pit lane after just 6 laps, but since then slightly on the back foot. But there's a lot of, I think, pride that they can take from how the race started off.
Yeah, and also given the fact they had a penalty as well at a certain point in the race, I think it was between hour 1 and 2, they had a penalty. If I remember, it was a 10-second penalty they got, and they still retained a top 5 position, so it's a really good performance for them. Of course, they probably wanted to win like everybody else, but you got to take away that top 5 performance for now. It will boost them a few spots inside the top 10, that's for sure, because it's tightly contested within points right there.
Yeah, and 12-hour race as well to finish things off. It's the only 12-hour race. Has a unique complexion, and 6-hour races, you can do them with 2 drivers for the most part, Lorenzo. I think a 12-hour race at this level, it's one that is wise sometimes to bring in a third hand.
I agree. It eases up the burden of doing so many repetitions around the track. An average, what would you say per hour? So each driver would drive 6 stints, 5 stints. So it can be quite a lot on the body, can be quite a lot on the mind. So splitting that even ways, 3 ways, and making it 4 hours each just eases up the job. And but it's kind of funny. You were talking about that. There's actually teams in here in this race right now that actually brought up 3 drivers to do their stints. If I recall correctly, Wave Italy in their TCR, they actually are using 3 drivers this race.
Ooh, interesting, especially given that... Because TCR, the stints are 90 minutes, right? So that's what, 3
Yeah.
pit stops?
Yeah, it's 3 pit stops. Yes.
Ah.
So that's
Fascinating.
the interesting aspect, because we're doing 3 pits. Like I said before, you're doing 3 pit stops, but you have an uncertainty of maybe doing a splash and dash, because some people pitted before the 1 hour and a half on
Right.
the first pit stop.
Okay.
So that makes things more interesting for everybody.
We'll keep an eye on that, especially when it comes to those TCR entries then as we cycle into the closing stages. Really not far away, again, 16 minutes away from that. Here comes Sabolt. Alessio Sentosa down to the pit lane in the 491, and now he's got a great mark at the very start of pit lane, because we, of course, share a handful of stalls. He jumps out. It's going to be into the car, Riccardo Zuppani, and we'll see how he fares once he rolls back out onto track. Of course, battle for the lead is still technically between Zenith Esports and Grid and Go, but they are very much, they're on their outlaps right now from their pit stop cycles. 53.5 seconds stationary for Jaume Torres in the McLaren. For Sven Haase, 57 seconds stationary, and that's seen the gap grow even larger. Now, Sven was charging hard, Lorenzo, at the start of this race.
Yes.
You've got to imagine he's got the bit between his teeth now.
Absolutely, and you think about it, Sven basically took over the first hour. I think the name of the first hour might have been Sven Haase, right? The way that he was driving kind of like he was driving his Lamborghini GT3 that he normally loves to drive, right? Very aggressive, just not afraid of placing the car around the corner and being, just making sure he wants to move up the spots and to be in a better contending position whenever he came into the pit lane. So far being rewarded by that. I have no beef about that. Everybody, can say it's not slightly aggressive, but well, sometimes you got to be aggressive in these races for you to make it out to the end at the top.
And sometimes you don't want to be too aggressive. We take a look at the replay into turn number 1. And why are we doing this? Well, because I think race control decision has been made on this particular incident. So the Entropic TCR car just tries to make it through the corner. Contact initiated by the Mercedes Raw Esports car. And so, Lorenzo, would it shock you to hear that race control has a 10-second time penalty for the 488?
Yes and no, because Roar did try to make an overtake, and even though Entropic left the door open, you can see there's a little slight overgap for you to work with. It's not an overlap that you want to go into and stay side by side, especially in a corner that you cannot go 2 cars side by side at the exit properly. You got to give space, and that content, I would say NFA, but I'm not the steward, so what can you do?
What I would, I guess, suggest is, especially when, touring cars are pretty good on the brakes.
Yes.
And so, GT4s aren't bad, yes, but keep that in mind, especially into the heaviest braking zone of them all. Into pit lane comes Philip Pellinen in the X-Racer 413. He's going to get out Alexia Loma back in, and so now, basically, GT4 pit stops done and dusted. Here comes side by side in towards turn number 1, and Jürgen Frank, veteran in that Team 75 Burnham by SimRC entry, sweeps his way past Alessandro Maris, but now as they power out of Rettifilio in towards the Roja, Porsche on Porsche action. And interesting to note that SimRC may actually have a little bit more speed in a straight line, so even though it's the same car, Lorenzo, they may be running slightly different downforce levels.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe a lesser wing angle than the MAG Team Performance is actually kind of running. So this is the interesting aspect for me, is how the car can be still the same, but you run different angles. You might just have to switch it up on the preload, on the cambers, for you to make sure the car is still stable around the corners. And that Team 75, what a race, came from just outside of the top 10. It was like P9, now into P5, and having a really good performance. So love to see that from that number 75 team that normally you would think of fighting for top 5s, but in this championship, not the best outing for them for the time being.
Yeah, no, you're right. Traditionally amongst the strongest contending Porsches, but if we're being completely fair, I think the strongest Porsche as of late, straight from qualifying, Tristan Iglesias has been leading Simu forward, and that's why it was such an impressive qualifying job from Andrea Bristow to actually pit Tristan to the pole. And so slight changing of the guard in terms of the running order sometimes, and performances always shifting around. End of lap 141 sequences a pit stop for the Williams Esports GT car. Now, we know that these GT3s can't do a full hour. I think this is a pretty good time to come in for the penultimate stop of the race.
Yeah, and you're set yourself up for maybe a shorter run than normal, and then you bring it up with like 55, 54 minutes remaining, and you don't have to be concerned overly with fuel. As now Beckham Jasir is going to hand out the car to Soda Muto, so Japanese is going to take over for one more stint. The question is, will he end the stint, though? I don't know if the 70% driver rule that we normally have here at the 24-hour esports is in effect right now for any one of those teams.
Sota did the first two. Beckham, I think, did the middle two. So
Okay.
I think we should be good to see Sota into the end as he rolls off and away. Coming in, by the way, just at the back of the shot now, Drago Racing, 69, and Ricardo Rico going to slide into the marks. Now, similarly, you'd think that maybe there's a driver changing coming. I'm not sure. Ricardo Rico has been in the car for a stint. Aaron Vasquez did a double, I believe, and Nicolas Mateo did at the start. So this is one of those combos, Lorenzo, where they've broken it up across the three drivers. It will be interesting what they do, I guess, with 40 minutes to go.
It's interesting, and like I said before, they're overperforming with that Ferrari, and it's a Ferrari. I think I'm probably going to rectify what I said in the paddock chat, Arjuna pre-race, that they killed a Ferrari. They've proven me the opposite. This has been on pace, I think, with speed than what the Porsches have been doing. So it's very impressive.
So to ask you then, Lorenzo, you thought based on the BOP pre-race, the Ferrari would be at a big disadvantage?
Yes.
Goes to show just how impressive it can be when drivers overperform expectations. And similarly in racing, you know, in every class, you may have 15, 20 in big fields where it's only a single class race, 40, 50 cars out on track. There's only one winner at the end of the day. If you've got a fifth place car and you get fifth, well, that's a win in many ways, right? Because you achieved what you should have expected to. If you actually go out there and win it, I mean, you should be over the moon. You overperformed maybe relative to what you should have expected. Congratulations, you got the most out of everything. If you got worse than fifth, that's when you look and say, okay, what did we do wrong? Where should we have maybe got more performance? But yeah, I think everyone sometimes has to take a step back, and when you make your BOP choice at the start of the season, Lorenzo, in terms of what car you pick, you've locked yourself in.
Yeah, you're committed all the way through that. We were, you know, teams have conversations like my team had conversations when we picked the TCR. Oh, we were thinking, oh, is the Honda the better car? Because the Honda is a more stable car. The Veloster is slightly faster, but is more unstable through some corners. So it's those topics that, you know, gets on everybody's head, and that's what makes it racing for me very interesting for everybody, right? And no discussions asked. I think GT3, the way now iRacing is bringing more GT3s, is bringing more TCRs, bringing more GT4s with a partnership with IMSA, is making racing in general a whole lot interesting. And the horizon for not just me or you, Arjuna, or everybody else is just great to drive.
And let's not talk about BOP and TCR, because I think there's certain drivers that are going to have some stern comments. Anyway, back to the pit stop cycle as Team 75 birded by SimRC. ATRS and the other Team 75 car, because there are two of them, are down to the box. Driver changes amidst once again. Marvin Strell jumping in. Is Daniel Sommer going to get out? Yes. Tobias Grutzkotter is going to take over. And I think that's it in terms of driver changes. Meanwhile, back on track, still waiting for certain teams to, of course, finish up BS competition. Probably around 7 laps at most away from coming down to pit lane. And second in the championship, Lorenzo, it was definitely not an easy start to the race, impeding penalty in qualifying. 20 seconds to serve in the pit stop cycle. They're 53 seconds right now off of Falcon Sim Racing, who technically they're on the same strategy cycle. Last time, a lengthy pit stop, they lost about almost 30 seconds, which was a small issue getting fuel into the car.
Which is interesting. Not the first time I've seen this issue being reported, though. I've seen other teams reporting that. So it's interesting how this race to develop for some teams. But still, BS needs every result they can get. And obviously they need to do better than Drago Racing, or minimize the impact, or stay as close as they can to Drago Racing. Because somehow, some way, like you said, consistency is key. You don't necessarily have to finish every time at the top of the standings. As long as you finish in good places, you still have points for you to contend with. It's only 5 points between them, given the fact that they had 9 points in Spa and only 6 points in Silverstone, which is insane to think about.
Yeah, and it's not what you want to be thinking about, right? Thinking championship implications during a race, but you have to assume there are some thoughts about it. Luka Vanch is going to take back over in the Falcon Sim Racing 44. Alessandro Maris is going to bring in that number 99. We'll see if there is going to be a driver change and a swap around there. Hasn't been too much in terms of race control decisioning recently, which is a good thing to see. Lucas Prada takes the lead in that WSR Esports butt kicker car. The Mercedes running now at the front. Such is Ricardo Rico and Drago Racing's lead that they've been able to come and do their pit stop and still come out in front, Lorenzo, of the Door Esports car, which will be in pit lane in 2 or 3 laps time.
Yeah, 7 seconds in separating the Spaniard to Jesse. So really good job from Drago Racing. What a job they're doing so far. Only 38 seconds in the box. So shortest fuel for them. So no complaints whatsoever. Carry on. And the gap, I think, to the closest car is what? Nearly a 5, sorry, not 5, but 10-second stops?
I think it's something like that. Yeah, no, we're still waiting for the end of the race, right? If this was a Marvel multiverse, now I know June is all the rage right now, and I'm still waiting to go watch June 2. So
movie.
No spoilers, Lorenzo. I know you saw it last night. No, can't say anything. But if this was the Marvel multiverse, right? At the start of the race, everyone goes off in their own separate directions, and somehow at the end, we've got to make them align and smash them all together, which in the Marvel multiverse is technically not possible, right? And you've got to like re-establish order, which is why they go back in time to go and put whatever. I've gone way too far down this rabbit hole, but Lorenzo, the point being, final 60 minutes of this race, we're going to get to the stage where, much like in WWE, there's going to be no commentary budget for the commentary tables. All bets are off.
No, all bets are off. Are you saying just commentary tables? I would say maybe the entire catering or something like that.
No.
Or the entire production thing.
Only on Raw, you're allowed to break the table, the monitors, whenever you want. On SmackDown, monitors are fair game. The table is indestructible.
True, I forget about that.
Budget. If people
even though you think it is Fox. But anyway, we're going too deeply into the network conversation.
If people don't know what we're talking about, sports entertainment, professional wrestling, it's fantastic. And I am a 5-year-old kid inside at the age of 29 going on 30, watching The Rock back in his element. Oh, it's fantastic.
Same.
It's great. And I'm trying to think. I'm sure lots of wrestlers, much like mixed martial arts fighters, are thrill seekers. Like they must love going fast, right? Because there's something about adrenaline that gets people going.
Yeah, there's like, I know The Rock drives by himself. Normally you think, oh, these guys, they have their own chauffeurs and things like that. But no, they drive themselves. They like to do things like that. And they're always looking for something different. You know, they're sports. They like sports. They live for sports. So it's natural to think they might try. I'm not going to say racing because maybe their bodies are too heavy for racing.
Whoa. Well, I don't even think heavy is the word that I'd use, right? I don't know if they fit into most racing seats. David Haynes has just put it into our chat. I saw a clip of a couple of UFC fighters over at Nitro Cross. They're trying to fit into electric rally cross cars. They just about were able to do so, but boy, they look terrified at the sheer. You know, you've been in an electric car, right, Lorenzo?
Yeah.
What
Never
was it?
Never driven one. I sat in a Tesla.
Okay, so Did whoever was driving the Tesla floor it at any point?
Yes, it is. The acceleration is just insane.
Right, like there are some electric cars that aren't like that, so I just wanted to make sure. But a Tesla, Porsche Taycans, there are road-going electric cars where you touch the throttle and you're back in your seat going, oh my goodness, what have I done? As BS Plus competition half look to the inside, but not really making a move. the instant torque of an electric race car, I know the sounds are going to be lacking, but it just sounds cool.
It sounds cool, and more importantly, it kind of works like a computer or like an electronic switch. You go from 0 to 1, and that one stays constant the entire time. There is no decrease or increase of torque. The torque is big and constant, which is insane to think about.
I haven't been in an electric. I haven't been in many race cars, to be fair. I've been in a Honda Civic converted to be a race car, and I'll count that. But I would love to experience.
You're a tall guy. Can you even fit on one?
So that is always the big problem. Like Radical SR1, I'm too tall for that. So like Racing Prodigy, I wanted to try and pester them into letting me into the car, but unless I chop my feet off, that's not an option. I think I could fit into a BMW M4 GT3 car, though. I don't think I'd be as quick as Julian Kesselhut, who's just blown past Patrick Selva.
Yeah, which is a good overtake from Julian Kesselhut right there. Going around the Parabolica, there's a few cars up in the front. There's some Porsche Cup cars up in the front. A car that you would fit 100%, and I'm certain of this, a Porsche 992 Cup car. I am sure you would fit in.
The problem is, Lorenzo, I've tried to get into one, and it really did not end well. I've told the story.
Really? Okay.
I've told the story a few times, but I'm happy to tell it again. I have no problem embarrassing myself on a global stage. I mean, I ran a car with my face on it for the Porsche All-Stars. So I was at the Porsche Sports Car Together Fest. It was, September of 2022. It was a while ago now. And they had Porsche Carrera Cup North America. They had, was it Jeff Gordon?
Yes.
Jeff Gordon was racing there, so I got to go and see him get into it. It was really cool, actually. But that's beside the point. Riley Dickinson, who actually won the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge race at Daytona earlier this year in a Porsche Cayman. Dramatic conclusion as well with fuel saving. He was the only car to make it work. But we had done a small talk. John Hindhoff had joined us as well, and I was like, he was going back to his race car. I was like, can I tag along and can you show me around? He's like, sure. And so walks me through the cockpit a little bit and then says, would you like to try getting in? Am I going to say no? No. Of course I said yes.
Of course not.
But anyone who's met me knows I'm tall. I'm 6'5", 196 centimeters, and most of that is my legs. Like I've got a lanky torso. Don't get me wrong, but I'm a lot of leg, and so there's a roll cage, of course, that's rather high on those Porsche Cup cars. So I try, of course, to put one leg over that, but the steering wheel was still on. And so it's hard to, like try and contort your knee to bend the opposite direction so you can get it under the Porsche Cup wheel, which isn't too small. And what I didn't know at that time was the steering column, you can actually latch the wheel up, like the entire column up, so you can just slide in. But basically, I'm trying to contort my body into getting through. And he says, oh, just throw your left leg in, grab the roll cage with your arms at the top, and you'll be fine. So I commit. I go, left leg's going in. We're going to go and try to catch the roll cage on the top. And I grab air. And I just tumble out head first of the car. The most terrifying part of that was that as I fell, my legs came up and whacked a whole bunch of stuff. I had no idea what it was. And I was instantly terrified. What have I just done to his race car?
I understand your point of view. I had the same feeling when I went to Brazilian Porsche Cup in Interlagos. When I did do a commentary stint for the Brazilian Porsche Cup, like I think the very first broadcast, and we went to Interlagos as a celebration. Me and some other Brazilian drivers, and one of my friends is actually an engineer for one of the cars. I was like, yo, you want to come in? You want to take a look? And yeah, sure, no problem. I'm like, can I actually go in? And I went in. I could barely fit. I go normally into the cockpit. I'm 180. I'm 180 centimeters. So I'm not the tallest guy, but I can fit in. The thing is, getting out of the car is just horrendous. I never felt so uncomfortable leaving a car.
Yeah.
Because it is so tight.
Well, okay, at least it's not one of those hybrids. Having seen the interior of the Porsche 963 as Lucas Prada brings the WSR Esports butt kicker car to pit lane, going to leave the race lead over to Drago Racing and Ricardo Rico once again. Yeah, those hybrids, man. I don't actually know which one was tighter because I got to see the interior of the 919 as well, but the packaging in those cars, Lorenzo, if I fit in those cars, that's the big question first. I'm not sure I'd feel comfortable enough getting in it.
Same. I've seen the 963 in Portimão last year, and I even seen the R18. So it's they're tight. Like if we're talking about tight, you can barely. I'm gonna go on a joke. You can barely fit a thread of a hair in it because it is so tight. But it's like
You're not wrong.
It's insane.
It's a packaging challenge as well, right? Because you're routing, cooling, electronics and all of that. And so effectively where the right seat would traditionally be in a car, in prototypes you have all of, and in many race cars as well, it's all the harnesses and routing all of the wiring and making it accessible as well. Just so you're aware, we are waiting for touring car pit stops to finish off, and right on cue, bang, Team Hoisingveld bring their Hyundai Veloster down to pit lane. Already, I can tell you that the Obsidian Racing team and Michael Polishek have made their final pit stop service. Now, the pit stop time here, Lorenzo, including the cone-to-cone time, around 75 seconds. The gap, when Marcel Ty came down to pit lane, around 77 seconds.
It just goes on to think about of how Siegmund and Ty was driving the car. Siegmund, when he was driving the car, he was doing like one mid lows, constantly, and I was in awe. You know, how does someone manages to do that with traffic and everything? Cars were going around, he was still clocking that. So that's why it proves the high quality of these things like Impulse, Hoisingveld, and things like that. Of being used with the car, being used with traffic, and the level of expertise you have in a car for you to collect that consistently.
And it is going to be a lead for Hoisingveld and Ty, because they only ended up being stationary for about 52 seconds, so a bit shorter of a cone-to-cone time than the challenging Obsidian Racing car. But the gap at the front, 6.5 seconds. Keep that in mind. We'll try and keep you updated on everything that is happening. As Entropic, by the way, former race leaders, put it on pole, currently find themselves trying to hold off Wave Italy Racing, who are yet to come down pit lane in what is, I think, at this point, the best running of the Honda Civics.
Yes, it is the best place Honda Civic by a mile away. At one point, I think it was RD when the race started, but I think they had an incident with the GT4s around Ascari that broke off the pack a little bit and made basically a Veloster filled race within the top four. So still really good battle between everybody. And I know the BOP talk, and like you said before, we're not going to go in deeply into that, but I like the strategy they're doing until the end. I think fuel-wise, if we're talking about maybe positioning, they're the safest team in the track right now. They probably wouldn't need an extra pit stop like other teams might have to do. Don't know.
Look how busy the track still is. 57 57 starters, still 53 runners, and not many of them laps down from the rest of their field. Again, Lorenzo kind of said it earlier, we expected a high level of attrition. Definitely not complaining that we don't have it. It's led to some really intriguing strategy, which is always exciting, always slightly different when you have to try and figure out what's happening in the pit lane. Drivers not necessarily trying to hit fuel numbers and hitting target times, but definitely keeping an eye on exactly what the implications of on-track action are for then being down on pit lane. It's still 2.7 seconds that Sheridan Esports have in front. Newly crowned DNLS champions in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, and they have not only won some trophies for that, not just some money as well, but going to be invited to the prize giving as well. Altus then, like I mentioned, 2.8 back, 1.7 then goes to the Wave Italy team. Unfortunately, that 977 Lorenzo starting to drop out of contention.
Yeah, I was looking at the last lap times for all those teams, and unfortunately, Godestar not being the fastest one out of the bunch on the regular basis. But I was seeing that drop, the gap that Scherer had on East Altus drop a little bit. So there's a good chance we might see that battle for P2 happen. But so far, it's still a very big, like we said, question mark. We're only going to know on the final 60 minutes of this race what is up with all the teams.
Well, 19 minutes to go. There are pit stops underway in GT3. not necessarily anyone yet that's up towards the front and in contention. Remember, we know they will have to make a splash and dash in that final hour. The question has always been, how long is the stop going to be on the clock? Patrick Selva from second, so remember, he is there in that Sabled Esports car, but he's going to drop behind the likes of Falcon, Simify, Team Hoisingveld still yet to pit as well. Could they come in with the final 20 minutes to go in splash and dash? Or, Lorenzo, does it make a little bit more sense to equally divvy up the fuel between this next pit stop and the final one they'll have?
I would div up the fuel, but the thing is, I'm just scared of the thought if you split up the fuel and you find yourself within a highly congested traffic of cars that might be on a different strategy and are fighting against you to nail, your strategy backfires immediately. So that's my only fear. But I would go 50-50.
So still though, it's realistically not the fight for the lead, it's the fight behind that we're going to keep an eye on, because still very well end up closing on up. Grid and Go, if you're curious, in that GT4 class, have brought the lead down to 8 seconds to Zenith and Jaume Torres, but by no means is that a gap that realistically we're going to see a fight start to ensue. It might have to come in the closing stages. At one point we thought it might be very, very tight at the front, increasingly seeming as though as the race gets longer and longer, track rubbers in and maybe understeers out a little bit more, contenders have risen to the top and are making their presence known. Check in with Altus and Oscar Mangan. Last time by, lost a couple of tenths of a second to the Wave Italy racing car as they filter off to the right. Lorenzo, do you remember the race at the Nordschleife last year?
Ooh, not quite.
Because I was not.
I wasn't around, I think.
Ah, okay. So both of us happen to not be around for it. Now, what I do know, of course, is race winners, but that's not necessarily important. You want to know the story, especially at a race around the Nordschleife, of how they got there. It was Williams Esports BenQ, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC in the 992 class, Impulse in GT4, and SimRC in the TCR class that all came out on top. But yeah, I look at the way that the form book's building right now out of this race, and I think at the Nordschleife, where traffic's going to play less of a part in a lot of ways, it's going to be a 6-hour sprint, isn't it?
Yes, 100%. There isn't going to be any fuel saving. The only thing that might be strategy, as Wave Italy just decides to go a little bit of a wiggle down into the backstretch of Parabolica. What I think is going to be is basically going to be maybe draft coming down the Doringa Hoa, not too many people going side by side and just thinking about fuel saving. I think it's just going to be an all-out war from the start to finish and see who's going to survive the forest.
Yeah, well, they're probably not going to cut out a pit stop by saving fuel, my assumption would be. However, it's not that hard to save enough to go a lap longer at the Nordschleife, and so it might not be the worst idea in the world. It is a race where it's a lot of just running behind a leader in the train. To go a lap longer, try and then make advantage of low fuel load tires maybe that also have a little bit more to give because you haven't been pushing them so hard, and make an overcut happen. It will all depend as well on how the conditions play out in the car classes where there's multiple cars. How long you can go on fuel will be determined by BOP, so there's still a lot that will play into it, I guess. Take a look at the track map again, Lorenzo. Part of what having such little attrition has done is it's pretty busy out there. Not much time to go and relax.
No, there isn't, I think, a single moment that you can breathe, which is insane to think about. We always go with this. I don't know if it is just commentators being pessimistic or anything like that, Arjuna. We always say, "Oh, it's Monza. Something is gonna happen, and we're gonna see the battle of the Game of Thrones battle where everybody decides to die right in the middle of it, and there will be a lot of high body count." But no, actually, quite the contrary. There have been some dodgy movements, but everybody just decided to keep clean and respectful between everybody. That's why we haven't seen too many penalties this race.
Yeah, in fact, the lack of penalties actually been a pleasant surprise. Oh, that's not good. Now Jonas Rutten, that left rear, it pointed in the wrong direction. Uh-oh. Get the hammer out, boys. Get to work.
Just don't slam the door into the car, please.
Now, how would you have done that?
I'm curious.
That is a big old wallop as well, isn't it?
Yeah. My guess has to be something around...
It must have been contact, surely.
No, it is contact, but the question is which point did he make the contact? I'm estimating, if I have to say one corner, is either Ascari or the De La Roja chicane, where normally you are closer to the wall. So this is my estimation, but I could be.
Is it contact with a car, or are we seeing that maybe the curbs can be quite damaging? I don't know. I think we might have an indication on the oh, we've gone all the way back to the Parabolica. Okay, wow, okay. So behind this is the Team 75 machine, so Marvin Strell. And then the Williams Esports car, Sota Muto. What's going to happen? Off towards... Oh, heavens
no.
above. Technical.
I'm gutted. I'm truly gutted. You're going to see that steering flick like crazy. One.
That looks like his monitor's gone dead or something, more than anything else. Right? Surely?
Or can you crash by taking your hands off the wheel?
Well, okay, if this was an IndyCar race, Lorenzo, you know I would suggest it. But this is GT3, where you'd expect that power steering, force feedback shouldn't snap on you if you take your hands off the wheel. But it does look initially like it's just hands off the wheel.
Please, if anybody at Door Esports is actually watching this broadcast, please don't tell us is it actually the hands. Otherwise, I'm going to feel double gutted.
Yeah, oh no. Tell us it was a technical. Just tell us it was a technical.
Yeah, you can lie.
You can
believe it.
We want to believe it in this case because we've done that before. I've done that before, like I say, in an IndyCar. What happens is, right, that this is the nature of force feedback to give you the impression that the wheel is turning in one direction, especially right when you're counter-steering a lot of the time against it. If you're, for example, going through a right-hander, you steer to the right, it's giving you force towards the left. If you let go of the wheel, what needs to happen then in that split second as the wheel then free rotates left is it then tries to self-correct and go back to the right. In the era of direct drive wheelbases, right, when the forces are so strong, you know, back when you had G29s, it wasn't such an issue, right? Because you had a couple of Newton meters, so, oh, it's just wiggling a little bit. Not too bad. Direct drive wheels, that's a big problem. And take the IndyCar with no power steering, Lorenzo. People get hurt with that.
Yeah, maybe you snap a few fingers and things like that. It's not. It is not pretty. It's not a pretty look. Thank God I still have my G29. I had a fan attack, but now I have a G29 because I had to downgrade. But thank God I have a G29 for these kind of stuff.
Yeah, no. Never take your hands off the wheel. At the same time, when you have a direct drive wheelbase in public iRacing sessions, you're always told as well, get ready to take your hands off in case someone does come and crash into you. So technical issue is the word from Paul Lang. We'll see if we can dial in exactly what that was. Remember, someone earlier today had their monitor fall down on them. That's about as technical of an issue as you could get. Sound very uncomfortable as well. For the lead, it might get increasingly uncomfortable for Luca Alpert. Oscar Mangan is there. Within half a second, the fight is on.
Like I said, I think Mangan would have reached Alpert at some point into this stint. So here we go. Where this is, in my opinion, I think Mangan is gonna go for the overtake, Arjuna, because right now you're coming down to the wire. You have a little bit more over an hour of racing lap, but right now you're at that point of every spot that you're climbing up or every advantage of pressure you can apply on the other team. You might be in front. You don't have to be in P1 necessarily, but if you are in front of another team and gaining more points than them in a championship status is very important. You got to take it.
Yeah. championship intentions have to be laid out from here, because 12 hours at Barcelona, a lot of time for things to go wrong. Make sure you accumulate the points right now. It is these two cars at the front of the championship. They run 1 and 2 in track. They run 1 and 2 in the championship as well. And right now, pulling away from those behind. Mangan's going to set this one up, you'd feel. It's going to be out of the Parabolica, the Curva Alboreto, whatever you want to call it. A long, sweeping right-hand build, and then to where drivers achieve VMAX for the track. Jump on board, rev the engine, Oscar Mangan, and flog that gearbox as well. Shera Esports not going to defend too hard, potentially, because Oscar Mangan's decided, let's play bump drafting.
They decided this is the Monza 500 instead of the Daytona 500.
I think we need a blanket ban against bump drafting on RaceSpotTV. On the road side of things. Daytona, you can have your bump drafting. Just with these road cars, please.
Okay, I'll agree 100%. I'm not a fan of it. I understand the strategy aspect. Can you even call it strategy aspect?
Yes, no, I think you can. I think that's fair.
Okay, it's fair. But anyway, for us commentators, when we're thinking, oh, here we go, overtake. No, overtake. They decide the opposite. It just makes it bummed out. So I understand why we have the ban.
Yeah, ban the bump. That's what I think the slogan's going to be. Hashtag merch
No
coming
yeet.
soon. I don't know what merch you would make for ban the bump, because that sounds... Okay, I've just realized what I said, Lorenzo. That ominously sounds like something Ewan O'Leary would say when he wants to talk about repaving Sebring.
Yes, it doesn't sound pretty.
No, okay, we're banning that hashtag on RaceSpotTV. That is not allowed. Sebring must stay bumpy. We have to ensure that the character remains.
Stay classy.
Vince Cusi isn't in chat, fortunately, otherwise we'd hear no end of that.
Oh, yes, please.
So
That and something extra.
Did you see he made his debut on RaceSpotTV this week, Lorenzo?
I saw until he got taken out by Sadukis, didn't he?
Yeah, no, but he made his debut, so we'll give him that. Vince Cusi's gone from viewer to racer, and we love to see it. Don't forget, we always enjoy you jumping into the chat and joining us, especially as we build into what will be these final 60 minutes or so. Final pit stops about to kick off. Altus still with that bump draft, still holding in line. 23 laps or so into the run. They've probably got another good, 10 laps or so, Lorenzo, before we see them in again?
Yeah, give or take, and then we're on to our final pit stop, and then from there is just guns blazing. Let's see who gets out there to the top.
Being informed, by the way, that track limit penalties not far away from being dinged, so just keep that in mind. We've still got 70-ish minutes to go. I'm sure there will be some fighting. We've seen 2 passes off the track that Race Control actually had to penalize and say, hold your horses, guys. You have to pass within the confines of the white lines. And so 70 minutes to go. I mean, look at those Lesmos. They are so inviting just to run a little bit wide, try and build up as much momentum as you can, and you're riding the knife edge of risk versus reward. Risk as well that Mateo Kuzno could start to close here, and maybe that is why Mangan's been doing the bump drafting. Last time by, that Wave Italy car closed by 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, and it's impressive the hometown driver, if you want to call it at that, is doing a really good job around with the car, and doing that with clean air. That's the most important thing. You have 2 cars that are sharing draft, bumping each other, and the fast car, being able to reach them just like that, just with the snap of a finger. So it's good to watch as we have our track limits penalty. There you go, Arjuna.
It's Olympus Esports in that Porsche Cup class. Let's not forget where they have no driver aid, so no traction control, no ABS to help them. You are very much at the mercy of the balance of the car too, and so that is going to be Thomas Cope, who probably didn't accumulate all 50 of the track limit infractions, but may have contributed the last couple of them, and the one that will have to pay the price of what is not insignificant. 25 seconds, Lorenzo. Now, one thing we should note, we're in the closing stages of the race, so that is something just to keep in mind about how drivers will choose to use their penalties.
Yeah, it's And it's just the most hurting thing for you to get a track limit penalty at this point of the race. Imagine like getting 10 seconds and things like that, and potentially damage any position or any prodigy of having a battle, you know, for point containing position. So it's just a bummer.
Just looking at the train that's now very much 3 cars strong. That Wave Italy car is into the draft. Running down and now up towards Ascari. There is actually quite a decent amount of elevation change here. It's just hidden around the track. I'll flick it to the left. They've got some traffic in the GT3 form coming behind. GT3 drivers that, of course, are thinking, get 10 more minutes onto this race done. We can come in for the final pit stop cycle of the race, and then it's a bit of a sprint to the end. Behind you see that Olympus car, the one that is going to have to come down for that 25 seconds. Now, Oscar Mangan did look out for a second.
Yeah, is he starting to think about, you know, I gotta make that overtake because, like you said before, Kunzer is coming. Is it an inevitability that Kunzer is right there and he wants to go for the overtake? Because he's matching the same speed as the GT3s are on a straight line. There you go.
Here he goes. He's going to send it down the inside, and can Oscar Mangan send it forward to the lead? Luca Alpert finally lets him through, and maybe the recognition in the rearview mirrors that someone was coming. Let's get the move on. So, new race leader once again. It's the class that we've been keeping our eyes on, waiting for it to bubble up and to intensify. Lorenzo, the other thing I have just remembered, aren't these drivers all going to be double stinting their tires in the next portion of the race?
Yeah.
How much fun is that going to be?
Lots of, for us, for them. I don't know. Maybe I said nerve-wracking at the very least.
Let's not forget, by the way, we saw the incident for Door Esports, did get confirmation that the wheelbase did go a little bit crazy, and so Jonas Rutten just took his hands off the wheel to avoid any lasting damage. So that's Door Esports, unfortunately, seemingly done and out of this race. They join 3 Porsche Cup cars, Maniti, Impulse, and Simufy in retirement, as well as the TCR entry of MA70. That's the 170 car. There comes WSR Esports Buttkicker trying to pass 1, not get through on 2 though. In the front queue will give Mangan just a bit of separation, but now with the draft he's just going to get towed back in, and this is the thing with traffic at a facility like this, Lorenzo. We always talk about the traffic give and take, never more apparent than here.
Yeah, I was actually having a look, like, you know what the average can be if you are, for example, this lower car like a GT4 and TCR, and you come up with a huge traffic. What the potential time loss can be on your regular lap? Up to 4 seconds, which is insane.
It is insane, and this is where we're also seeing that top end grunt from the 992s. Mangan's having to lift off of the throttle to facilitate the pass by Lucas Lindqvist, and now we'll hope not to get checked up off of the corner as they sweep their way through Curva Grande. Just to make sure, by the way, that I took a look at the rule book, that penalty for Olympus Esports is come within the final 100 minutes of the race. Because it's less than 25 seconds, they don't actually have to serve it on track or in the penalty box. They can actually just have it processed post-race, added to the total race time. If the penalty, though, Lorenzo, is longer than 30 seconds, you have to serve it before the end of the race. Otherwise, the penalty gets doubled.
Wow. Yeah, I've seen a few occasions like that happen. I think even in the Silverstone race, didn't it? That a few teams actually went over the period and didn't serve them within the 100 minutes. So it is just painful, but that's just racing. It is what it is.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. If you make sure you serve it within the 100 minutes if it happens earlier in the race. We're not only talking about the implications at the end. The other thing to note is we talked earlier about Simufy, who had to come back down in to pit lane and reserve the 10-second penalty because they were only stationary for 9.7 seconds. Teams are allotted a 0.1 second buffer threshold, so you're allowed to, for example, if it was 9.9, on the iRacing timer in the sim that's definitive, that's considered okay. 9.7 below that threshold. That's why they had to come back into pit lane. Riding on board with Kuzner, is he going to think that if I let Oscar Mangan go, I might be left behind? Yes. Jinx to the inside, where in the middle of the track it's actually a lot less bumpy, talking to drivers that have raced here in the real world. And so in these cup cars with no ABS, maybe easier to slow the car down as well. And nice as you'd like, easy as you'd like, forward to second.
Yeah, which, and also not only that, but it can ease off the throttle a little bit and make the overtaking a little bit more simple. So that's a good thing. But nevertheless, what a job from Kuzner. Now you can see the whole traffic they got to work with. Is that Intropic? I can see in some other GT4 cars right around it.
There's a lot. Carlar at the front. SimRC's GT4 car trying to sweep its way on through as well. And somehow no one in the gravel will cycle through cleanly. Altus trying to add some separation, but Oscar Mangan going to be reeled on in out of the second Lesmo because Kuzner's going to blast his way on past. SimRC's 476 has Adam Isaacson behind the wheel of that Aston Martin right now. 30 seconds to go in this penultimate hour of the race, and right on cue, it seemed as though we were being drawn into a false lull. Business picks up, action intensifies, and make sure you stay here for these final 60 minutes of the 6 hours of Monza, the fourth round of the 6th round Creventic 24-hour series esports campaign. And of course, we started this race with 24 hours left in the season. We are whittling down those hours, short time in the championship remaining. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lorenzo Bonda to walk you through to the checkered flag, and hopefully some good fights for us to keep our eye on. Good fights potentially as well in multiple of the classes, Lorenzo. We've been keeping an eye on GT4. Grid and go slowly but surely. That gap now down to 6 seconds, but they're running out of time to be able to get to the Zenith Esports McLaren that leads.
Yeah, and I'm looking actually the laps between Sven Haase and Hamid Damasis Torres, and the laps aren't that equal between both of them. So it's like it's gonna take something extra from Sven to actually reach that as a McLaren from Zenith, because I'm wondering what does that McLaren have in terms of speed. It is just on a different level compared to the Aston Martin.
It's a fair point actually, right, as well. The fact that, you know, the lap times are so equal, it's just small margins here and there, and maybe it's the traffic, not management, but luck that sometimes you get. You catch the car in the right place at the right time. Haase not close enough, for example, to pass the RD Simsport 158, which has James Holman behind the wheel, and now has to hang back. We'll have to try and just be aware of the fact that Team 75 is there too. 3 wide they go. They make it work, and that's the important thing. There's a bit of give and take on the faster car's part, on the slower car's part as well. But at the end of the day, as long as you all survive, that's what's important. TCR2, there's Team Hoisingfeld, and keep an eye at the back of the shot, blinking the lights, flashing the lights. Obsidian Racing now within 4.5 seconds of your leader.
Yeah, and that gap is actually going down, not by much, Arjuna, but Michael Polasek is doing a fantastic job for the Spaniard outing. And we could actually see a battle for the victor, for the winner here in TCRs. Whereas you were seeing like the wave, going back, Sven actually trying to overtake RD Simsport and James Holman. There was actually a battle for position between him and Wave Italy. The gap was about 1 second. You can see that in the fray. So lots of things happening right now in this final hour. Good to know that we can cover everything around the track.
Yeah, we have multiple eyes. The other thing to remember is, as much as there's so much happening, not all of it really matters. Oh, heavens above. The Carlar car out of pit lane and 3 wide. It looks okay, but we saw some drama in the first hour of the race where, of course, the Simufy 992 Cup car, the 914, got hit while serving its penalty in the penalty box. The margin's so fine. You always are just hoping and wishing they'll stay out of trouble. Now, Matteo Kuzner's really being able to close to Oscar Mangan, who did have a slightly shorter pit stop last time by. I'm not sure if that was fuel, not sure if it was a 2-tire call, and he'll do another 2 tires this time by. Regardless, there is definitely some pressure starting to bubble up.
100%, and we're all in for it. And you can even see Alper, the moving down on the inside of the Viscero Esports car, just managed to do the overlap, and now it has to contend with the other 2 cars up in the front. Question is, the one thing you know, you've commentated this on the Porsche Sport Super Cup, Arjuna, and especially if you did on Monza. how hard is it to break away from a car like this on a draft train?
Well, this is where it's actually quite counterintuitive, right? Because if everyone's single file, you're not breaking away. The second someone starts fighting, though, you can break away. We saw it at Daytona at the start of this year, right? Luke McEwen breaking away in the sprint race to grab the very first victory in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. So, you know, all it takes is a moment through traffic. I do feel like there's something to do with the tires right now that we're not 100% sure about. We'll see if we can figure it out at some point once we get to the other side of pit stops. But Oscar Mangan, Matej Kuzner, Luca Alpert, first taker. Here we go. Oh, we're going to have some fun.
Ooh. I'm betting he does not go up in the jacks.
You think so?
I don't think.
Here we go. We're going to watch. This is the only time that you really need to make sure you watch every single second of the pit stop and keep your eye on it. We'll keep it in the bottom corner of your screen as we also just make sure we track Luca Alpert, Oscar Mangan, 1.2 between them, and Alpert now in the Sherra Esports car, hoping to try and just close that margin, use a little bit more of that draft to speed himself up. Waiting. Lorenzo, fuel's about to be topped off. Is it going to be tires or not?
I'm thinking not. You're probably going to gamble something around here in the track, and this is the way. This is the stuff. Here we go.
33.5. It's a gamble. And that means if Oscar Mangan does need to grab 2 more tires, he finds himself in a very, very uncomfortable position. Blending out, going to be clean air for Kuzner, who stays into the car. Valkyrie, by the way, in the Bonjour Racing 977. And Roger Christensen comes back out about 9-ish, 10 seconds off of the 916, and no longer in contention after putting it on the pole position at the very start of the day. So does Oscar Mangan come in this lap? Does Luca Alpert come in this lap? I think the overcut is something where the car is lighter on fuel, Lorenzo, but especially in the case of maybe Mangan on 2 tires, not sure how comfortable he'll be feeling.
He's going to be in the world of pain. That's why I estimate, for you to do a stint that you got to not only be worried about other people, but about your own tires, in a car that is very sensitive to braking, very sensitive to tires. So it's going to be insane, the effort that Mangan has to do on this final stint of this car.
So Altus Sherra, 1 more lap apiece at least from the both of them. Onto the brakes once more. We've seen the double stint plenty, by the way. Oh, heavens above! No, Luca Alpert's just been tagged. Oscar Mangan's going to sail away. Oh, there's damage to that car. It's going nowhere fast. That left rear must be damaged.
It's done. Day's done.
No. Oh, the heartbreak of motorsports in the blink of an eye. We're sitting here talking about how strategy is going to play out. Now, Lorenzo, we're taking a look at the replay and thinking about what could have been.
What did Wave Vitaly just do? Did he miss the braking point exactly, or got scared with the GT3 that is coming into the track?
If I press on the right car, that would help. Yeah, mistake clearly made there. Right, slightly further back from it, Lorenzo, and let's see what we can pick out.
Down goes the Sherra car. He sees probably on... Oh, no. Completely misses at the braking point.
He tries to slow down only at the 100. And I'll be honest, even a Formula 1 car, you need to brake before there.
Yeah. And basically the unspoken rule of the TCRs, you lift around the 200-meter board. They were lifting the entirety of the race while you're leaving to the 100-meter board just now.
So 1 driver now, unfortunately out of contention. Major championship implications as well. A championship leader out, and after 3 consecutive races on the podium, a third, a first, and a third, Monza's going to be a rather frustrating race for the 905 crew.
Yeah, now question is, and I'm going to actually pick up the regulations for it. I think they're going to be within point standings. They might receive points. But they completed 60% distance. We're way past that, so they're going to get points. But how many points we're going to get, that's the question.
That's a good point. I forgot about that, and I'm glad that you brought it up, that they will at least be classified. Now, technically, there are double points available in the final round of the season, because we do pay out points halfway through the race and at the end of the race, so there's the double allotment to think about. Effectively 2 6-hour races for the teams to work their way on through. But Scherer Esport, victorious champions in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class yesterday in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. We will see them in a month's time, ready to bounce back, you best believe it. Hopefully they'll get a chance to maybe fix that car up and try and salvage something and maybe grab a couple more extra points. Final pit stops though, Lorenzo. For now, every class is going to be up for grabs. Here comes Sotomuto for Williams Esports.
Yeah, and now it's going to get very, very spicy for everybody. I think GT3s is going to be something that I'm looking forward to it, seeing where the gambles are going to come out on track, especially with 50 minutes. You don't have to be concerned about fuel. Just push with the car, and you're pretty much dead set for the entirety of the race. It's just how aggressive you want to be in terms of the tire management.
I think that was 2 tires from Sotomuto because he dropped after only about 15 or so seconds.
Yeah, I would say maybe the rears at this point, or right hand. This track is more right-hand side turns, therefore you go for the lefts to minimize the impact, if I recall correctly. Yeah.
Here is Oscar Mangan down to pit lane, and for the final time today, we see him in. Now, of course, we would have been wondering where that Scherer Esports machine would have fared in comparison. Now it's just Mateo Kuzner that has a chance to try and put up some sort of a fight. He's coming out of Ascari. It'll be close. Lorenzo, Mangan not going up on the jacks from what we can see.
Just feel.
He's off and away. 32.5. How quick was the stop for Kuzner? 33.5. It will come down to the cone time, how quickly, how efficiently they got up to speed, down to the limit, I say, and now up to speed. It's almost 2 seconds quicker cone to cone for Oscar Mangan. He will take over the lead, net lead of the race here. The margin going to be close to 5 full seconds as well. Altus Esports, Oscar Mangan have played a blinder.
They're playing the blinder, and what a performance, man. Like I said before, came from just outside the top 10. The job that not only Lapshin, but Mangan did throughout the entirety of the race, especially the first 2 hours to climb up the ranks, has just been phenomenal. And it would be nothing more than rewarding for them to get that win and shift the balance in the 992 class cars.
Yeah, and of course, with that drama for the Scherer Esports crew, they would inherit the championship lead basically regardless of what happens. All they need to do now is stay out of trouble, I guess, of track limits and of other cars. Look at the race control board and see another 25-second time penalty has been added to the Valkyrie competition crew in that 77, who are already, by the way, at the tail end of the GT3 field and have been out there just trying to salvage something. True endurance racing spirit, it is what you want to see. Oscar Mangan has the task to try and pull away. Mateo Kuzner has the task to try and close. And the 916 did a decent job at the end of that previous stint to do so. So just keep that in mind. Lorenzo Drago Racing, though, into the pit lane for the final time today.
Yeah, just a rewarding drive for Ricardo Rico so far. In P2, of course, they lost just that position to the Falcon team, which still 26 laps is the stint total for the number 44 car. So I think they're probably one of the few cars that are going to go for extra laps and try to maximize the potential they can towards the final pit stop. But what a drive from them. You know, what a dominant drive after everything that transpired in the GT3s in the first 2 hours of this race.
Yeah, again, they come out in 3rd position, still waiting for basically everyone else to come down pit lane. 47 minutes to go. Just have to now stay out of trouble. 3 wins in 4 this season. Lights flash from a few. Nicholas Lashed in the big green machine front of the train passes Carlar Esports behind Julian Kesselhut trying to close. Marvin Strell in close pursuit as well. This is the fight for 4th, 5th and 6th positions. Now, of note, 3 cars on very different stint lengths. Team 75 probably due in the next handful of laps. BS competition then 5 or 6 laps only after we see the Team 75 car make its trip down to pit lane. And Beniti Racing, even after them potentially. There are very, very different calls on fuel. They've kind of started to conga line and combine together now. And if BS competition do end up in a spot, Lorenzo, where they're fighting for a top 5, given that they had a 20-second penalty, they lost about 30 seconds with no fuel going into the car, I think they'd be happy with it.
I'd be happy because it's a car that we have not seen being overly on the same level, in my opinion, to the other GT3 cars. But they extracted the best out of the car. They did their best. Of course, penalty was the thing that afflicted a little bit, as we have, I think, another battle for what it looks like as we look towards Van Haase trying to catch up to Zenith. Anything outside of top 5, maybe P6, P7 in the long range of things, going to Nordschleife would be considered a good result in my books.
Steen Ledger's out of the car and has been watching his teammate, who's now taken the lead as we watch those GT4 drivers in the top portion of your screen. The Grid and Go Aston Martin, the Zenith McLaren, then only 1.5 seconds behind. There are some close margins with which to fight, and it did end up coming back on strategy. Grid and Go slightly shorter in the stop itself, and now Steen Ledger cannot go to bed because Lorenzo, he's got to now watch for the next 45 minutes and figure out whether he's going to go to bed a winner or he's going to go to bed in second place.
Yeah, and we know that there's only one word on Van Haase's book, right? Flat out.
Flat out,
just
yeah.
flat out. It's flat out, and we know Sven has all that speed to back up the talk. But we then coming back, how Torres, what a job so far. Like I said, something on that McLaren he has extra in terms of speed. It might be on crack. I don't know what it is going on with that McLaren, but it's working differently. The Zenith from the start of the championship has always been shown that McLaren has something extra to show, and can't wait to see these final moments of the race.
We've of course talked about, 30 minutes ago, about how this GT4 battle was going to probably swap around on pit stops. We also said that eventually TCR was going to close on up, and finally Michael Polishek has been able to claw himself into drafting range, right on board with the Obsidian 111 as we ride our way out of Ascari. Hyundai Veloster hunting down Hyundai Veloster. Marcel Tai trying to put up the defense of his life here, but I think 44 minutes to go. Neither driver expected to need to come down pit lane again. Lorenzo, Polishek's got to just find a way on through.
Yeah, 100%. I'm looking at the lap times. Last lap 2/10 quicker than the Team Hoisingfeld driver. So looking forward to see what the American has in store for the next 44 seconds. And we've seen many times before, if there's a guy you want to bet your money on catching up and doing the job, the dirty job of catching up and making overtakes work, it has to be Michael Polishek. Arguably, I would rate in a constant activity in TCRs. Oh no, go back to Jorjuna!
That's, unfortunate for Daniel Ferguson in the WSR Esports butt kicker car. Parked it on the inside of turn number 1, and well, I guess we should have expected a bit more in the final hour. When you go 3 wide into turn 1, to be fair, I think it's fair to be a little bit skittish. Mag Performance came across the line, and then Daniel Ferguson tried to follow and lost the rear end all by himself. And did Michael Polishek have a big old whack with him?
Yes, he did. That's why my voice just went a little bit louder in decibels.
Right on board, and well, wabam. What can you do?
Hold up. Can we have the camera on Team Hoisingfeld? Because I think that's what's assisted Arjuna.
We can in a second. What we will do very quickly, though, is just keep watching for a second here, Lorenzo, because heartbreaking news. Michael Polishek had to park that car, bring it on a flatbed, and return it to the pit lane. Obsidian out of contention.
Oh, man, I'm gutted. I'm truly gutted for them. Man, it's a team that did their best. Gio Cortese was flying within his first few stints, and just like that, the race, any on a Peugeot-esque heartbreak moment is just horrendous.
So here you go. Hoisingfeld on board.
Oh, not at all.
Not at all. I was thinking, I was like wondering what you saw.
Yeah, because I think the angle from the camera was so close that maybe Hoisingfeld assisted on the crash, kind of like give him a little bit of a push. but actually there was contact between the WSR car and I think that was the MAC car that made the overtake on the inside, and just goes around the GT4.
I can tell you that Michael Polishek's not too thrilled.
No.
And I don't blame him. No fault intended, of course, by Daniel Ferguson, but that is the heartbreak of multi-class racing. 4 individual races all taking place at the same time on the same track. You just got to sometimes hope that you stay out of the wrong place at the right time. Back over to 992. Let's say hello to a flying Oscar Mangan. 7.5 seconds is lead at the front of the 992 class.
I want to see battles in the Cup class. Can we tell the Irish to slow down a little bit?
Let's give him a slowdown.
If this was like the 23 hours of Zolder or another special event, I would definitely donate for a slowdown.
We've had some great charity events in the past, including the race against the flood that we did with VCO a couple of years ago, where you could donate to do some rather egregious things. Can you imagine if you did a competitive sim racing championship where you could do some of those things?
I'm 100% for it.
See,
we're going to get...
The problem is, Lorenzo, you can't do it where the drivers pay and the teams pay, right? Because then it becomes
True.
Whoever has the biggest checkbook. You have to earn the right to be able to spend money, and you can. What we need to do is find a way for fans to help earn the right for teams to be able to do it, and maybe Hunger Games style, we let fans do random stuff as well occasionally.
I'm all for it. Especially if we can get Peter Mackay singing Bernie Spears
Boys again. Oh, that should be nominated for a Simmy in and of itself. Best moment on sim racing ever. More takers to the lane as Nicholas Lashed as well as Alessandro Maris bring the Mag Performance Maniti machines into the box for the very final time within 40 minutes left to go today. There's no Hunger Games today, don't worry. There's no Royal Rumble either. We slipped in our comments, our puns about budgets for WWE. The funny thing is, actually, Lorenzo, it was quite amusing seeing, unfortunately there's been some racing in the Middle East, including the 24 hours of Dubai that had to get postponed because of all the turmoil that caused some shipping delays to getting the cars actually there. Happened again with the World Endurance Championship as well, of course. But WWE, they made a comment about how they had to send a bunch of stuff down for Elimination Chamber in Australia the long way around because the traditional shipping lanes, were having these small issues. And I sat there going, yeah, that's a reasonable story. We saw it in the world of motorsport. And then I go on wrestling Twitter and I see a bunch of people going, oh, the WWE's making up stories so they can make it sound even more fancy.
Really?
Yes. I mean, I should have stopped at wrestling Twitter, shouldn't I?
Yeah. It's like the dirty sheets are just being extraordinary right now. It's something extra. But we saw the frame right there while we were looking at Jogged overlapping the Impulse and the E-Race BR TCRs. That is actually a chase for third place in TCRs because of Obsidian, being relegated to, the Shadow Realm.
No bias from Lorenzo Bonder as he watches his team charge on forward. Kake
Shameless plug.
Propo running in that Hyundai right now, chasing down one of the Honda Civics, who I think will be quite happy if they can hold on to a podium spot. You mentioned, Lorenzo, that the Civic a little bit more stable. Talk me through that. What makes, a lot of people maybe don't understand front-wheel drive touring cars are actually quite loose. What makes a stable touring car?
Whenever you go around the corners, normally you want to let loose. You want the rear end to go more wild, and you would have a better corner entry, and you kind of have to throw the car in. It's a very old style of racing, right? Because just having front wheel drive is not going to work. Because if you power out, you're going to get majorly understeer. So what makes the Civic more stable is just the car is more planned. I think the center of gravity of the Civic just makes it easier for you to make those turns and take the bumps easier and have a little bit more exit speed than the Veloster does. The Veloster, I think, is a lighter car within its frame, and also between the axles. And the way the car is kind of like designed is better for front line speed than lateral speed. in comparison to the Civic. So when I was looking at the BOP, I was thinking, oh, okay, they took away the lateral movement of the Civic a little bit, but also they took away the power in the straights that this Veloster does have.
Yeah, and BOP is always one of those things where drivers are going to think that their car's at a disadvantage, not getting involved in the TCR BOP, because drivers are the ones that also understand.
BOP talk.
Yeah, but they understand the cars the most at the end of the day, right? And that's where TFR Lab, that helps build the BOP here for the 24-hour series esports, does work with a lot of the driver data to build it. So, we have the luxury in the world of sim racing of being able to drive every single other cars. You look at the IMSA results out of Daytona, by the way. I mean, look at what we had there. A slightly different system for this year where manufacturers actually are very much an integral part of the decision-making process. All the data being shared across all manufacturers, so Mercedes can go and look at Lamborghini, for example, and Porsche can go and look at BMW, whatever. You can go and see where the cars are making the performance. The manufacturer defines what they think the performance should be to meet what is fair across the board. And then we had some teams that ended up getting dinged because the manufacturers hadn't necessarily got those parameters dialed in exactly. BOP is such a convoluted, difficult thing to do. And I don't envy anyone that's got the task of doing it. So really appreciative that we have people like TFR Lab willing to try and make it a more structured and data-based approach. BOP, though, in one class, nothing we have to talk about. Doesn't mean that Share Esports aren't going to be heartbroken. Lorenzo, Chris Shorter's just jumped into the YouTube chat to relay just how heartbroken he is.
Yeah, it's like I said, having that issue in the front straight is just, man, I feel for them. I truly feel for them. It's a team that has lots of really good drivers. Leader in the standings, rightly earned so. So just to end a race on a whiff like that with the with the flick of a steering wheel, just hard gutted. But it's racing, man. Andrews racing is rough. We've seen it this weekend.
Yeah, it's what makes the highs so high at the end of the day. And the lows are so low. There's only one place to go. 35 minutes left on the clock. Race leader still Drago Racing. 23 seconds clear of Lukovic in the Falcon Sim Racing entry, of course powered by Door Esports. They sit only a couple of tenths clear of Seybold, but Patrick Selva in the number 91 BMW does owe us a pit stop, as does Jan Sentikowski, who is right behind Gabby Montoro in that Simify number 14. Simify still on course, it would seem, for a podium. Ian Gagnon Renault then running in what would be net, I guess, 4th position. Nicholas Lash down in 7th for the Maniti Racing crew, with Williams Esports BS competition making up the rest of the top 9, Team 75 and Mag Performance, the rest of the top 11 in the GT3 class. This is really the only class where there's much going on. The only exception to that rule is, of course, in the touring cars, where Impulse still being hounded, harangued, pressured by U-Race BR, W2 ePro GP. You see how long that team name is now, Lorenzo?
Yeah, just call it E-Race BR, I think would be better, even though I understand the W2 part. It's all right.
We'll figure it out. We're going to workshop behind the scenes.
We'll get there.
And we're going to figure out the best way to optimize for commentators to say the name of the series. You know why I bring that up? Because yesterday's World Endurance Championship race. Lorenzo, do you remember the name of the race already?
The 1,812 kilometers of Qatar.
I'm impressed that you remembered that. Yeah, because quite honestly, I looked at that and I went, who's remembering this is the 1,812 kilometers of Qatar versus the 6 hours of Monza? One's an easy name to remember, one's not so easy.
I was going to say, I think that was done in purpose. I'm going to put my tinfoil hat and say, oh, we're going to make an impact with the first round of Qatar and say 1,812 kilometers.
I'm just saying, future rule for all endurance races, a blanket rule. Make them time-based so that when we have safety cars, we have a defined endpoint, just because that's what we want. Let's look, though, at this battle for the touring cars. Long way around, maybe, for the Veloster. Now, if the Civic's a little bit more stable and balanced, it will be a little bit more able to dart quickly later on the brakes. Holds on through the Rettifilio. And now a 1.2 kilometer dash to run their way in towards the Roger. This is where going through the gears, you'd assume that draft's going to play its part. Will that E-Race machine be able to close the margin as they work in towards the braking zone? Impulse go defensive and don't allow them the chance to jink drivers left. It will be Brave around the outside, tap of the brake before they even get under the bridge. Smart driving from behind in trying to put the pressure on.
Yeah, but I think Kaiki just overdrove the car a little bit into De La Roja and lost some ground to Martin Ashert, but really good battle between both of these guys. They've been going in for about, I would say, 30 minutes so far. So it's insane to think about 30 minutes going side by side in TCRs, but hey, this is what I like about TCRs. You can, and let me just say one thing, Arjuna, I'm glad they brought the TCR name back.
Yes.
Just like Justin Prince. Now I can say TCRs. And make sure this is actually a proper race. So that's why I like it. Door banging, it's a close action, one close to the other. It is just nerve-wracking, but exciting at the same time.
Now, the first round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship in 2022, trying to call the touring cars.
Blech.
My poor brain. I spent half the broadcast saying TCR, the other half calling it touring car, and it wasn't like the first half and the second half were split up evenly. It was about every 5 minutes we flip-flop back and forth. Take us to pit lane. It's Leipert Esport following in Team Hoisingveld in the GT3 category. Of course, so final takers for them in some of the drivers that went a little bit longer. Lorenzo, quick question for you. How do you say that first name?
Kaike.
But is it different when there's a K versus a C?
No, it's the same. It's the same thing.
Is that just however
Kaike.
people decide to spell it, kind of thing?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, here comes Kaiki Piropo. Did I say that one right?
Piropo.
Piropo. I always felt unsure about if I was saying Kaiki Oliveira's name right. Now I feel very, very good about myself that I've been saying it right from the very first time I saw his name. Anyway, as we cycle off the corner, gap's going to open up, traffic's going to play its part, and I think that is going to be a bit of an issue for a fight to be on in towards the next braking zone. Dominic Engel correctly points out, by the way, in our YouTube chat, the full race name yesterday was the Qatar Airways Qatar 1812 kilometers. What a race.
They sure made an impact with that name. Still, got it for Peugeot.
Where was that race, Lorenzo? Do you remember?
Losail.
No. Oh, you didn't get the joke.
Oh, sorry. I didn't. My apologies. I apologize for everybody.
It was a really bad joke, to be fair, but anyway. We're into those final 30 minutes now. Oh, tension's building. And I think the pace going to rise, not just in this final third, where, of course, that Honda Civic may be going to start to feel the pressure. Those that are now in fight in the GT3 class that have pitted, most importantly, let's go back to BS competition. Knowing the championship situation, they came into this one second. Drago first. Drago ready to win once again. Lorenzo, they're going to be pushing to the checkered.
Yeah, they're going to be pushing without too many issues. Only 2 seconds separates them to the next car, which is in Falcon Sim Racing Team. I think one of the best races Falcon has ever had this season. Actually, just matching their performance to Silverstone. They got a second place at Silverstone, which is really good to think about. But more importantly, PS in 8th place. They need all the position they can get. Are they going to go aggressive right now on Soda Muto? No, Kashubi just hangs by for one more time and decides just to play the Hunter for the time being.
Now, it's not a BS Turner car, it's not a Mahler car, it's the regular BS competition machine that we see out here today. BS competition that will crown both SP9 GT3 and SP10 GT4 champions in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series yesterday. So, been a pretty successful off-season for them in terms of, you know, the winter periods, and now we pick up business with, I'm sure, a handful of more competitions that will start to build up towards in the rest of the summer as well, especially knowing that next week's the game changer, not just in terms of these cars actually physically changing, but rain. We've been starting to get spoiled, Lorenzo. Not just iRacing dropping a trailer like sometimes they do, but no, they've given access to some content creators, to the likes of Tony Kanaan, Matt Malone, and a couple of others, and we're starting to see what the rain's all about.
Man, I don't know if my graphic card is gonna hold the rain. But I'm all for it. If I can see those sprays, like I've seen the Tony Kanaan video, man, I'm all for it. And also I've seen the iRacing video with the LMP2s going around the track, and man, I'm all for it. I'm hyped. I think I've never been hyped like as a gamer, as a sim racer, like this time in I think any game whatsoever.
I think I know why Lorenzo's also a little bit hyped. Is it because, Lorenzo, you've noticed something on our timing screen? Maybe not.
Maybe.
We've had a change for third position, and it's all come around because of a slowdown in through turn number 1. Jump on board with the impulse machine. It's not through the right, it's through the left, where just a little bit too much of the curve was used, and instantly has to pull to the left, bleeds off the speed, and a swap around for third. It's iRacing. I'll give it the full and proper name. iRacing W2 ePro GP number 137 to third.
Yeah, there you go. And now the thing is, can Piropo actually hold for 2.2 seconds, which is the current gap he has on Aster? That's the real question. 25 minutes is still a long time. It's kind of like eternity right now, but looking forward to see that, and maybe for the boys to grab a podium. They've been deserving since the Spa race, in my opinion. And I'm not just saying as a commentator, but also as a team owner, but I'm not trying to be biased, because they led most of the race in Spa. Heartbreak at the first race, but never had a really good 2 rounds after that. So
Patrick Selva is into the pit lane. Have another penalty that's just come through. That's for an unsafe rejoin in the Wave Italy Racing team. That was a 486 that we saw a little bit earlier on, and that can of course be added post-race. Penalties above 30 seconds in time that if are not served during the course of the actual race itself get doubled. Any penalty less than 30 seconds you don't have to serve. Let's be honest, Lorenzo, I think if you have a penalty of less than 30 seconds, you're not serving it.
no, you're not. You're just taking it on the chin and just cruise on and just let it go.
Whereas if you have a penalty of 35 seconds, you almost kind of have to, because 35 seconds is one thing. Although, how much time does it take for you to drive down pit lane here, Lorenzo?
In a drive-through manner?
Yeah, what's just the time it takes to transit?
So I think this is one of the fastest, if not the fastest, in arguably F1 calendar, because you're coming in as 80 kilometers. I would say average about 13 seconds from one cone to the other.
So in that case, 35-second penalty. It takes less than 35 seconds to transit the lane. You better come down and serve it, because it's a lot less impactful to your race than it would be to actually just have the double penalty applied. Seybold, by the way, leave the pit lane directly now into a fight. They've got Nicholas Lashed about 1.5 up the road, so not getting much draft by any means. And then behind, the two that we've been kind of keeping an eye on, BS Competition as well as Sotomuto in that Williams Esports number 1 entry. And so if you're BS Competition, there is a chance here, Lorenzo, to get back up into the top 5.
100%. And I think at this point of the race is where you're starting to think, oh, maybe Kai's going to get aggressive now. If he finds the opening to make those overtakes done, they just went through Entropic TCR. So now you just repetition, but you start to think about be more aggressive, push the car to the very limit and see where it leads you. You just have to find that opening. You have to work for it. But does the car have that pace to make those overtakes work?
Does it have the straight line speed as well, right? If you maybe giving yourself a bit more downforce to make some moves in the twistier corners, you might be a bit more of a vulnerable car in a straight line. All the cars, for the most part, to be fair, do seem to be relatively equal in terms of top end speed and straight line performance, but one of those things where setup differences can play their part. Check back in with your leader in the GT4 category. I'm not sure if Steen Ledger is still awake, but I'd said earlier, right, he's staying awake to either find out if Grid and Go finish first or Grid and Go finish second. Steen quite liked the idea that I didn't say there was a chance that they died and they didn't finish the race. But that's because A, I was being optimistic. B, I did kind of get a checkers or wreckers sense from this car, in that it was either going to win or it was because there was going to be trouble that stopped it from winning. And now 5 seconds clear, 22 minutes to go.
Well, like I said before, there's only one thing on Sven's mind, flat out, and he's delivering. You know, this is why endurance races. It's a fine art if you think about it, right, Arjuna? You have to have a strong lineup, but you need a strong finisher. It's not about how you open. It's about how you finish. And Sven is just doing a God's work of finishing strong this race and putting up that Green and Gold car on the top of the standings.
I think in Sven Haas's case, he can both start the race by hard charging and end the race by hard charging. So just deploy him either side, I guess, of a middle solid stint from a very capable driver, and you leave yourself in a good position. And of course, sharing that 444 entry, Steen Ledger still awake apparently and in our YouTube chat, watching on with 21 minutes to go. Of course, the line from NASCAR goes a little bit more, I'm not lifting until I see God with the checkered flag, which I must say, one of the best lines in the world, and goes to show why we should have occasionally these interviews with drivers in the car. And I say this both in the real and virtual worlds.
I agree. I'm trying to remember who said that. Was that Ross Chastain? I saw that a few days ago. Actually, I remember. I think I saw it yesterday or on Friday. It's
one of those. It's one of those things that I think it's been going around for quite a while. And I'll be completely honest, I don't even remember who it was. I just remember seeing it.
It's like, I know NASCAR is a gift that keeps on giving, and I thought the Maniti car was actually going to go off into the barrier.
And just about held on to it out of that second chicane, but here we go. Skittles not quite on the cards just yet, but single file finally. There goes Kei Kashibe to the inside. He'll force the issue with Sotomuto. Door got slammed shut on him, and Kashibe very loose out of Lesmo 2.
Somehow, someway, I thought they were going to make contact into the entry of Lasmo 2. They got close on the camera angle. You can see now there's a slight separation from the BMW to the Mercedes. And now the Maniti having to fend off the hard-charging Mercedes right behind. On near bump-like draft scenario we've seen on the Porsche Cups.
I think if in this scenario, it does seem as though maybe the Porsche Maniti have kind of been struggling after qualifying up in fourth. Maybe it's a little bit slow. Oh, Sotomuto really thought about a lunge. It's going to come into turn one. No questions, no ifs or buts about it. It's just how aggressive can you afford to be? Still carving your way through bits of traffic. Seems as though it's the GT4, so should be a little bit slower in a straight line. I mean, you get the sense of speed as they run past the start-finish line. Nicholas Lash almost half a second back from Patrick Selva in the BMW. Not a hint of draft for him to enjoy. Does Muto throw it up the inside? Doesn't get the chance to.
And to make matters worse, the day just goes worse for Kashibe because Kashibe cannot make that overtake. He's going to lose time. He's going to be still within that draft range. But, you know, just having one car split the way between you and everybody else, you're going to have to take something extra. Maybe Muto botching an overtake attempt or someone else botching an overtake attempt for that BMW to get closer and to get back to the fray again.
Not looking like we're going to see any fights at the front. Our class winners, all relatively comfortable as they sit right now. Should be an interesting chat with them to see if they felt as comfortable as we are making them out to be. Definitely not comfortable with this four-way fight. That still rages on and just is going to continue to build until they get through all of this traffic. It's not going to be anytime soon that they get clean air. There's a bit of clean air just heading up to the Parabolica right now. That will probably take them a good 5 to 10 minutes to be able to clear. Ascari once more, no side-by-side for Kashibe. Loses out even more behind Team Hoisingveldt, the TCR leaders.
Yeah, and just hurting more and more and more. I think that gap's going to extend to maybe 1.3. There you go, 1.3 between Kashibe and Sotomuto. So, like I said before, he needs either traffic to play his way or someone botching an overtake attempt for him to get closer.
And so, the Seybolt GT3 car in front of a fight, Seybolt GT4 car behind the fight and looking to make its presence known. It's Riccardo Zuppani that's hunted down Adam Isaacson. And in the immortal words of Murray Walker, there's one thing to catch, another to pass. Now he's got to figure out the way to make this move happen. Similar sort of a thing that surely they're still figuring out up front. Here we go into turn one, past the traffic. Up the inside, single file, they'll stay. Kashibe's going to close through all of this, you'd have to assume. He'll get the power down and out in towards the Roger. Hope to try and bring the gap down to back under a second.
Just gone around, but there's also the 07 car from what it looks like, and the Movano car just going through. Is that I think also it's a battle, it's maybe potential battle for position, but not anymore. But there you go. Gap went down a little bit, but not by much for now for Koshube.
Well, the penalty has just come on through, and it's second one in, well, as many incident reports for the Wave Italy number 486. This time it's a 35-second penalty. So that one cannot be served post-race. Now, the thing I'm not sure about is because they have a 35-second and a 20-second penalty, do they need to come in and serve both at the same time, or could they serve just the one? I have no idea.
You can serve one and then serve the other one.
Well, yeah, so then I would assume it might be wise to just serve the one and let the other one be done just in the post-race.
Yes, serve the longest one. Serve the 35 and take the 20.
Exactly, exactly. Lorenzo is picking up what I am putting down as we near on 15 minutes left in this race. We're on 178 laps complete. Might get to the 200 lap marker, but it is going to be a little bit close. Still some fights, let's not forget, from those who haven't had great races, all things considered. A lap down for the Movano Corsa and Impulse teams. It goes to show the strength of that Drago Ferrari, Lorenzo, that they've been able, with a car that maybe is a little bit neutered in BOP, to put a lap down on some of the best in the sim racing game.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, if without a BOP, when we came into this race, Arjuna, I would say normally this is the Ferrari field, because Ferraris, they're very good on straights. They have really good speed coming out of the corners, the reacceleration coming out of the corners. So you would think they're gonna overperform. But with the BOP, I thought, oh, they're gonna be dead in the water, but not quite. Actually, they're still pacey compared to the other cars, and we still have battles going on featuring these cars. So does Impulse have an open over here to make that overtake work? There's a gap to work with. I don't think he's going to be putting that car on the inside, though.
Not just yet. Got to build up to make bold moves at the end of the day. Don't want to just launch into it. Still through traffic they go. Patrick Selva looking to try and build up his advantage, but not going to happen anytime soon. At least with how things have played out, Koshube is really in danger of being dropped at this point from any sort of drafting range. That would really really sum up what's been a pretty miserable day for the team in terms of how their championship hopes have kind of gone. Williams Esports close to the back of Maniti, but not close enough to make the move just yet. That Porsche seemingly just has the legs.
Yeah, that Porsche, just like I think everybody else, running a low wing setup and being able to maintain within the draft. And there you go. Inside goes Sotamuto for Arjuna. Can he make it stick?
Got to be careful that through the Parabolica you don't cost yourself too much entry speed. You'll be given the chance to fade back left on the entry into the corner, and as they turn right, pirouette. Oh, the Maniti car got a pretty good run onto the power, and still with a full second between Seybold and Williams. There's not much draft to speak of. Is Maniti going to play the game? Will they give the bump draft to the back of the Mercedes? Are they going to loom to the inside? No, they'll stay right where they are. Realized 14 minutes ago, let's save the fight for those closing laps.
Yeah, you know, just save it for the very last. So can they work with the draft with the Mercedes? Can they find a way to cooperate with the Williams Mercedes and get closer? Because we know Sotamuto has the pace to reach the driver up in the front in Patrick Selva. But the thing is, will that Porsche and the other BMW work through?
Love the grille on that Mercedes, by the way, from Movano with the Italian flag colors embossed in it, basically. But now watch as Philip Gogolok's going to do the switcheroo and pull it back underneath. Now, not enough legs on the Ferrari to have pulled alongside and chopped to the wall there. I mean, these are pretty aggressive racing lines being taken. I mean, they're to the right side of the white line. That's where drivers would be merging back onto track from pit lane. Not sure about that one. Long way around for Gogolok. Is he going to force the Movano machine into a bit of a mistake out of turn one? Stefano Prandi holds on and gets onto the power just enough to hold on to the spot, but aggressive defense, Lorenzo, in the closing stages.
And now you're going to fight tooth and nail to save your spot in the field. Therefore, it is just like we said, find the opening, but we're going to be seeing a lot of these things of, you know, elbows out, no holds bar in this race for everybody that you can get thinking about championship standings in the long run.
Now lights flash from Impulse. They want to get a move on. They want to close. I'm sure something similar is probably happening here as we check back into the GT4s where Adam Isaacson and Riccardo Zapani still separated by just a car length or so down the run in towards the Parabolica. It's an Aston Martin versus Mercedes, so two different manufacturers, and as it sits right now, leader in class Aston Martin, second in class of McLaren, third in class of Mercedes, three different manufacturers on the podium in the GT4 category.
Yeah, showcases sometimes the BOP talks prove to be very good, and of course remove everything that transpire in the race as well. But the BOP in the GT3s, if we're talking about this Perry and everybody, looking really good.
Onto the brakes as Seybold closes again, but with Olympus in their Porsche Cup car just in front, and of course the WSR Esports butt kicker Mercedes too. Didn't want to force the issue there. I am starting to get a little bit more noise on my event tracker program. It's basically registering a lot more drivers running off the track, a lot more drivers taking liberties with track limits at this point, Lorenzo. Now that we're into the final 12 minutes, now that maybe they have a bit more confidence that they can get to the end without hitting that 50 incident point threshold for the off tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a funny way for me that we say over here in Brazil that off track is a resource at this point, right? If you can board it, go right ahead. So just make sure you don't get caught in a potential penalty down the line. So they're going to push to the very best and see where it leads them at the end of things. So that's why we're seeing much more aggressive racing. That's why probably your software is popping up like popcorns.
Race control are caught up on everything that has been reported so far, and once we get to within 10 minutes to go, anything else reported, investigated post-race, adjudicated, penalized post-race as well. Hopefully we get it all sorted on track. Should be an intriguing end to the 6 hours of Monza as we continue to keep an eye on this battle for 5th position. We've talked plenty about Drago, sung their praises. I mean, last year was a breakout year for the team, winning an iRacing World Championship, showing some strong performances in the various competitions. Of note, of course, for me, watching them in the IMSA Esports Global Championship was very impressive. But to start off a campaign like this, Lorenzo, potentially with 3 wins in 4 races, I'm not saying the championship is theirs. We've still got 18 hours of racing after this left to go, but they find themselves much more comfortable than they would have been entering this race.
100%. The campaign they've been doing ever since mid-2022 to 23, and have all this growth, not just drivers in IMSA, here in the 24-hour series, also at the Porsche Esports Super Cup, right? They have a few drivers being featured over there. It is just impressive. It showcases the quality of the drivers right there in this lineup.
Yep. And of course, when it comes to other championship contenders, we talked about struggles for BS competition. Williams Esports, the #1 car, 3rd in points. They're currently sitting 6th. We see them now behind Seybold to a 4th in points, 1 point back from Williams. So there is quite a lot still to think about. As 3 wide we go for the moment. They're just fanning out. The Geeks Energy fiercely forward car trying to duck and dive, stay out of dodge as we go into turn 1. And I think we're about to see maybe not a move, but at the very least a car closing. Sota Muto with a head of knots and a rate of momentum. Back to the inside. Patrick Selva thought he covered it off. Late onto the brakes. Muto is there. The BMW's going to get the drive off of the corner, but that's now brought in Maniti once again into the mix. BS competition too far back to try and take advantage. 3-way fight for 5th.
3-way fight, and all the points are up for grabs right there, and Salva just making a really aggressive move, just wiggling from one line to the other and managed to cover it very safely. You can say some elbowy fashion, but it got there and skated and everybody got away cleanly. That's why we want to see clean racing, Arjuna. We have about 7 minutes 50 left, and all we want to see is hard, clean fights, and we're getting that at the very end, and I'm all for it. Question is, I think Maniti I'm going to say there have been sleepers. I would not say count them out. I think they're probably going to do an overtake, maybe two laps. The question is, where are they going to be doing that overtake? I'm not sure, but I would estimate turn 1.
They really need to, I think, just stay in line and wait for that mistake, that opportunity that will present itself. Don't force the issue. 7 minutes to go. How many laps left? I guess the question will all be centered around where your race leader is, and the Drago Racing Ricardo Rico powered car currently heading out through the first of the Lesmos. So not entirely sure. We'll see them at the line next time, get a better indication for the laps remaining, but definitely into those closing stages. There's no question about that. Once again, no draft in front really this time for Patrick Selva. Which way is he going to force Sota Muto to look? It was a very late look to the inside last time by from the Williams Esports Mercedes. Selva's not going to give him the opportunity. Much more defensive on the run down into the braking zone. Covers the inside, only fades left at the very last moment. And Muto's going to try. Get a good run out of 2, and he bogs down. Maybe hit the traction control for a moment there because they're passing some traffic. Not going to see a change even as that Maniti Porsche starts to close into the next chicane.
Yeah, wait, did he get a looked like he got a slowdown from the way the car was just going around Curva Grande. Now you can see Nicolas Last right there just trying to go around the chicanes and cannot get the speed out of the Porsche. And apparently we're going to get 3 more laps here, Arjuna. They're I think right now on four laps. For 3.5 them to go, so potentially 3 more laps for them to battle around the track.
I think it might actually be 4. We'll have to wait and see. Your leader is on to lap 193 though, continuing just to pull away. As Drago Racing runs strong, there will be a bit of, I'm sure, focus for their engineers and spotters onto this battle. Just keeping in mind who's in the foil. Sota Muto's dropped back slightly. Now just trying to close and slingshot and time the run just a little bit better. See the traffic they've got to deal with in front of them. You take a look at the track map. There's not much clean air at all. So if anything, that might be what Nicolas are looking for. Chances to try and spring surprises in these closing stages.
Yeah, 100%. And now I think Suta just decided to, become slightly more aggressive, going into corner entry, sacrifice a little bit of the not going to say speed, but of the entry of the car to make sure he's carrying more into that entry and being consistent on the outside so he can stay closer to Selva on these closing stages. So looking forward to see how that is going to transpire the next few sequences. But there you go, car are basically glued to one another in just one chicane.
Yeah, it's all about the power down, and I do think it was Sota Muto getting into the traction control last time by that just slowed his momentum up slightly and has slightly sizzled out that battle, at least for the time being. Here is that Ferrari that leads once again. Lap times around 150 or so. So we come back to the line, 4:30 on the clock. And I think it is 3 to go this time by. Barney the flagman has a great view of a Ferrari that's really not being forced to work hard. There's a Ferrari that's having to work a lot harder. Back to 15th and 16th. Impulse almost being doored by the Movano car as they get past some of the GT4 traffic. Side drop playing its part too. The GT4 Movano car's in front and probably wondering what it will need to do to stay out of trouble. It will go straight. It doesn't matter though. They still make contact on corner exit, and it is Movano that exit turn 1 in front.
No, and the reason I'm laughing is just Fraser Williamson, which is right in front of them, decides, no, I'm not having any of it, and it takes the off track and just let these other two duke it out on the track, and Movano some way retaining the position.
I mean, to be fair, Williamson is sitting in 3rd right now. He has plenty of gap behind him. It's 7 and a bit seconds. The last thing he really wanted to do was to lose the podium spot and to also have contact with the bigger GT3 machine that shares that identical livery. They figure it all out. 3 minutes left now still to go, and Fraser Williamson probably says some things that aren't understandable because of the accent, be also not broadcastable anyway, so it's totally fine.
It's all right. I got used with Fraser's accent, believe it or not, so it's all right.
What's
Even
happening,
though
Lorenzo, is your brain's just pretending it understands what's happening, and it's filling in the gaps that it doesn't actually understand.
Maybe. I want to say I believe. I think it's a better word. I believe I understand what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm just poking fun at poor Fraser as well, of course. Hopefully we do get the chance to chat with him. Oh, that's a 992 car of Øystein Herford for Hydro-Race Geodesic that got a little bit loose. Keika Schubert has actually rejoined the fight for 5th, albeit a little bit off the back of it, still looking to try and close a little bit of those margins that have opened up through traffic. It's been a fun little fight in these closing stages. At least makes up for the fact there hasn't been a fight at the front. 2 to go for the Drago car. Let's come around to see the penultimate lap of this race. Still with an 18-second margin behind. Lorenzo Nordschleife up next. Let's quickly talk about that. What should we be thinking about? I mean, we're probably not going to see rain at the end of the day. I don't think we're too worried about that. So drivers are just going to be trying to understand how these cars change in the next week as iRacing makes its updates.
Yeah, because we're going to get new BOP, some new physics, maybe the new compounds and tire physics and things like that. We've been getting that. We've been, preparing since this season, even season 4 of sorts in 2023 for this moment. So I'm interested to see if there's going to be a massive change on car behavior when they get to the Nordschleife and race around the 20-something kilometers of the German track. I'm looking forward to see that. It's going to be exciting.
That will be on the 7th of April. We'll close the season out, let's not forget, with the double points affair. Points paid out halfway through, points paid out at the end of the race as well, at the 12 Hours of Barcelona. So looking forward to that, but still some ways to go before on the 5th of May we close our season up. One more lap, though, before Drago Racing back on top. It will be 3 wins in 4 as the streak will continue to build up. Just have to work their way through traffic for one final time. That means a lap and a half still left to go in this fight for 5th position. I think, though, business has closed here. Not much excitement left in this battle.
I would say maybe for Manini, but not for Williams. I think Williams is going to try to use this traffic of the Porsche Cups right in front of him to try to make work something differently, because they have to go around 3 Porsche Cups, and maybe a door might open for Sota Muto, but how big of an opening is going to be, I don't know.
Time's about to expire and these drivers will get that additional lap, but the 6 hours will come to an end. And what a 6 hours it's been. 57 starters. We are left with 50 running contenders at the end. Attrition at Monza? Apparently not, at least not for us here in what has been a very special race. The U-Race BR machine actually somewhat slows Sebolt's momentum, but of course fast in the straight lines, that 992. And I think Patrick Selva realizes that, needs to try and use the draft for as long as he can before he pulls out to driver's right-hand side. Sota Muto not going to have the opportunity, you think, to make a move happen here. It will be out into the second chicane that he'll try and get a better run. He'll try and lunge it, show himself to the nose. That was more psychological than anything else, I think. We'll have to focus back on this in a moment, though. In the fight for 4th in GT4, Sim RC wide and off the track.
Yeah, wondering what happened to that to Adam J. Zaxon. I just seen Ricardo Zuppani being opened up a 4-second gap on him. And that just transpired on the last lap. What kind of insanity has happened?
What a dramatic race. Dramatic to the end. You see the grid and go car just in front of Drago Racing. It will get a full victory lap with which to work. But Drago Racing on top in the 6 hours of Monza. It's 3 wins from 4. There's not much wrong they can do when it all goes their way. A 20-second margin then behind. It will be a while before we see second place be able to see the checkered flag. Let's flick over then to the 992 class, where Altus Oscar Mangan alongside Yannick Lapchan will be on top, not just in the championship leaving Monza, but on top of the podium. Winning in Sparta, opening up the season, winning here in Monza once again. Altus will be smiling from ear to ear, and it will be, by the way, a bit of a fight behind on the run to the line. Wave Italy have run out of fuel. Heartbreaking circumstances for them to lose out on that second place finish, hoping they'll still be able to grab 3rd, with the Williams Esports Academy car still trying to close the margin. There's Team Hoising Belts, your touring car winners. They'll blast their way out of the Parabolica, run their way to the line. Well-earned race winners, staying out of trouble, and in a championship battle that came into this race tied, Team Hoisingveld to finish no lower than 2nd, And for the second time this season, they're on top once more. Just one more driver, of course, to come across the line to grab a victory. It'll be the Grid and Go machine, Sven Haase, Steen Ledger. Lorenzo, what a fun race we had here today, and I can't wait now to go over to the Nürburgring, to the Nordschleife, for the penultimate round of the season.
Man, Monza always delivers, right? Whenever he wants to deliver really good racing, it always delivers. It's always something happening around the track, and I'd love to see from start to finish all these strategies playing out, and all the championship shifts that we're going to have going into the Nordschleife. Can't wait.
There's a lot of those shifts, that is for sure. We're still trying to, I think, figure some of them out. Are there more drivers that are short on fuel? I'm not quite sure. RD SimSport just about make it to the line, and that is all drivers crossed and complete. We'll grab a look at the race results, we'll dive into some post-race coverage, and we'll wrap things up here from the Temple of Speed. Drago Racing 3 and 4, and well, what more can you say? They're either winning or it's not going their way. Luca Wunsch for the Falcon Sim Racing outfit. 2 second-place finishes in a row, momentum on their side, while Gabby Montoro, Simufy Esports, will be slightly frustrated, I think, in some ways, but the pace was there, the performance was clear to see. WSR Esports Butt Kicker make their way then up into 4th after a relatively quiet day. Seybolt, after qualifying outside of the top 10, worked their way forward 9 positions to 5th in front of Williams, Miniti and BS Plus Competition, who will be slightly frustrated to have not been able to do more in the championship mix. Team 75 9th alongside Mag Performance, who after putting it on pole will take a lot from this race in terms of positives. ATRS down in 11th, Team 75's second entry in 12th with Team Hoisingfeld, who did try to make the stints as long as possible, down in 13th with that alternate strategy. Andrew Carone for WSR Esports Butt Kicker 14th, and then the first car 1 lap down, Movano Corsa, along with Impulse, Obsidian, Leipert Esports. 2 laps down for the Valkyrie number 77, and Jonas Rutten, the only DNF in the category after technical issues for him. In the 992s, Oscar Mangan alongside Yannick Lapchan, victorious in what was a strategy gambit that really was a lot of fun. They gained 9 positions after qualifying down in 10th, with Valkyrie's 977 taking advantage of Wave Italy running out of fuel to grab 2nd. Wave Italy just holding on, though, to beat out Williams Esports Academy. 1 lap down for Visceral, Hydra Race, and then Havu. 2 laps down for the Olympus team, one of a few cars that ended up getting penalized for track limit infringements. U-Race BR, W2, ePro GP, and then Scherer, the rest of the top 10. Luca Alpert, Chris Shorter, heartbroken to say the least. Maniti, Impulse, and Simufy, the rest of the 13 that took the green flag in what was the class that had the most attrition early in the race. The margin of victory may say 1 lap, but through the 6 hours of racing, it was anything but that large. Sven Haase, Steen Ledger, victorious for GridandGo.com Esports. Zenith Esports do end up getting a late race penalty. That's going to see 5 seconds added to their time. Not going to change the running order, though. They should still be in 2nd in front of Movano 3rd, Seybolt 4th, and then SimRC dropping to 5th in the closing stages. Impulse X Racers 2 entries, then 6th, 7th, and 8th before WSR Esports Butt Kicker. The Raw Esports team complete your top 10 and still going through. Wave Italy, 07 Racing, Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward, and the RaceR Esports team. For 07 Racing, they'll be slightly frustrated. Started up towards the front and ran towards the front for large parts of the race. Marcel Tai, 1 lap clear, but again, margin of victory, I think, more guided by where the overall leader ended up relative to the 148. Entropic still down in 2nd after putting it on the pole position at the start of the race. Kaike Piroppo for the U-Race BR W2 ePro GP team rounds out the podium spots in 3rd after passing Impulse Racing, who got a slowdown penalty. Wave Italy, RD SimSport, and Race for Cat and Carlar, the final finishers. Unfortunately for Obsidian Racing and MA70, they did not see the end, and poor Michael Polishek was hoping to be able to try and challenge for the win. So that's a look at the race results. We've given a couple of moments for the drivers to come and join us for some post-race coverage. Let's head on down to the 992 winner first, where Oscar Mangan standing by right now. Oscar, first up, congratulations. Talk us through that one. It seemed like plenty of different things on strategy to try and figure out on the fly.
Yeah, that was a difficult race. I think we we struggled a bit in qualifying to put the lap together, and we just got a pretty lucky with the launch. And the first couple of stints were pretty good, but we sort of hit a bit of a, not a nightmare, but an unforeseen situation about kind of 3/4 of the way through my first stint. I had taken over from Yannick, but we hadn't changed tires, and we got a puncture. We were at 0.
So you flew too close to the sun.
Did, but yeah, and so we just had to try our best and recover, and we just managed to get it there. I know that the guys in front had a lot of bad luck, and I'm really sorry for them, but yeah, good result for us.
You still placed yourself in the right place at the end of the day. Oscar, with all of that bad luck, I mean, you alluded to it, you guys take the lead of the championship. How do you feel? Still 18 hours of racing, the Nordschleife of Barcelona to come. Barcelona having the double points, of course, at 6 hours we get the additional allotments. How are you feeling about the championship with 2 races to go?
Yeah, I think we have a good chance now. I think you know, we've got good experience at the Nordschleife, and a little bit of Barcelona, I would say. So it's 2 tracks that we're capable of putting it together if we just work hard, and I'm excited to see how it goes.
Are you glad or unhappy that we get rid of that awful chicane at Barcelona and we have a good layout to enjoy?
I didn't know we had gotten rid of it, so I'm very happy to hear that.
I'm glad to be the purveyor of good news then.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of the track corners I really don't enjoy, so if we're doing the historic layout, that's even better.
At least that's what I see on the website, so hopefully I'm not wrong. Oscar, congratulations on the victory. We'll see you in a month's time at the Nordschleife.
Thanks, guys.
Oscar Mangan victorious. We'll jump on down to the GT3 winners now, where both Nicolas Matteo and Ricardo Rico are standing by for us. Ricardo, I'll start with you. You finished up the race. We were talking about how all you needed to do was stay out of trouble and bring the car to the end. How were you feeling at the end of the race with the balance of the car in that Ferrari?
To be honest, the balance was pretty good. The car was super easy to drive, and yes, it was a bit of staying out of trouble, so that was the job.
Nicholas, you had to do a lot of the staying out of trouble initially at the start, of course, to bring that car forward from 5th position. There was, I think, an interesting start. Talk us through that from your perspective and staying out of the trouble.
Yeah, the first laps especially were really difficult. Really hard fighting with door guys. Then it was a bit calm, the race, after 10 laps or something. And yeah, then was I was just driving the car, driving safe, managing the fuel, and yeah, everything safe and just driving.
Ricardo, the championship lead has grown now, of course, with you guys grabbing your 3rd win in 4 races. Some of the other teams having some issues. How do you feel going off to the Nordschleife with 2 races left to go?
I think we almost have no experience in Nordschleife, so we'll see. Looks interesting. We are looking really good right now in terms of pace and by looking at the other races, but let's see Nordschleife how it goes.
I think it's going to be interesting if you say you have a lack of experience there. Congratulations, guys, on another win, and we'll see you in a month's time at the Green Hell.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Victorious once more, these winning interviews becoming a bit of a formality for Drago Racing. And maybe last but not least, not sure if Grid and Go are going to come and chat with us. Fabian Siegman out of Team Hoisingfeld's camp comes to chat with us in the broadcast booth. Fabian, I mean, an interesting race at Monza. It wasn't a lot of attrition at the start, which I'm sure from your perspective in the slowest class made traffic quite interesting.
Yeah, for us it's we always call it the traffic hell. I think the first few laps when the GT3s come for the first time, and in this class also when the Cup Porsches come for the first time, this is really dangerous. But I felt like everyone did a good job. So it was less carnage than I expected. So yeah, but there were a few moments where we were shouting in the radio.
I have no doubt about that. Of course, you guys haven't finished lower than 2nd so far this season. You get the championship lead back under your belt. You say that traffic hell is sometimes what you call it. What do you think we're in for at the Nordschleife? Because one thing that we've kind of been talking about, right, is the fact that it's such a long lap means that maybe in some ways you guys will have less traffic to deal with. Yes, you'll have the passes, but do you think there may be a bit more of a chance to see the draft train stay together and the TCR stay packed up?
Probably yes. I think the same way. So I think once the field is kind of spread over the lap, it should be okay. But I think the first traffic wave, when each class is still in a train, this is gonna be wild. And as you know, Nordschleife has a lot of corners where overtaking is nearly impossible or very dangerous for both cars. So yeah, I think it will be wild in the beginning, but then it should be quite okay compared to these smaller tracks.
And one of the best tracks in the world. Looking forward to it, Fabian. Congratulations on the win. Enjoy it, and we'll see you over at the Nordschleife.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
And last but not least, Sven Hassler has indeed joined us. Sven, congratulations on a sterling win. Let's start with that first stint, because qualifying I don't think went great, and you went from 9th up to the lead in the first hour. What happened there?
Yeah, hi guys. Pleased to be here. Yeah, unfortunately qualifying didn't went our way. I had a couple of good laps which I all off-tracked, and then the pressure rised, and yeah, in the last lap I got a little bit blocked in P1 by the car ahead of me just missing the braking point. Tried to manage to get the best out of it, which was P9. Not good, but yeah, the Aston is not the best quali car though. So basically I tried to keep it calm and warm up the tires gently, and then just made my progress forward.
And then in the final stint of the race, of course, you first had to try and close down on the Zenith McLaren, then it flipped around in the pit stop cycle as well. How were you feeling at that point of the race? Were you feeling confident that you could pull away and start building that gap up?
We played a bit of the other game this time without even trying. We didn't change tires in the last stop, so we didn't have our warm-up procedure with the tires, which takes us 3 to 4 laps to come up to speed. I knew that we will come right close to the Zenith McLaren. Luckily, he was like on the edge of the draft and had like a little bit of unluck in traffic. Otherwise, I think it might have come the other way around. So confident, yes and no. I knew that Zenith was really strong this race, and I knew that we had to play it a bit hard to get out of the draft. So I underfueled even 3 liter in the last stop. It played out luckily to our side.
I find it fascinating that no tires taken in that final stop, but that's the insight we love to hear. Congratulations on the win, Sven, and we'll see you guys in a month's time over at the Green Hell.
Thank you, Arjuna. Hope to see you again in 4 weeks.
It was a great race, this one. I mean, I commentated the first and last 2 hours, but I produced the entire race, and I was on the edge of my seat, Lorenzo, genuinely just sitting here waiting for something tense and dramatic to happen. And I get the sense that Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, is going to be no different, because that full loop, Fabian says there's not many opportunities to pass, but what it really means is there's a lot of opportunities when you're following someone else for bad things to happen.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's 25 kilometers, Arjuna. It's, some drivers would say it's a gift that keeps on giving, but can't wait to see those drivers taking around the track. We've been there last year. We're going to be this year. Can't wait to see that, and shout out to the guys in my team, man. I'm proud of them, and nevertheless, shameless plug, but nevertheless, I'm excited to see what Germany brings us next time by.
And maybe another podium for you as the team manager. Here's a look at that schedule, and I'll just remind everyone again, it was a long break between rounds 2 and 3. Sebring and Silverstone split by an ocean, yes, but almost by a full, what are we talking, 3 months or so at that point, and so there was a little bit of a lengthy gap away. It's now going to be all about 4-week gaps. You know your intervals, you know your timetables. Lorenzo, you know exactly what prep you still need to do towards the end of this campaign.
Yeah, you still got to finish strong in Nürburgring. You still got to finish strong in Barcelona. Barcelona has been our season closer for, I think, 2 to 3 years straight. It's a track that it's been a staple mark for these drivers. Not an easy track for you to do multi-class racing. Those who have a really good setup and take advantage of the double points will come out on top.
Double points, I think, bound to be one of the major talking points in terms of how drivers elect to play that season finale. It might end up being, in effect, 2 6-hour races that you got to try and piece together, but we leave the Temple of Speed with 4 very deserving winners. There was no question about it in the final stages who would come out on top. The question was only what happened behind. And as we heard in the interviews, a couple of cases, strategy masterclasses. Oscar Mang and Altus Esports, they punctured a tire at one point. still came out on top by almost 23 full seconds. Grid and Go elected not to take tires in the final stop of the race. That seemingly gave them the win. And up front, Drago Racing just pulling away in a Ferrari that some thought was unfavored. For our entire team at RaceSpotTV, thank you so much for joining us here from Italy. We'll join you from the Green Hell on April the 7th at 2 p.m. UTC to get back underway with this championship. 18 hours left to go, 4 champions to be crowned, and so much excitement to come. Can't wait to see it all here live on RaceSpotTV.